So it is February 20th, and I will call the North Kingstown School Committee special meeting to order. Before we get into the agenda, I just want to welcome our newest member to the table, although on the committee for a bit, first meeting in person, so we're excited to have a full committee back again.
Thank you. Happy to be here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Welcome, welcome. And so we will go into the agenda. We are doing executive session at the end of the meeting today, and so we will skip that for now and go right to the Pledge of Allegiance. So please join me if you can. Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And we'll go into the roll call.
Aaron Earl.
Here.
Robert Case.
Here.
Jennifer Lima. Here. James Sheehan.
Here.
Deborah Lukowsko. Here. Christine LaPierre. Maggie Bush.
Okay, and then the calendar, please.
Monday, February 26th, 5 p.m. School Committee meeting, Town Council Chambers, 80 Boston Neck Road. Tuesday, March 5th, 6 p.m. School Committee meeting. Our subcommittee meetings are Tuesday, February 27th, CLAC, 6:45, North Kingstown Free Library. Wednesday, February 28th, Wellness Subcommittee, 6 to 7:30, Central Admin. Monday, March 4th, Policy Subcommittee, 5:30, Central Admin. We are in the middle of winter recess, which ends on February 23rd.
Okay, thank you. And today we have one presentation, and so I will turn it over to Dr. Duba and team for an ESSER 3 presentation and update.
Yes, Dr. Clark is going to present first.
Okay.
Good evening, everyone. So I am here once again to present on ESSER. Just a reminder that this is the third in the series of grants that was given.
Sorry.
We good?
Yeah, the camera's just still on us.
Oh, that.
We usually put it on the presenter. No worries.
All right.
Using that film degree chance.
In response to the CARES Act in March of 2020, I'm here to present on ESSER 3. The funds for ESSER 1 and ESSER 2 have been spent down. Just a reminder that the LEAP task force had 5 priorities that the basis of the grant funds were spent. And I'm here to present some detailed accounts for what has been spent down. Basically, ESSER 3 was divided into 2 school years. So I have separated staffing for year 1, which was the 2022-23 school year. You'll notice the current budget details are what brings us to spending down the full ESSER 3 grant, which was $3.9 million. What we've actual and encumbered as of this month, and then what we are suggesting as the revised budget now based on actuals. So nothing of note to spend here. Obviously, the positions were all budgeted for year 1 and the monies were spent. Summer school was the first July 2022. It was a smaller summer school with only 8th grade. We didn't have a full middle school cohort. That's why the numbers are a little bit smaller in this. We did support summer school by paying for additional funding to bring on summer school teachers in addition to the district funding, and we sponsored a full summer squad, which was a combination of rec and academic program that we sponsored. Staffing for year 2, you'll notice a few open positions this year. The 23-24 year, we have not been able to fill that school psychologist position. We did fill 2 school social workers. As was mentioned at the last meeting, the Equity and Title IX coordinator position has remained unfilled. There are a few stipends, and you'll see that, obviously we're projecting what the total budget of these staff. This is just salary only right now. Benefits are not included in any of these numbers. So this is staffing continued. You'll see a 1.0 reading specialist where nothing has been spent yet. We just hired that position, so she was brought on board about 2 weeks ago. So obviously with only half of the year placement, that amount is less than anticipated. We still have stipends to pay out for the Right to Read Act training. All teachers will receive stipends as part of that 50 plus hours of training for year 2 to complete that. and lots of other things going on, but the revised budget is what we expect to spend down. This is summer school. So we skipped summer school 2023 and used those funds under ESSER 2. We had some savings under ESSER 2 where we ran a very small summer school that first summer, so we had extra money under allowable expenses under ESSER 2, so we kind of pivoted last summer and spent down the ESSER 2 funds, so that gives us another year, kind of a fourth summer, if you will, of summer school that we're going to be funding. So that was a great thing. So you'll notice the costs are a little higher if we are able to run a 6 through 8, a full middle school program. We're just expecting that would be the cost based on this past year's spending, which again was billed down to ESSER 2. And these are the contracts over the course of both years, the 2022-23 and 23-24. The actuals, we know we had the effective school solution, mental health supports budgeted, and then this year we went with outside mental health clinicians, so that's noted. There are a couple of placeholders, if you will, that haven't been spent down and haven't been brought to your approval yet. We're looking at an MTSS student dashboard that will bring together local and state assessments that will really help teachers in having data meetings and really analyzing students who need Tier 2 and Tier 3 support. I know that Mr. Waterman will also be presenting on the ventilation project improvement for the D building. That was budgeted at the amount of $320,000 in September when that amendment, but nothing has been spent, obviously waiting on your approval. And additional things, Teacher Town, which is an alternative assessment program. We've added the Smart Pass system at the middle and high school. Late buses currently are being funded. Here's the late buses and a few other things. You'll notice the support for the arts, things moved around in line items. The total was spent. It just, there were some changes after the original budgeting of what line items they would be put in. So when it comes down to it, the current budget, which is the total grant allocation, which is the 3.957, we've actually spent or encumbered the 1.8. The revised budget, now that we have a little bit better handle on actuals with salaries and benefit packages, is 3.2. So currently we have $747,000 unbudgeted. Just remembering that none of these include the benefits package and indirect costs, which also can be part of the grant. We have a timeline. March is the next amendment, so with your approval, we'll go ahead and add a few things in under that amendment. There's another amendment in June where we'll have a better sense of total spending for benefit packages and things like that and get some actuals for the end of the year and have some of those major contracts paid out. Over the summer, obviously, we'll finish that fourth summer school round, so we'll get actuals then. And all the monies need to be accrued by September 30th of this upcoming 2024. So proposals we are asking for is to bring that $320,000 for the high school HVAC system in the D building increase to $360,000, and Mr. Waterman will talk about that later. We are asking to fund 3 years of the K-5 health curriculum that is still waiting your approval once it goes back out to another health and wellness subcommittee meeting. We have a suggestion we need some updated history text, which are just new edition of current text selections, which would be about $72,000 for the high school. That has not been done in a while. We are asking for $40,000 for Tri-County to pay for GED courses and testing, which was always state funded, is now on the district to be funded. And a few other curriculum projects as we go through finishing up this year. We're looking at our math, updating our math bridges for K-5 and possibly science curriculum now that we have some high quality curriculum. So lots of things that we're keeping our eye on that are well within the means for spending down these funds under the current guidelines.
Yeah, thank you so much. And so what we'll do for the report is we can definitely ask Dr. Clark or Dr. Duba any questions, and then we do have this on later under unfinished business if we do want to make any motions or make any changes at this point, although we do have a little bit of time as far as how we can do kind of what we want to think about for ESSER. So it could be an opportunity where we just ask additional questions and then see it at the next meeting, et cetera, because of the way it's open, correct?
Sure. Yes.
I will now, anybody have questions they'd like to ask Dr. Clark?
Madam Chair, just a quick question. So you didn't include the health benefits or other benefits in the numbers. Any particular reason why? Is it just not predictable, or?
You saw a few of those positions have just been filled, so that's a little unpredictable at times. They definitely vary based on
The other ones were filled, though, weren't they?
filled. So we do know actuals for last year, 22, 23. I could provide those for you.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, just to kind of have that greater understanding of what we have left in actuals.
And that was included in this number of actual encumbered, so that 1.8 does include the benefits.
So that includes benefits.
It's just I didn't give you a breakdown of the
I got it.
benefits
Yeah.
by person.
Yeah, I didn't understand that part. Thank you.
Yep.
So the unbudgeted includes the health benefits that we know are correct? Because that's factored in.
That's factored in the revised budget, is as best we know for benefit packages for this year spending out, that is included in the 3.2. So the unbudgeted is kind of left on its own. We budgeted as best we could for the benefits packages, including we have one elementary interventionist that is out on leave right now. We're filling it in with a day-to-day sub, so that varies a lot. But has brought our price down, so that's some of those savings that are unbudgeted because of just unknowns of people not filling positions, not filling the school psych or the reading position until half year, and then having people be out and not being able to fill with a full salary.
Thank you for answering my questions earlier today. I'll hold most of my questions for when we get to it on the agenda, but I did just have one question. The TBD, other curriculum questions, rough estimate on cost for those?
Yep. So the math curriculum that we're looking for, we have a teachers piloting the K-5, the updated edition 3 for Bridges. It is roughly $41,000 if we go for buying all new teacher editions for that curriculum. We just want to make sure that if the curriculum is complete and done, right now they're still editing as we're piloting it. So we want to make sure we make some thoughtful decisions and try to finish that pilot out as much as we can to make sure it is the appropriate that it's ready to be adopted. The science is going to be a pricier one for the middle school adoption only. If it is something we're able to go to, it's about $80,000.
Okay, other questions for Jody? Jody, can you remind me why there was a stipend for the Right to Read Act training?
Yeah, so just because of the sheer number of hours, about 55 over the course of 2 years, although we did add the additional Right to Read days and use some of our PD time, we went above and beyond that. So we paid teachers at an hourly rate to complete those hours independently.
Mm-hmm. But because we had to, because of the state mandate of finishing it in 2 years?
Correct. We had a contract with the company to complete their training in 2 years, and we were not allowed to. We weren't able to fit in all of the hours in district PD time, so we were paying for additional hours with those stipends. Minimal. The new cohort that's completing it in 1 year is a little bit of a higher stipend, just because of the sheer nature of trying to finish it in 1 year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Other questions from the committee? One other one I had, just so we could understand it better, is the MTSS student dashboard for local and state assessment data. Can you expand upon that a little bit? I know you said it's going to come to us later, but I'm just...
Sure. Currently we have Aspen as our student information system. While it's a great tool and provides a lot of interesting information, it's not the most teacher-friendly tool to be looking at data. So we've looked at a few and had a few come in and do demos. A few different software companies who provide this. What it would do is pull all of the attendance data along with all of our RICAS SAT and our local assessments, which are the STAR data, all together on one dashboard so that you could see an overview of the student profile, both academics and social emotional, at once to have data meetings. It will chart their progress over time. You can enter their plans and track progress, track attendance with the number of times they meet with an interventionist. It's quite an impressive tool that's going to allow us to do a lot more than just bringing lots of paper to meetings. Now it's going to be all digital and held on one dashboard for each student, and then you can see other views. It can be broken down by demographics, which is quite nice to look at information that way.
Is that $35,000 in annual cost?
It depends on which one we go with. Right now, it would be a multiple-year contract, but I'm in negotiations with the company to get that number to a feasible. Obviously, we don't want to just buy 1 year in a grant like this and not be able to fund it for future years. So it would be a multiple-year contract. Right now, we're looking at 3 years.
But the number is...
We're hoping that is the number. That was
number for 3 years?
Yes, it was about 9 months ago. That was the number they gave us, but things changed. So that number could increase based on the new operational cost. I have a phone call with them tomorrow.
Yeah. Okay. Other questions from the committee?
Do you want them now? I'm sorry. Do you want them now, or do you want them during the agenda item?
I think I want the questions now, because the agenda item will be more if we make a motion to reallocate money, et cetera. So I would ask the questions for Jody now, since she's up in, there might be more that come up later, but I would probably do them on the report now.
So so the money that's unallocated, there are options. There's still, aside from the areas that you recommended, there's still money that needs to be spent. And one of I was looking through the goals that Dr. Dua had presented last week to see what things were on the goals that looked like money needs to be spent on. Are there any things, it looked like the curriculum you mentioned, there was also the goals were mentioned, smaller capital projects, new curriculum for students with intensive needs, expanding the special education continuum. Are any of those goals things that can be funded out of these funds?
Definitely, we have in there the new the curriculum for students with intensive needs. That's the Teacher Town that you see several times throughout. That was put in September when Dr. Santa came on and recognized that as a need. So that is in here. Again, it would be nice to have some money to play with as we see these products work. If we need to buy more of them that are one-time allocations rather than things that are multiple-year contracts. So, and also just to make sure with the benefits package that we get closer to having a better idea of what the actual expenditures are there. So. Summer school could always change too. We never know how many students are going to sign up for summer school and join us for that. So that's a little bit of we budget as best we can, and you can see we came close within that first year of 2022, but it was a much smaller program. So that depends on how many teachers we get, how many students are in that programming. So
the one thing on there for summer school that I don't see is buses.
Again, we have tried to fund buses. The problem is not the funding. We could definitely put those in. The problem is getting the actual buses. As you know, we've had this issue come up several times, and we've tried to seek outside bus companies, worked with our own contractors. The past couple of years, we just haven't been able to do that.
Okay. Because I know when you had given the presentation on summer school, we talked about the transportation is probably an impediment to actually filling those spots in summer school. The other question that I had was, and we still have to vote on whether or not we're going to actually fund that work for the D building.
Correct.
So if that was something that we opted not to do,
it could come out.
It could come out, and
correct.
There are other things that we could fill that with, correct?
Yes.
Would things like ADA compliance issues be able to be funded with that money?
Yes, in your presentation I included. It's a little blurry up here, but the possible uses for your referral if you when you're having discussions, if you want to look through those.
So my question was ADA compliance and things like safety vestibules in the schools and things like that. Are those types of things eligible?
I believe it's going to go under safety. Yeah, there's a kind of a general one that it might fall under, but I did put those there for you for your discussions.
Okay. Okay. I think that covers my questions.
Judy, can you just go back to that? Ours is, I can't read it, so I'm just going to take a picture of it.
Oh, I don't.
It's okay.
This one's blurry too.
Yeah, but that one I can work with. This one.
One thing I do want to just mention when we talk about using these funds for facilities and for construction, we also need to consider the timeline. So this money has to be spent by September, which means anything that we do for construction or renovation of the buildings has to be ready to be done now through summer. So if we are looking at using those funds differently than what we've already been working on and doing and talking to, architecture about and doing, that will have to be a totally different timeline, which we might not be able to meet to be able to go out to bid, get the architect in place, get the designs done, get the contractors in to do something different with those funds that would have to be completed this summer.
Understood.
So.
There is, I know this is one of the caveats, that 20% must address learning loss, and there is also one on the amount total that can be spent on capital projects, and I'll find that together for the discussion.
But you think that, I guess the last amendment period is June.
Correct.
So if we get to that period and you've saved some money and everything, will you have, I guess for lack of a better term, shovel-ready projects ready to put in its place? Because
Yes.
we all know this is a once-in-a-lifetime,
I know.
hopefully once-in-a-lifetime opportunity from the federal government with this extra money.
We have plans to spend the entire amount
Okay,
down, yes.
good.
Are those plans in this plan, or is it other
Yeah, it
things?
includes, there's some wiggle room still if you total up what I've had on the last
Yeah.
page of suggestions with the additional other curriculum projects, but there's definitely other things that could be a part of this.
And we also talked too that there's an amendment in June, and we might need to put more funding into summer program depending on how many students are attending, how many staff we need, and we'll know that closer to June than we would in March.
Yeah.
So we also want to make sure that we're leaving us that opportunity to use funding for that if we need to.
Speaking for summer programs, how did we pay for it before?
So we've always had summer
Yeah.
programs, the high school, the elementary, and ESY. Obviously, it was at $30 an hour for teachers. We increased that. We know after COVID and the exhaustion of doing that, we needed to up that price. So this is paying for the additional $26 an hour for teachers for summer school stipends.
So it's not the total cost.
It is not the
just
total.
the differential
Correct.
between that, and that's by NEA and K contract.
It is now, I believe, in the contract at a $56 an hour rate. Yes, prior it was $30.
So that will
Yeah.
be something that will impact us a year out from now, right? So right now for this current budget year, we're able to budget for some of the salaries, hourly rates for summer school in the operating budget, and some come through ESSER. But for next year, so FY '26,
Yeah,
we're
it'll
going
be
to
the
have to
whole
look at
thing.
that
Yes.
difference
Yep.
and how we would absorb that.
Yep. Fun.
Back to the busing for summer school for 1 second.
Mhm.
Is that due to a lack of number of drivers?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we've confirmed
We
that for
we
the
use
summer.
the smaller fleet for the ESY that we are mandated to provide transportation. I'm sure Mike can speak to that, but we've had a really hard time. We've tried everything to get other busing used. There's some other bus services in the area that we've tried for the past few years and just have not been able to secure the busing, which I know has a big impact on attendance.
Is that because they're doing other things, or just because they're not interested in doing it? Like, are the buses booked for other districts or other projects, or they're just like, I'm all set working in the summer? Like,
I think it was mostly the drivers that we couldn't find.
I can
She's
get
looking
back
at
to
you.
I can get back to you. I was not involved in that conversation
Okay.
this year, so I don't have that answer. I do know our mini fleet, we offset statewide significantly. One of the things when we get into the budget later, you'll see a sharp increase. So during the summer, we use as much of our fleet as possible to minimize the statewide bill. But I can certainly get back to you on the obstacles for this summer. I do know that some of our drivers, so I don't want to speak broadly, I do know some of our drivers do have other jobs that they work during the summer, both transportation and non-transportation related.
yeah, no, I'm just curious what the obstacle is.
I'll
Yeah.
certainly get back to you.
Thanks.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. And so next on the agenda is citizens' comments. And so as a reminder, individual comments are respectfully requested to be 3 minutes. And the first person on the list is Beatrice.
Hello. Can you hear me and everything? Is this actually
So
recording?
it's a very odd thing. It's for that, but it doesn't make noise in here. We understand it's
Gotcha.
jarring,
Okay.
but we can hear you okay. But and so
All
can
right.
they with that.
So I will try and keep this brief. My name is Beatrice McGeoch. I am a recent arrival in North Kingstown. I have 2 kids with the district in high school and at Davisville Middle School. I, generally speaking, am super appreciative of being a part of this district. And part of the reason I know how well of the job that this group is doing is because I work in education. So I work at Community College of Rhode Island, where I'm the Director of Adult Education and Literacy Services. I've worked for many years with high school dropouts. GED students is how I started, sometimes English language learners, and a sequence of events. People don't typically choose to become a specialist in high school dropouts and high school equivalency, but that is what I am. And I've also done some work around disabilities and access as a contractor for the state. And I am very excited. This is my first time I've been at one of these meetings. I had the week off of work, so I thought, let me come to a school meeting so I can try a different kind of a thing. I've been managing budgets similar to this. I really appreciate the work you're doing. I know how hard it is with the huge amount of money that's suddenly gifted to us recently, and then you have to scramble to figure out how to use it. So a couple of comments. One, for the buses, I just would request that you consider paying the drivers more in the same way that you pay the teachers more for the summer work, and see if that helps. Just a quick one. Regarding GED courses and contracting potentially with Tri-Town, if that continues, I'll watch the agenda. I would love to come in and help share my expertise on high school equivalency and how that works. And then my final comment is around the agenda item to do with the letter of MOA, I believe it is, with the police department. And that is one that I see, and can we do a little back and forth? Because it seems like I just have to comment.
Sorry. So yeah, we traditionally save this time for vote, and then we will we're always happy to follow up via email or kind of when we get to that agenda item. Sometimes we address questions and comments at that point.
So I'm here briefly this evening because I got to get back to my kid at home. But the letter, it seems like you're drafting a letter. So I just wanted to share what I know and sort of put my opinion and urge you to take some action on that. And that is to do with the sort of specific agreements that we're entering into, hopefully with the police department, around the SRO. And I'm bringing this request sort of from the context of the work I do at the college, where while we want everything to go as well as possible every day, we also, as administrators and people in responsible positions of power, are trying to set things up to make sure that we've done our complete due diligence around issues of safety, issues of policy, and we know that they are, if you guys are working in a school district, you hear, I can't imagine how many stories every day about all kinds of different events, and you're processing those and you're doing the best you can to then guide and direct people to take the correct action and take care of our children and educate them as well as possible. So while we all hope everybody comes with their best intentions and on their best foot every day, what's really important is that we have something written down on the record.
30-second one.
Okay. We have something written down on the record that's going to actually guide us in the time when things aren't going as planned. So for that reason, please do try to get an agreement that this officer and any future officer is going to actually get trained in some way so that they have the capacity, and from our perspective as a district, we're protecting ourselves against any future litigation or other issues that might come up because of any incident. So I would request that we make sure we have training. And then also, for the same reason, and in the college, I received the Cleary report on I don't know if it's a quarterly basis, to do with reports that summarize everything that's happened. I think it's reasonable for us to request a report. Thank you very much. I look forward to returning.
And we do live stream them and tape them, just so I know folks do have children and things they have to go and do. So we appreciate you coming in person, but if you do need to leave, they are recorded and on the internet. Okay, any other citizens wish to speak? Are you delivering coffee right now?
Is that correct?
Huh? Here you go. Right, if you're gonna get Starbucks, we'll send you our orders. I'll Venmo it right in. I'll just order it in advance for delivering. Okay. Okay, so we'll go on. That was it, right, for citizens' comments? No one else? Okay. You can pass that to Jules, please. So we'll move on to the next agenda item, which is the superintendent's report. So we'll turn it over to Dr. Juba.
Yes, thank you.
Yep, just pass it down to Jules. Thank you.
So I just had a few things I just wanted to mention and just kind of bring up to the committee and share with the public of presentations I've been involved in and what I've seen happening around the schools. So we know recently we had Democracy Night, and that was a wonderful night to participate in with our students at the high school. They will do it again with the class for the second semester. That'll happen in June. But students had a chance to put together presentations of something that they were really passionate in, something they wanted to look into, to put out there as kind of like a problem that they were looking at wanting to fix and to promote for us. And that was a very interesting night to go through. I know you were there as well, looking at some of those presentations. Another presentation that happened recently was the Shakespeare monologue competition that I was asked to participate in at the high school. That was a few weeks ago. It's something that hasn't happened since before COVID. Mr. Blazer, one of the ELA teachers, was bringing that back, and students in the ELA departments were asked to participate. They put a monologue together. They were able to compete in that, and 3 students were chosen. 2 will go on to the state level competition. We also have Reading Week coming up in the schools. That's coming up in April. So I know that each of the elementary schools are putting together special events for the students, and they're looking for guest readers. So if anyone is interested, maybe reach out to the principals. I know some of us have already been contacted to go out there and be guest readers in the schools. There's a K-12 art exhibition that's coming up. It's on Tuesday, March 5th. It is through the North Kingstown School Department K-12 art exhibition on Tuesday, March 5th from 5 to 6, and that will be at the North Kingstown Arts Council Color Awards Ceremony at the North Kingstown Free Library at 5:30 p.m. And last, I just want to update the committee on district staff updates. I sent this out in an email, but also wanted to just mention it tonight. So we have had a few positions filled and new staff joining us. Sherry, who was our data manager, had resigned and is now working at RIDE, which is great for us to have someone up there that we can work with. Her replacement is Joanne Robitaille, who started a few weeks ago. Joanne is coming to the district from East Greenwich and has 23 years of experience in the field. So we're excited to have Joanne here as our new data manager. We will have Rosemary Florenz, who is a North Kingstown employee already. She currently works at the high school as the guidance clerk. She's going to be joining us as the human resource generalist here in central office. She's going to start the week after vacation. We also have a new staff accountant joining us. Her name is Lisa Magnone. Lisa is coming from the Johnston Public School Department. And Lisa will be joining us as a new staff accountant in central office the week after vacation. And then we also have our new director of finance starting on March 1st.
Okay, thank you so much. Any questions regarding the superintendent report? Okay. So we'll move on to the consent agenda. Before we make a motion to the consent agenda, would anyone like to remove anything from said consent agenda? Okay, great. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda, please?
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
So a motion from Mr. Case, second from Mr. Sheehan. Any discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Everything's going to be that smooth today, I promise. Funny, it's a joke. Okay. Okay, so we'll move on to reports. I do not believe we have any financial reports under that item, obviously. We'll move on to subcommittee reports, and I'll turn over to the DEI subcommittee chair, Ms. Lima.
The DEI subcommittee met on February 12th. Applications for membership on the DEI subcommittee closed on February 15th. Some of the existing members are staying on and others are not. The goal is to fill those vacancies as soon as the applications can be reviewed and brought before the school committee for approval. At the meeting, Rob Mezzadotti went through some of the feedback received so far on the draft equity vision statement. The committee will review the responses and then identify themes. Potential revisions to the current draft will be brought back to the committee at its next meeting. There were about 400 plus responses received. And while some of the statements clearly highlight the need for education, the overall response was constructive and people expressed their thanks that the district is engaging in this work. Also on the agenda table, due to lack of time, were discussion about current HR practices as they relate to increasing diversity in the workforce, a student request for an AAPI elective, and the need for education around Asian American hate in our district, and a discussion around land acknowledgements and Native American history and curriculum. The subcommittee's next meeting is scheduled for March 20th at 5:30.
Okay, thank you. Any questions regarding the subcommittee report?
Are applications for the DEI subcommittee closed?
They
or
are, yes.
They're closed
They're
officially,
closed,
okay.
yes.
Any other questions? Okay, we'll move on to unfinished business. So the first item on the agenda is the SO3 funding, so I'll make a motion for discussion.
Second.
Okay, we'll open it up to discussion. So obviously we had the presentation from Dr. Clark. Dr. Duva, anything you want to add to that?
I do not have anything to add to it.
Okay. I'll kind of start with my personal feelings is at this meeting, I feel like we have a couple unanswered questions that I would want to have answered before we start making motions to reallocate funding. I want to just get a sense from the committee, because if you all feel like we can move forward, that is fine as well. But I do think there's some outstanding numbers and things that we want to make sure that we're careful about. And I also know that some of the things that we'll do on the agenda today may have impact on it as well. And so other thoughts or questions on that?
I would agree with that.
Yes, agree, no, disagree.
You need a motion on that, Madam Chair?
No, I mean, we're just in discussion right now, just in general of, like if we had felt if we had all the information today, we could have made motions to move money around, et cetera. That's just my personal feeling. And so I think one of the things that if others feel that way, I would want to be really clear on what information we would need to Dr. Clark to make the moves, et cetera, or if we wanted more recommendations from the administration regarding kind of the full amount, and also maybe give some guidance on how much we want to see the administration save for those maybe things that come up in that would be more appropriate for like that June revision piece. So would like people's thoughts or questions at least. So if we don't have the information that we need today, like I'd like to identify some things that we would like to see to be able to make final decisions on how to reallocate the ESSER funds.
I guess actually I do have a question. So the amendment period is in March. So has this actual shift for the D building, has that amendment actually been made?
The 320 amount was put in when the Wickford Middle School ventilation project was removed in the September amendment time period. So that was previously done, yes.
Okay.
Doesn't mean that we can't in March change that around. It just, we had money for a capital improvement project at that point, the middle school project, and we reallocated it to the high school, the D building,
Okay, okay.
because it was a similar project in need of HVAC.
So time-wise, so if any changes need to be made, we need to put this on the agenda, or we need to revisit ESSER in March in order to have the amendments made in March, correct?
If you would like to spend money down between, yes, March and June, you need to have it in the March amendment period so that it's then approved at the state level so we can spend the funds down, and then anything left would be in the June amendment period.
To
So-
clarify, because I know, I just want to clarify end of March. When would, I'm sure there's work on your end though, to
Sure.
get it to the state by the end of March. And so
Sure.
timeline wise, I want to make sure that we're not putting any additional undue stress there. So
So I'd say our first meeting in March, we would have to come back with any
the 5th.
answers to any questions that you have. And that way we have time to be able to go in and make the amendments and write up the programs. And
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we had some backing on there. So I heard some questions so far. One was regarding some clarification regarding the challenges or obstacles of why we're having difficulty getting buses from our core fleet that we utilize now. And so definitely I think that would be helpful, because to the citizens' comments, like if it's something where there's availability but there needs to be incentive, like I think that would be helpful for the committee to know. Because I would agree with Ms. Lima's comments, not having that for students and families, I do believe it creates greater inequity to what kind of ESSER is created for, and trying to help all students. And so if we could figure out a solution for that, whether it be being able to engage the folks that drive for us during the school year, or going out to the MPA or going out to bid and looking for other service providers, I do think that would be important. And so a question that I would add to that is, what would be that anticipated cost? So say we used our current drivers at their current rate, like how much would that cost to transport the amount of students that we think might need summer school transportation?
And we're talking just high school, summer school this summer, correct? Middle school has a ramp-up program?
Nope, so there would be the elementary, the MTSS summer school program that's housed at Fishing Cove, and then the middle and high program at the high school,
Yep. So
in addition to the ESY at both respective buildings.
So it's roughly $350 a bus is the daily rate, so we'd have to calculate, who's attending, who needs a bus, so we can route. But that's the general, $350 a bus is the
Yep.
daily rate.
Yeah, that's helpful. $350 for a 4-hour time slot?
That's
You
just the
would mention?
daily rate.
That's the daily rate.
Yep. So that's 2 runs, 1, 2, 1.
Yeah, and that includes monitors or no?
that's
I would
just, that's
imagine
just the
no.
cost of the bus.
Yeah, that's
That's
just
just
the
the
bus. Yeah. So I think having that comprehensive number would help us too, kind of get a sense. And I know it's hard to guess, right?
Yeah.
But I always like to budget up, right? So you kind of, within reason, of course, but like, you kind of anticipate, okay, if we had this many students and they all took the bus, it might take this. We know, from past data, 70% might, or whatever. And, I think we can get a good guess or close enough just to have a sense of where it might fit into the puzzle if it was possible.
Okay.
That would be helpful for me. Other things that we need information on to be able to have the data to make decisions in the near future. I heard Mr. Sheehan ask that question regarding having a full understanding of benefits and all of those pieces. I know we have it.
You have the total actuals. I just
Yeah.
didn't itemize it by position.
Yeah, and I think that would be helpful. And again, I know it's difficult because, say, we filled that school psychologist position tomorrow, I would just budget the highest, if they took a family plan with the highest level, whatever the highest cost would be for the district. That's probably how I would guesstimate that, even that because you can't know what someone will select or not select. Other questions that we want clarification on before? Something else I was thinking about when kind of looking at what ESSER 3's goals are and what our goals are, and I think we had brought this up during the last budget conversation, but something to consider. I know one of them is helping students like English language learners, and I know that's a big goal and a gap for us as far as the scores go, and so I didn't, and I'm sure some of it's built in here on the different levels, but that would be something that I'd be interested in knowing if there were any additional, especially one-time things that we could purchase that might help us better serve that student population, knowing that is where we're trying to close the gap the most. Or anything else that's related to goals. I think that's a really important and impactful way to do that. But I also totally agree with you about the one-time cost pieces. But there are some things, right? Like helping close the digital divide. I think if I remember correctly, chronic that word's not. Yeah, there we go. Thank you. is in there, so if there's anything that people think might be beneficial or useful for that, I think would be things that we might want to consider. Other thoughts or questions on what we would want to see in the near future? Okay, thank you so much. And thank you for everyone that did the work to get to these numbers. I know it's a team effort, so. Okay, so I would make any further discussion on this item? Okay, so I will make a motion to table it. I just need this.
Second.
Okay, and then there's no discussion on that motion, so all in favor of tabling ESER 3 to a future meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Next item on the agenda is CIP, existing bond, future bond. And so, again, I'll make a motion just to discuss.
Second.
Okay, and then we'll turn it over to the administration to walk us through.
Yes. At one of our past meetings, you asked me to come back to you with my recommendation as far as a plan for the middle schools, now that I've been superintendent here since July, and next steps for us. So I believe that what we need to be doing as far as looking at a new middle school is, first, we already put out some recommendations, and the committee has agreed upon, for us to look at potential renovations of our current middle schools, as well as the land use at Whitford Middle School. So I think our first step is to review the reports that come back to us. We have the feasibility study that has already been approved, that's in process, and we will be receiving that soon. So I believe that's the first step, for us to have a school building committee meeting to review that. Tonight you're also going to review the proposal from Perkins Eastman for them to do some work to look at both of the buildings as far as renovations that are possible, that could be done at the buildings, and what that cost would be, as well as the cost for 2 new middle schools, looking at the projected population that we knew of 900 students in the future, so dividing that out between the 2 schools, so both schools would be the same size, of equal size for student population, and knowing what that would look like. We already know what the cost would be, possible cost for one consolidated middle school would be, and what that school would look like. I also believe that we need to go back and relook at that to see what changes we would want to make, because I think the cost for that also came out high, right? So we'd relook at that. So those are what I believe needs to be done first, so that way we have a better idea of what we are looking at as far as cost of renovations, cost of new builds, have all of that information reviewed at our by our school building committee, shared back up with you, and also to go back out and have more conversations with our community. I think it's really important that we are involving our community in the decisions of what we should be doing if we're going to, again, put it back out there to have one consolidated middle school or to have 2 middle schools. There are pros and cons for both. If we have one consolidated middle school, we are going to save on operating costs. And I think that's already been discussed, and that is something that we need to strongly consider. If we keep 2 middle schools, there's some authenticity of having 2 middle schools and cultures that are already there. And that also could be a viable option. But I believe that we need to first look at the work that we set out to do of reviewing the feasibility study to know if the land at Whitford Middle School can even be used. There's questions, and we'll have that phase 1 of that first study for us to review, and then also have some cost analysis to look at as far as renovations to know if Whitford Middle School can even be renovated. I think we need to consider structural analysis of the building. We need to make sure that the structure of the building can withstand any renovations that we do inside that building as well.
Okay, thank you. Questions for Dr. Duba?
Superintendent, is there any timeline for the next, or scheduling for the next school building committee?
So I believe that we should be able to schedule one in the next few weeks as soon as I know that we have we know the study's coming in. I just want to make sure that we have the study so we can bring that forward at our next meeting.
And I might add, just for FYI for the committee, just checking with the state delegation, there seemed to be some movement in terms of extending the deadline in terms of reimbursement rates up to possibly the 55%. In the Senate, there's a little movement, but in the House, nothing yet, really.
And we also would need to have a decision made by, the springtime for a bond to be able to go on a ballot for the fall, if that is what we're going to do. I know I've had conversations with our town administrator in regards to that, and that would have to be a decision that comes here from school committee to move to town council. So our timeline is short to move forward with our next recommendation.
Yes, either way, actually.
Okay. Other questions for Dr. Duba?
When are we expecting the feasibility study?
So they had told us by the end of the month.
February?
Yes.
Okay. So we had talked about getting an educational vision from the administration. What I'm hearing is more of a logistical plan. Is that what you're comfortable providing at this point?
I would right now. I really would like to get more information regarding the feasibility study and have that information so we know what our options are before putting a vision, like an educational vision together. Because that's going to change, right? That will change what our educational vision will be if we know that there's possibilities to do some work on the over at Litchfield Middle School or not.
And then my other question was, if the building subcommittee is going to meet, something I'd be interested to know why the pre-K option was not, that had been initially, going back and looking, the pre-K option had been the one that was most favored, and it had kind of been discounted. Wondering whether that is something that should be brought back.
Okay. And I think that was something where the pre-K was going to be at the middle school, or
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's an interesting point, Jen, because I know that was part of it, and in part of a couple of the different models, whether it was to go either stay at one of the schools or move, et cetera. But I do think for long-term planning, especially with hopefully conversations at the state level, but then also at our level, talking about what that could look like and the benefits of programs like that. I do think that would be a good thing to circle back on, because I think we kind of lost it in translation. I would agree with Jen. Other questions or thoughts for Dr. Duba regarding the middle school plans?
Can I ask some? Can the audience ask?
We're so sorry. Not today, but I did hear Dr. Duba say that there was going to be some opportunities for some more conversations with the community, and so we'll make sure to get that information out, and you're always welcome to shoot us an email, and we're happy to follow up as well. Thank you.
Sorry, one more thing. If we're talking about spring, it's February 20th, so
Yep.
just in terms of, I heard Ken say scheduling building subcommittee in the next few weeks. I don't see how spring is realistic, just in terms of timing.
Yep. Yeah, and as a reminder, I think maybe 3 meetings ago, I had provided that document to the committee regarding, kind of what the timeline would look like if we had submitted a phase 2 application, and then what it would look like if we did a phase 1, and the things that would have to happen from there. So obviously we know that we ended up doing a phase 1 at this stage, but we would need to have approved language to the town council probably early April, and so that would mean us making decisions in March if we want to do a November bond referendum. But to Mr. Sheehan's point, at this point, any conversations that I've heard regarding extensions for the additional reimbursements that we would have been eligible for are still, even if movement, are going to be contingent on something that we won't be able to hit because we did not submit that stage 2, and so I think that timeline is important, but also we need to make some decisions, because also as I'm looking at the CIP and things, we're getting backed up on doing nothing to a building that we know, particularly with Whitford Middle School, that we need to do things to. So the longer we kind of think about this and whatnot, the longer it's gonna kind of, we're talking about a whole another year possibly. So something definitely to consider.
I'm just wondering if maybe we could simultaneously, if, you know, Ken, if we're gonna go back out to the public, maybe we could schedule those at the same time as the building subcommittee, rather than waiting for the building subcommittee to meet.
Right. No, I would agree. I think it's important that we have a rather aggressive timeline put together, because we don't have a lot of time to get back to town council as far as recommendations for bond. And I know that's something we're talking with the town administrator, you know, he would like to see happen.
Other thoughts? The only thing I would just add to that is I agree that conversations with the community are really important. I also think like honoring what information has been given to us from the community is important as well. So I've been grateful to the community members that came to the public forums that we held in the fall. Was that the fall? In the fall, and also the ones that took the time to fill out the survey, as well as the ones that participated in the initial kind of work that was done with the survey and the focus groups then. And so I do think if we do go out to have conversations with the community, like having a little bit more of an involved one, so that they don't just feel like they're coming and saying the same things that they've said to us like again and again. And so kind of taking a look at all of those different data points that we already have and bringing some sort of focused conversation, I think would be important. Because it is a complicated decision, and also like a lot of moving pieces that I don't think the general public like fully knows. And so I think it would be important for us to kind of think through what we presented at those, if anything, and what questions we're hoping to glean from those conversations with the community beyond what information we already have.
I think that was one of the other questions too. Was there any part of the facility master plan that the administration no longer felt was viable?
Or needed to be revisited from a data perspective.
Right. Was there?
I wouldn't say anything. I wouldn't say it's not viable. I mean,
Anything
it's only a few years old, so
anything
I
that
think
needed to be revisited?
I don't know if I would say it's anything that have to be specifically revisited. I just think that we're going to continue to have you know, if we're going back out to put together a recommendation, I think it's important that we have community feedback on that recommendation.
We did deep dive the enrollment.
For the feasibility report, if it comes back, and I guess it could inconclusive, and we need a stage 2, how quickly can we pivot to get that started?
We know we'll need a stage 2 because Mr. Waterman taught me that if you have a septic system, you automatically
you're gonna
need a
need
stage 2.
Yep.
Hey, listen, Mike.
Yep.
So are we moving on that already, or?
We've
You
not moved on. So first you have to get so during the DMS days when we were looking at that site, we talked about that.
Can you do them at the same time? But you
Yeah,
can't, right?
right, because what you learn in phase 1 triggers the exam for phase 2. So until phase 1 is complete.
But how soon after it's complete can we start?
We would get a proposal.
And we have to approve it and funding and all that.
And fund it. Yep.
Okay.
Is it possible, knowing that we need to do like we know because it has a septic that we're going to have to do some piece of that, is it possible to get the motions in place to schedule things like that before we get the final?
So it's a little bit difficult because they wouldn't know what they'd be
Yeah.
proposing. So
You know some things, but not all
not the
of it.
full scope.
Yeah.
But I would think, I mean, we've done a lot of work with PAR, and they were very responsive to the phase 1. I would imagine they would be similarly responsive to the phase 2. The big question is going to come down to funding and what our funding sources are.
So maybe a 2-week turnaround as opposed to a month turnaround, or are we going to be a full month?
I think the phase 2 actually takes longer than the phase 1.
Okay, other questions?
And just to clarify, part of the phase 2, it's coming back to me now, public meetings, notices, so, and there are just certain timelines, it has to be posted for this many days, so, that's part of the duration. But I can work on those answers.
So that puts us into, well into April.
Yep.
Which means we may miss the opportunity to get it to town council in time.
Well, and part of it's also going to depend on what the phase one says.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, we may get information that
So that
changes
we know.
everything, right?
Yeah.
And then we
Yeah.
know.
And then we know, so that's the important part. Okay, that's true.
I would say, as far as, scheduling the building subcommittee, if they say that they're gonna get it in February, like maybe getting that scheduled, because I know there's a lot of people, on that committee that would need to coordinate their schedules, et cetera, so maybe getting that on the books in the anticipation of it coming through, and it could always be postponed or moved, but, that would be, I think, beneficial.
I think that's a great idea, Madam Chair.
Yes. Okay, anything else on this item for now? Okay, see what the dirt tells us. That's what we're waiting for, right? To see what's in the ground? Okay, moving on to the next, item to do, the quick one. One thing to do, Dr. Duva, a question for you. Anything that you want to move up or whatnot? Because I know this meeting was originally scheduled as a building, a budget workshop, and so, but then because of the snow, we had to, roll some items over, and so kind of your thought on, do you want to dig into the budget first? Do you want us to do things and then circle back to that? What would be your preference? And are there anything that, like, would inform, like,
Yeah, I mean, if you wanna move the other items up first, we could do that. I think those are probably quicker conversations than the operating budget.
that's usually like the kiss
So-
of whatever. Does the committee have any preference regarding how we order it? Just knowing that the budget is a big conversation?
I mean, I think the operating budget's gonna take the longest, so if the other things need to get taken care of, we
Yeah.
should move them up.
Should we, yeah,
Yep.
so I'll make a motion to move, unfinished item C, FY '25 operating budget, to be the last item on the agenda before we go into executive session.
Second.
Okay. Okay, so we have a motion and a second, any discussion? Okay, you're good with that, Ken?
Yeah.
Alright, I'm just thinking like instead of, it feels choppy. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Okay, thank you so much. So we'll, obviously move on to the next, where am I now? Okay, item D, so NKSD, necessity of school construction stage 1 application. Can we get a motion to discuss?
So moved.
Okay, give me a second.
Second.
Okay, and I'll turn it over to Ken or Mr. Waterman, for the conversation.
So in your packet, you have a lengthy document, which is the stage one document.
In the folder? No,
The folder's just budget.
just kidding, not the folder.
No,
Hold on.
it's electronic. It's not.
Oh, not in
I'm
front of
sorry,
me at all.
no, it
Okay.
is not.
That's okay, I just,
I
there's a lot of
believe, what was it,
papers to sign.
600 pages?
585 pages was your document.
Is the complete document. Now,
How you broken up.
yeah, a number of that is.
We will note for Jules' minutes that she had to break up that agenda, it was so long.
was too large. So a lot of it is, the education facility master plan, I think it's close to 300 pages. That's embedded in there. Then there are pieces of the enrollment study that have to go with the enrollment section. So some of it is repetitive, but there's also in there some of the form letters that you send to RIDE.
Okay. Thank you so much. And then again, as a reminder, this actual application was due on February 15th, and so obviously we had the snow issue last week, and I don't know if it was attached or not, but I do believe that we have written correspondence from RIDE regarding the delay. They knew that this meeting was today.
Correct, and we
Fine.
submitted the draft to them.
Yep.
Along with the memo, so
Yep.
that they have this draft. We submitted the agendas where it was on for the 6th, the
Yep.
13th.
Okay, so we're still fine for that deadline, but that's kind of where we're at.
But they,
Yeah.
Mike, they don't require us having to approve it first technically, or no?
In a normal situation, yes, it would have been approved and submitted on the
In
15th.
lieu of the inclement weather.
Exactly.
Yeah, that's what, so, I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear on that, because it's clearly the 20th, and it was due on the 15th, but we were on top of it last week, when we had that snow cancellation, so. I can't get this document open.
Why is Bob Correnti's resume the only one that's in the packet?
Because they had to have the resume of the person who's responsible for the oversight of the facilities.
You're not applying for a job at RIDE, right? I can just check.
Not that I'm aware of, I hope not.
I am just waiting for
It's a load?
Yeah, something, I don't know.
The agenda took a minute for me to load as well. I think it's because of the size.
Other questions regarding the application? Just for clarification, Mike, and sorry that I can't get it open this second. Wickford and Davisville, all the projects for both Wickford Middle School and Davisville Middle School are included in what we submitted?
Correct, as part of this capital. So what we submitted, one of the sections is the
Yep.
capital improvement plan. So
Yep.
it is the complete capital improvement plan with all of our buildings, yes.
Yeah, I knew we had two different versions though. There was like the version that didn't have it and the version that did,
This
but
is
the
the
one that
full.
did is the full one. Okay, thank you for that clarification.
No problem.
Any other questions?
So you say both, it means it has both a reno and a total new build, or?
That'd be stage 2. This is just identifying the
Oh, the issues,
needs.
right.
Yeah,
The
the needs of
Yep,
both
yep,
of the schools.
That's right.
Yep. And at one point we had a CIP that didn't include Davisville and Wickford any like needs or renovations.
Right.
Assuming that we would be we were hoping the bond was going to pass obviously in
Right.
November, and so that original draft didn't include those because we wouldn't have been
Right.
putting them in, but then we
But
did
now
work
we do.
through and put them back in.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
And so how we will address that and what we decide to do will be up to us. But it's kind of outlines some of the really important needs as far as the different categories go.
Mhm.
Other questions? Is there anything vastly different, Mike, in this document than the one that we approved a year ago?
No.
Other than some, I'm imagining, additional CIP needs? Great.
So the CIP plan is the major difference. So last year, it did not have the building.
It's what we presented to you in December.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I get that. It was just clarifying the application itself,
So,
like if
yeah.
there was anything that we really, in a 500-page document, things that we should be keying in or looking at that were vast differences.
Last year's version just said it will be coming. Now it's included.
Understood, yeah. Okay, anything else on this item? We do need a motion to approve.
So moved.
Great,
Second.
okay. Any further discussion? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the NKSD Necessity of School Construction Stage 1 application, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you so much. Moving on to item E, I had originally put this on to talk through the building subcommittee membership, and so, but I think the conversation is actually bigger, and so we, with having new members on the subcommittee, et cetera, kind of thinking through the memberships, et cetera, and so the way that it is written does not allow us to have that bigger conversation, and so I would like to make a motion to table that item.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. And so we'll come back to that later. And then moving on to new business. Item 1 is the, I'll make a motion to approve the Perkins Easton Middle School feasibility fees, just for the sake of time and discussion.
Second.
Okay, and so I'll turn it back over, I'm guessing, to Mr. Waterman to walk us through this one.
Yes, so in the packet, I'm sorry, when I say in the packet, I mean the electronic
packet,
version,
yeah.
not necessarily the one
That's
inside you, is a proposal from Perkins Eastman for $55,000 to do the feasibility of both schools, both renovation and new builds.
Just get there, hold on one second.
So,
I'm also looking for it in the document because I was just looking at the abbreviated page, so page 612. 612, thank you. Thank you, Ralph.
My jump skip is not working. There we go.
so we had talked, Mike, that about where the funding for this will come from. We can use the RIDE technical assistance perhaps.
So RIDE issued us that funding to do the necessary stage 2 work. These feasibility studies are going to guide us as to what our stage 2 decision
Yep.
is.
And if we did not, where would the money come from?
I don't have that answer.
Right, so I guess that's my question with that.
And we do have to think about this because one of my bits of homework, again, along the stage 2 and feasibility is we're doing another ESA, we are going to have to start to identify funding sources as it relates to feasibility, because we had allocated $10,000 and $20,000 for OPM services for the Wickford feasibility and stage 2 search. The PAR phase 1 ESA was in the $6,000 to $7,000 range, and then if we do $55,000 here, we're really getting close to that $100,000. So
Can you restate those a little slower for me, Mike?
Yep, so $30,000 total for OPM services for stage 2 and Wickford feasibility. And I'll try and get the exact dollar amount for the phase 1 ESA. $6,450.
Sorry, say it again.
6450
Thank you.
for the phase 1 ESA. And then the Perkins proposal is 55,000.
And that's for all four.
That's for
which
all
we
four.
don't need to choose all four. We don't want to.
Correct. You can a la carte and decide, we don't want to look at, pick one.
Okay.
Just to clarify on the $30,000 for the OPM for the stage 2, obviously we didn't do that, and so where does that land as far as the money that's actually been spent versus what we thought we were gonna need? I know we shifted and did the phase 1, but I would imagine it's not the same level of.
No, I don't believe we've received any invoices for work to date.
Yep. So is that 30,000 spent, or is that 30,000
So
encumbered?
So it's reserved, it's encumbered, so that as we move along in this process, we do have some funding for our stage 2, whether it be in September of 2023 or February of 2025. I'm sorry, September of 2024.
Yep. It's sitting there. Is what you're saying.
Yep.
Yep. But some of it probably has been spent for the Wickford feasibility.
I would say a small amount has been spent for Wickford feasibility.
Because those were two separate.
Two separate.
10 and 20, two separate buckets.
Yep. And I believe the Wickford feasibility was 10 and the stage 2 was 20.
20, yep.
So we can assume out of that 30,000 number you just gave us, 10,000 has been spent, 20,000 is earmarked.
I think 10,000 is really high, really, really high. I
Yeah.
don't think she's anywhere close to that. I think a minimal amount has been spent on Wickford. Because again, Wickford feasibility that's her fee, not, so you've got her
it's
fee
not
and then the PAR fee,
yeah,
so it's not.
I understand, yeah. I'm just trying to figure out, based on what we have here, what we were allocated from RIDE, kind of where we are total, and I'm just, the numbers aren't quite numbering.
It's getting close, yeah.
Well, but also it's not, encumbered is way different than invoiced,
Mhm.
so. Can you explain to the committee a little bit, and I kind of see it in the proposal of what output we'll actually get for the money. So when it says something like renovations to Wickford Middle School, $13,750. What, and I know that that's an hourly rate, et cetera, but can you explain, just so the committee and the community understands, what we will get for that exactly? Because I kind of see it in this, but I want to be really clear about what we're getting for that.
So we're going to get an idea of what a school may look like, what a renovation may look like, and then estimated costs for these projects. So an estimated build at Wickford, depending on right where it's built, how it's built. We'll have to look at it's not called flip space.
Swing space?
Swing space. Swing space. What that cost is. So it's looking at like, we're not going to get we're going to get block diagrams. We're not going to get 3-dimensional like everything.
Yeah.
We're not getting designs. It's
Yeah.
more block level. Like, okay,
This is
what it would
how
look
big
like.
your gym would be. This is how big your classrooms would be based on the amount of students, square
Yep.
footage, et cetera.
Yep.
Okay. Would
This
it
is
be?
where it would sit on the site.
Okay, I was going to ask that. Yep, that was literally where I was going. And then for that piece, with the, so we would get an output of like kind of that presentation that we received last time of like, this is how much it would cost, including swing space, including all of the different pieces. Like we'll get to that level for this price.
You would get estimates, yes, from
Yep.
an estimator.
Yep. Okay. Other questions regarding this?
My feel is that we should just do the renovations at this time, just the 2 renovations, and not the 2 middle schools for 2 reasons. 1 for cost, and 2 because if we end up going with, let's say, Ken or the community says, no, we're gonna stick with 1 middle school, then we don't need to price out the 2 until we get further. I would say in the interest of those 2 things. Because the reason why we walked down this path in the first place was to say that we had explored the renovation. And so that's really what we're trying to figure out at this time. I mean, we could always revisit.
I disagree, Jen, just because, I think some of the feedback that I heard from the community is that, everybody has different opinions on what might be best.
Yep.
And there's no perfect answer. And so I do think having I felt confident making the decision about 1 middle school, based on the data that I had, with concepts, right, of what we had heard from the architects about how much it could cost, how it would fit, et cetera, in different places. But I do think, like, in making a decision that has a lot of cultural change and also has a lot of potential long-term, like impact on the community, that unfortunately, like, based on how the bond went, like, we have to spend this money to get them the data to at least be able to justify decisions, because it was clear that just saying, hey, we've looked at all of these things and this is the best choice, like, was not satisfactory.
Right, and I would recommend going with all
which is tricky,
4,
but-
because we are talking about a very tight timeline and want to get this information, and so if we have all of these plans to look at, it's going to help us make a better decision.
I'm
Is there-
concerned about funding.
Yeah. No, it's a very valid and very,
Yeah. I mean, because we haven't seen an updated fund balance, so I don't know what we have. We depleted a large portion of our fund balance the first go around. If we do this, we're gonna tap out the 100,000, and then where are we with the next go around?
I think it's an investment that we need to explore and have the options, so we have at least the facts at our fingertips, so we can justify any decision that the committee decides.
So, and what I was going to say is, I guess if you're looking at that spring deadline for knowing, this would at least give you, by doing all 4, this would say, this is the rental cost, this is the new build cost, or estimate, and my fear is if you start getting into the renovation, and the renovation is too cost prohibitive, we haven't answered the question of, well, what does it cost for a new one? Because then it's still, is it, so let's say by doing this feasibility, renovations are ruled out for whatever reason, and I'm not saying it will be, but now I don't know if you have enough time to try and hit a spring bond question to find out the cost of, well, is it 2 new ones? What's the cost for 2 new ones versus 1? So just knowing, I think part of it, you have to be able to answer the question of, are we still targeting November? Are we still targeting a September stage 2 and a November bond, or are we looking at a stage 2 in February, a year from now, with a bond maybe the following November, unless you did a spring?
Understanding the time crunch and the financial side, the one thing that I heard from the community loud and clear was we hadn't done due diligence. We hadn't presented them all the options. My fear of not presenting all of the options and saying, well, we gave you the information on that last time, is it's going to be viewed as old information. I think we have to do the series like you're suggesting in order to really lay all our cards on the table and say, okay, here's the game. These are current data. This is the current estimate. We heard what you said. Feedback, and go from there.
Where did we land with the assessments of the 2 buildings regarding that threshold that we talk about a lot? I know we had talked about the word is massively escaping my brain right now.
The FCI?
Yes, the FCI.
Yep, so that was put on hold.
Yep.
And so we did put that on hold because once we get this information, if you know, we're going to know if we can or cannot do anything with Whitford Middle School.
The
So-
first one, but not what Mike is proposing to us right now, not this item, right?
Well, this information will give us what the cost would be to see if it's even worth renovating Whitford Middle School.
Yeah, I guess my question would be though, is that I wouldn't be able to make that decision if I didn't understand what that score was now, because it was so close to the threshold, and so like to spend $13,750 to work out what renovating that building is, to not know that score before I allocate that money seems silly, because why do drawings of a building that is not worth renovating, which is what most folks led us to believe based on the data from 2016 that was presented in 2017. I know it's kind of like a weird circle, but like I'm just thinking about spending $13,750 to get like information about a renovation that might like statistically not be worth doing.
I go back to Debbie's comment that I think we need to show the public, because they're going to make the decision, not us, ultimately, if they approve the bond or not. As to have that information to move out, a minimum might be worth the investment for $13,000.
What was the cost of doing the scores?
25,000.
25?
That would be for the one building, so we don't look at doing, we only did it for Whitford Middle.
We would want
But
So
if
half
you
of
did
that
both,
cost.
it would be
No, it would be 25 for Wickford.
so 5,000.
No, 25.
25.
No, that's okay.
So 50,000
50.
for both. And then back to Jen's point, so when you add up those three numbers, not including the $50,000 for the FCI scores, it comes to 91,450. And so I think to wherever we land with that, then so that leaves you about a little bit less than $9,000, and then whatever we decide, we have to then do all the renderings and the drawings for the new plan to be able to do the stage 2 application. And so do we have an estimate of how much that will cost because we need to either build that into the budget, the operating budget, or we need to figure out a different way to fund that.
So the Perkins fee, so I'm just going to go off of the
Yeah.
middle school, was going to be another $850,000 to do the stage 2 work for the single middle school.
And if we approve the 4 options tonight, but then we get the feasibility study next week, and there's something in there that says you cannot build the Wickford site, is it possible to kind of claw that back a little bit so we don't spend that $13,000? Or is it, once we approve it, it's approved and it's done?
So I'm sure we can have that conversation with them.
Okay.
You know,
That's what I would hope.
you
No,
know,
well, yeah, but
until that ESA has been reviewed,
Right.
start on the DMS side. You know, we could not have them do the Wickford work, have them do the start on the Davisville renovation, new build aspect
wait, what? You lost me. Sorry.
Have them start at Davisville
instead of Wickford.
So it gives us time to
Get
figure out
MS,
Wickford.
yeah.
Understood.
And
Yeah,
then
thank
if
you.
Wickford comes up and we can't build there, or we shouldn't build
Yeah,
there,
yeah, yeah.
then we can say, oh, we're not gonna do this work now. But he'll have to have a conversation with Perkins to make sure that's okay.
That's a good suggestion.
I'm concerned about signing this though or approving this without, like, yes, maybe Perkins is nice, but I don't like signing official documents that might change. Does that make sense? Like, I don't want us to sign something and say, yes, we're willing to. It basically says, like, if you sign this, you are saying that you will provide, to provide flexibility to NKSD with proposed fee services of each option. Estimates are not to exceed. Does that
So-
Andrew, does that statement, estimates not to exceed, allow us to back out
That's, I'm
of?
checking that right now for
Okay,
that.
yeah, if you could look at that, that would be
What I'm
important. If
wondering-
not, I would caution us not to approve it today. 'Cause
What I'm
that's
wondering is, would
concerning.
you feel more comfortable approving a not to exceed amount of this, and whether I could ask them to split the proposal in half, give us a proposal for Wickford Middle School, a proposal for Davisville Middle School. You've given us the approval of the not to exceed dollar amount. Kenny signs, the superintendent signs the DMS approval tomorrow, and once we know Wickford is go, no go, he can then sign the Wickford one, because we have your approval for the not to exceed dollar amount. And then we don't lose time, right?
Then we have flexibility to work with Perkins Eastman on the plan, and the plans get done first, without having to come back, because otherwise now we're coming back to the committee again, and that's now pushing us off even more.
Yeah, that's only my thought, is you approve the dollar amount, and we schedule the work. So as not to hold us up.
Jen, to your point about like the money piece, like I keep sitting here thinking, okay, like we don't spend this money and we invest that money into kind of just moving forward on a plan that would be decided. We're still $750,000 short. Like, and I do think, you know, to like, as much as I don't want to spend money that's not needed, I think, you know, being able to have a good understanding of what it would cost to do these different projects is helpful. But also, I think, like, for me, it's not the only answer. You know, like, the big thing, like, say we look at all three options and it says, like, this one's the cheapest one. That's where it goes back to the question that you had originally posed to the administration on, like, what is best for students. Like, it might come back to be cheapest to renovate a building, but that doesn't mean that we're going to be able to get class sizes up to a place where they need to be. Or, you know, like there's some constraints when you renovate that it might still not be the best choice with other factors, and the piece and the cost factor is one factor of the greater kind of ecosystem of what we are trying to achieve as a district for our facilities. And so I think that's something to think about. The other thing that I don't know what work or who is most appropriate to do the work, but the thing that Ken said earlier about the operational costs keep kind of running through my head about, like, can we get some estimates on, like, some actual quantifiable estimates on, like, what the cost savings over a span of, like, how long maybe it would take to pay off the bond would be in operational savings costs of different options, because I think that matters as well when we're thinking about costs and kind of the overall strategic plan for our buildings. Because thinking about, you know, we built the high school and, like, we need a new roof, you know, like, those things come up really fast, almost immediately after you finish paying off a bond. And so I think that that's an important piece for us to consider when we're thinking about the overall money, about what are those savings and how that might impact our decisions. So I don't know who estimates things like that in an official way.
So I know Perkins was starting to do some of that work in late October. They were starting to look at the efficiency savings of going with a green building with solar, and how you could save, you know, X hundreds of thousands of dollars by having a green building. So
Yeah.
they did have experts in the field who were doing that,
Yep.
and that's all like part of their package. Once they you know, they were looking at our existing buildings, you know, comparing them to what a new building would, but once the bond did not pass, that work all stopped.
Yeah, and I think it's not, for me, it's not that piece about, like, solar is better than not solar. It's like, hey, if you renovate a building, because it's not like, you know, you might have some constraints, right? You might not be able to put in full HVAC or, you know, whatever. Like, you would maybe
What's the cost
anticipate.
efficiency of renovating a building versus having a new building,
Yeah.
right?
I was talking about the.
Efficiencies of
Yeah, I was saying the after part of, like, how to hold, like, we were talking about, like, the operational costs of one building versus two, and then also I think, like, is it the same if it's new or if it's renovated? Like, as far as, like, costs that we would expect for a building like that. Like, I think if those are able to be done by Perkins and have those projections done, like, that would be important information to have.
Madam Chair, I did take a look at this. It does specify that it's a menu, and we have the option of selecting any or all of the options for study, and then it suggests we pick the one. So, to Ms. Lima's point, I don't think you could pick all four and then not pay for a couple. I mean, or at least this document doesn't reflect that, but I think you could certainly say we'd like to go with option A and B and revisit C and D at a later time, or so I mean, you do have some flexibility, but I think if you were to push forward with all four, the document as written, you'd be committed to doing those four. That's not to say they wouldn't work something out
Yeah,
afterwards, but
That's good. Is it possible to do 27,500, which is 2, and not designate where? So like if we get the so then like the Wickford stuff comes back, they say yes, like it's worth like doing a stage 2 on that, then you could like move forward on that piece versus if they say no, you could shift it and do the Davisville part. Does that make sense?
it does. I don't think that's contemplated by the way this is written either. Again, not to say that they wouldn't do that,
Yeah.
but it seems pretty, renovations new. Check the boxes for the 4. Or 2 or 1.
What about the not to exceed dollar amount? Does that fit into the scope of the agenda?
It doesn't change the election of the what
document.
am I looking for here? The actual the estimates that they're doing, the projects. Do you know what I mean?
I mean, we also have a meeting like next week, right?
Yeah, so I mean, we could pick Davisville and then have it come back with another one and pick Wickford at the next one.
Or you could get further clarification to Mr. Waterman's point, and they could fold something into this which would give you some flexibility to shift assignments or shift priorities as time goes. Like I said, it's not they've been my experience with them is they've been very accommodating, but
They have,
to the chair's point, to get it in writing,
Yeah.
that shouldn't be too hard, I wouldn't think.
My only other comment, just on the doing the renovations and not the full thing, is back in the beginning, before we had delved too deep in this, Perkins Eastman had kind of given us a rough cost, like just one building, square foot per, that was what we got our initial cost on. So my feeling is, like, if we're looking at new, it's easy to do a rough calculation of footage on new. The renovation is the unknown.
Mm-hmm.
So if we're looking to save money, like, we can say, a new building at Whitford is X amount of square feet, new building at Davisville is X amount of square feet, like, this is the cost of that versus one building. Like, the renovation is the unknown, and that's where we need this higher level calculation. That's just something to consider.
And I think the only thing that they would also add on a new build would be the swing space. What that swing space cost is going to be, because I think, I'm sorry, on a renovation, or a new build, depending on where it's built,
Yeah.
right? Is the building built on the front lawn where the fields are now, or is that swing space and then the building is dropped? And then,
Yeah.
so the,
I think it's more complicated than that, unfortunately. It's a valid point, but I think like it matters, like where they put it, and they have to do the, like, we remember we just did it, like where the land is, etc. Okay, so we actually are under a motion to approve it as is, and so if somebody wants to amend it, if somebody wants to call the question, if we want to have more discussion, all of those options are on the table. We could table it until and see if the document can be edited. There's kind of 4 or 5 different paths forward right now.
What do you recommend, Superintendent?
I would recommend that we do look at all 4 options, just because of the timeline that we're under. I know it's going to cost more money, but these are the options that we put forward. We know this is what people in the community are asking for. So, I mean, I would go with what's proposed.
So with that said, and I know we're getting to the budget conversation soon, that would mean that we would need to look and find another $841,000 in our budget.
So we would need money to do a stage 2.
Yep.
To be able to put that work forward. A stage 2 would be due in September. A bond would not go through until November to cover the cost of the construction. It wouldn't cover the cost of the work that's needed for the stage 2.
Mm-hmm. So what I said is, so if we want to do this, no, I think it's important because, like, if we're not doing this, we're not doing this. Like, and I know that sounds like a little crass, but like if we're not as a district going to be willing to put up another $840,000, which is the difference between what this work is and what we would need to do to get to the stage 2 application to even get to November, then investing this money right now, like, there's no other option for this money, right? The $100,000.
It's for stage 2
Yeah.
work, so it could be for anything related to getting our stage 2
Yeah.
in.
It's just like, do we want to take that money and put it here, or is it? Are we not like we have to We would have to find that money in the budget.
You're talking about the $840,000.
Yeah.
I don't think we have $840,000.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So.
Well, the question is, do we need a new middle school?
Oh, that is
Yes.
clear.
And if that's the case, we can either punt indefinitely or to the next term, or we can act upon it and make that investment, which is, it's painful, it's not a small amount of money, but
Or you just put up the original plans that we had the last time we voted at a presidential election and see what happens. That's another option.
I don't see that succeeding, Madam Chair, just
Yeah.
with respect.
No, and I get that, and I grapple with it too, if it would pass or not pass. I think having such a small amount of people vote in a non-general election, like I know we had a high one for what that is, which is sad on its own, but that's the cheapest way to do it, is put forward the work
The
that
other
we
thing is we
already
look
have.
at, we just have them, I know we wanted to go through the feasibility study, right? We want to make sure that if we're going to do anything at Woodford, that yes, the land can be used. But I think the biggest question that was out there was, why can't you just renovate Woodford? Not many people were asking about Davisville. Really, the question was asked of Woodford. So if you approve the option of just renovating, and you approve that, we can wait, see what the feasibility study says, and then move forward Perkins Eastman to do the work of looking at renovations.
You lost me. One more
Yeah,
time.
yeah.
So to look at Wickford
Yeah,
first.
what I'm saying is only approve plans to look at renovations for the buildings, for the two middle schools. With the option of only looking at renovations for Wickford Middle School, because that's really where a lot of that conversation they asked for from the community is, why aren't you renovating Wickford Middle School? And so if we only look at doing work with Perkins Eastman on Wickford Middle School, if the feasibility study comes back saying that yes, you can use the land, there's no large concerns, major concerns that are going to say maybe we shouldn't be going forward with this because now more money we're putting into doing studies at Wickford Middle School. Then we move forward Perkins Eastman to look at renovations for that building.
I think ultimately we have more time
And then you're not putting out the full amount, you're only putting out the amount for the renovations.
I was saying, I think we have more time or more leash, if you will, on Davisville Middle School in terms of renovations versus Wickford Middle School.
The FCI scores are actually horrifyingly close, if I remember correctly.
They weren't too far off.
Yeah, and then we're not even talking about our worst one, which is Forest Park. That's the one that has
Right.
the worst
I agree with
number.
you there,
Yeah.
Forest Park, for sure.
I mean, it's the data. Yeah, I mean, it's.
Right.
So I think that's where Wickford is worse. It visually, right? When you're looking at it, like it definitely. But when you compare it, I can't think of. I'm trying to find the data that I have, and again, it's old data from 2016 and 2017. Like they're actually fairly close, and
Well,
so I
mean,
feel
it's-
like.
This could be a situation of doing a back-to-back as opposed to, I mean, it's gonna be back-to-back in one way or the other. It's a question of which one you're gonna prioritize first, based upon need, maybe accessibility in the school and so forth.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's an important, a good point, is that you then need to build in inflation costs if you're going to delay them, right? If you're going to do one and then the other, the second one is going to cost even more than if you did it now, right? If you don't do them simultaneously.
But that is,
Because of the
assuming
cost.
we can do two schools at one time, that's a big bond, that's a mega bond, actually, by some definitions. Probably about 150 million, two schools.
Okay, so again, we have a motion on the table right now to approve the feasibility fees as presented. Does anyone want to make an amendment, or do you want me to call the question?
Might as well call it what it is.
Again, this is all four, so. You want me to call the question?
There's your recommendation, Superintendent? All four?
if we're looking to save money,
Yeah.
because there's concerns that we don't have money to do the stage
Yeah.
2, then I would say only put the proposal forward of looking at doing the renovations. And that way we're not paying the full price. And looking at the cost for what it would be to build 2 new schools.
And I think the question from the community, what I was hearing was they wanted to know what the renovation costs would be. They didn't say we want those schools each rebuilt. I think if we showed that the renovation costs were either okay, we'll do the renovations, or if they were too high, then I think the point of having a combined school would probably make more sense to people. Because I think they just saw the big numbers.
I think that we need to get all the data. Like, I think in this town, we need to really have the data, and it sucks to have to spend this money, and it sucks to have to pay another $850,000 to do another drawing when we just did that for what we thought was the best choice. But I feel very strongly that, like, with the missing pieces of not having the information on what it would cost to do 2 new middle schools, or a combo of like a renovated DMS and a new Wickford, which I heard a lot, or, you know, all of those different pieces, like, we're just gonna say we don't have that data and we don't have that information. And, like, as much as I would like to save $27,000, like, that is pennies in the greater $850,000 like goal of getting to a stage 2 application. And so, like, it's either do nothing for me, like you just say we have to figure this out in a different way, or it's you need all of the data, because halfway to me is not getting us anywhere, and it's not even like, it's such a small amount of the 850,000, which we do not have. So that's kind of where I am.
I respectfully disagree, because I think all I heard, like Debbie said, was renovation. I didn't hear anybody say, I want a brand new building in each spot.
See, I think the issue is the renovations versus a combined new school. I never heard anybody in the community say, I want to keep the 2 schools, redo them. The voice was, as the superintendent said, about Wickford, and there's a strong family tie, community tie to that school, where they said, we don't want it taken down, fix it for us. So I think if we look at the renovation costs and say, okay, for us to fix these 2 schools and get them where they need to be, it's going to cost this much. Or we can invest in 1 school that's, you know, top of the edge, you know, all high-tech school system, and have a combined school for this much. That's what I was hearing that they were asking for.
Yeah, and I've heard, I mean, it's so hard because it's all anecdotal. I heard that, of course, but then I also heard, like, and I wonder if it's because we weren't moving the geographic location of where DMS is now, as far as, like, I think a lot of the concern was, like, oh, we're used to having a school here, and we're not going to anymore. Like, and I did hear some people say, do new there. I heard some people say renovate there. I think I'm thinking about, like, the fact of, it's not just, like, how much does it cost to renovate? Is it worth renovating? And is the state going to reimburse us? Or does it even make sense to put money into a facility that isn't going to get us a long-term return on investment? And so I feel like having the information for both new and renovate is important, because, like, you get a number back for renovate, and that number will look different than what the combined school is, but you don't know what it costs to do new. So you might be making a decision to renovate when it actually would be cheaper to do 1 new school at the Wickford site. And so that's where, like, I feel like we unfortunately need all the information to make a different, like, a decision than the one that we made last time.
Call the question.
Yeah, that's fine.
I agree with you, Madam Chair. I think if we don't have, I mean, if we just tell them renovations, it's apples and oranges. We need to give them the full picture. And I think our credibility will be enhanced by doing that.
I mean, ideally, I think we should have full disclosure and do all 4. But if we were looking truly at a cost savings, then I would feel comfortable with just looking at the price of renovation. But ideally, yes, I would like to present all 4.
I think all 4 makes sense. I would still like to wait on Wickford until we get the feasibility study. So can we postpone until he can have a conversation with
We can wait till next week.
yeah. I can't even
We just
remember
lose
the
a
name of the
week.
company now. I know. But does that really make a difference?
It really honestly probably does not.
It's Monday, not much is gonna happen. I mean, I don't know what they would do between now and Monday.
Nothing. Mr. Waldman, are you comfortable
Yep.
with that concept?
Oh, yeah.
So again, the question that we are in discussion on is approving it as is, which includes all 4 choices. So I can either call that question or someone can make an amended motion or a different motion.
You want to withdraw the motion, Madam Chair?
Yeah, I would withdraw if, but I think, I mean, to Rob's point, I do think, but will we even have that data by next Monday is, I guess, the question. Maybe, is kind of what I heard. Right?
So are you asking me to ask Perkins to be flexible on, essentially holding off on Wickford till we know we have a clear phase 1 ESA?
No, what I heard Rob suggest was tabling this vote today.
Yep.
Getting the information from is it stage 1? What is
The phase 1 ESA?
Phase 1, yeah,
Yep.
phase 1, and then making the decision about which choices to pick. But so my question was, we have a meeting next week, which is the 26th, which is the end of February. Will we have that phase 1 likely done by then to make that decision next week?
It will. Yes, it won't be reviewed by the building committee because they haven't met yet. But I would say that we will have it. Yes.
I'm also fine if asking Perkins Eastman to be flexible with the Whitford Middle School site until we get information to know if we need to move forward with it.
So you could amend the motion on the floor if you wanted.
Or they could amend the contract to
Can you
say.
approve it?
If I'm understanding correctly, Rob, it would be a motion to table this, and then Mike would go, if I'm understanding correctly, then Mike would go back and in theory, you'd have an amended letter before the committee at next week's meeting, giving you the flexibility you're looking for. Is that?
Yes.
Okay. I think that'd probably be a motion to table, and
Yeah.
Mr. Waterman has the understanding what he's going back and looking for.
And then hopefully by Monday they can say, sure, here's the amended.
Or if they come back and say, no, we're not willing to do this, which I wouldn't
Then we'll
expect,
know.
and
Then
then
we'll
then
back
you'd
it.
have the floor,
Yeah.
and you'd know, and
Right.
maybe you'd have the benefit of that
I feel
additional
more comfortable
information.
with that.
Do you want? So I can
So
either
how do
we
I-
can either call the question now, and then
So-
if it fails, we could move forward, or I can withdraw my motion depending on how the committee's feeling.
Or I would just make a motion to table until Monday.
I think we're in my motion now. I don't think you can.
So you'd have to withdraw your
Yeah,
motion.
just withdraw it,
for the
yeah.
second.
All right, I will withdraw my motion.
I'll make a motion to table until Monday to give Mr. Waterman time to talk to Perkins Eastman.
Understood.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor of tabling the Perkins Eastman Middle School feasibility fees with the request of the administration, speaking to them regarding the flexibility of the choices within the document, please say aye. Okay, thanks so much. Good conversation, boring outcome. I mean, it is this. Okay, thank you, Mike. We look forward to that revised document, and please let me know if you need any clarification regarding that. Moving on to the next item, which hopefully, knock on wood, will not take as long. I'll make an approval, or make a motion to approve the NKSD amendment for the Quonset lease.
Second.
Okay, we'll open up for discussion. Dr. Duva or Mr. Waterman?
So this is amending the lease
It really wasn't you, I was
it's-
just being
I know,
polite because
I
you're the.
to add one of the office spaces back that we currently have.
Okay, so as a reminder, we have already approved this we've already approved the lease, but the administration's coming back to the school committee with a amendment of what we had been presented previously.
So we'll still have less square footage than we currently sit in right now, but we will not be able to consolidate as much as we'd hoped.
Okay, questions from the committee regarding the amendment?
Is that because we're filling out the staff more?
That's
we
exactly true.
Before we move potentially to a new site for the district office? Okay. That's what I
Not potentially, but we're moving.
Well, no, yes.
Just to clarify. So it's a $4,000 difference
for FY '25. And if you recall, this lease goes until August
Yeah.
so that there's an
There's
FY
an additional like
'26.
$1,000
Yeah,
ish.
implications. Yep,
So it's a $5,000 impact for one office.
yes, for 17 months, 16 months? No, 14 months.
And there's no, just to clarify, there's no other place or a reallocation of space in the district that we could.
So
Move people to?
we already are moving 2 people out to other schools. We were trying to keep everyone in this current
Yep.
space we have here. We just don't have enough space within the offices we have here to do that. So,
Did we add, did we increase like the number of like,
so with us, so we were able to fill all of our positions. We thought we could condense some space within office spaces that we have here. It just makes it too overcrowded for people to work together and having 4 people in one space.
So
that's
adding this
why.
additional office still requires us to move people out. Is that what you're saying?
We were already moving them
No,
out
we were
though.
moving
okay.
people
You're
out. So
more
the
building
coaches
based,
were-
right?
Right.
Yeah.
The coaches are going back into the buildings.
Okay.
So it's just one more space. So we have our director of curriculum is down in the office down the hall. I thought I was going to be able to move her here in this area within the spaces we have, but you just can't get everyone to fit because there's going to be too many people in one space. Now that we've hired more people in the positions that have been open, we need to make sure we have spaces for those people here within the.
And we
the
feel,
office space.
and in your opinion, Ken, an additional $5,000 is a better choice than moving somebody to the D building, or not the D building, Davisville Academy or somewhere like that where the other administrators are.
I would say, because I'm trying to keep everyone together, so now I'm separating more people out from where we are, and the goal is to keep people together.
But we're not together now, right? Like there's some people at Davisville Academy and there's some
There
people.
are some, but if I can keep the
Yeah.
current people we have here together,
Yeah.
that would be my.
So yes, you think it's worth
Yes.
$5,000. Additional questions or thoughts?
And this is budgeted in next year's budget
Yes.
already? That's what you're gonna show us?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're halfway there with that. That's savings.
Okay, any further discussion regarding this item? Okay, hearing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor of approving the amendment to the constant lease, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Moving on to we need to come back to C later, because I believe that's after executive if
It's
needed.
listed as an
Yeah,
executive session item.
yeah, so we will be skipping that one for now. Mr. Case, it's your job to remind me when we get back that that's there. And so, we'll move on to, I'm just looking at where we are time-wise. So we'll move on to correspondence. So there are 2 proposed draft correspondences. I think they're attached to the agenda.
They are.
Okay, perfect. So these were ones that we had, one that we had talked about last week and then one that is proposed. The first one is the correspondence to the NKPD regarding the MOU for the SRO. So we'll start with that one. Point of clarification, Andrew, this isn't under business where where it is?
That's a good point, yep. So I would suggest as written, there's no vote to be taken.
Yeah, great. Okay, cool. So we can't vote, so that's super fun. But I can at least introduce the documents, and then we can put it on for a future one for approval. And so, as you'll see in the attachments, the first one was a letter to the North Kingstown Police Department regarding, our desire to have a mutually compromisable, for lack of a better word, document solidifying our relationship with them with the SRO position. And so that is a draft only, and so I would recommend suggestions for edits to that draft, since we're not in business, to be sent to, not me, because of the thing. Like they shouldn't, like if they want edits or have suggestions, like that they want to be brought forward at the next iteration, you or the clerk.
Yeah, they can provide them all to the clerk, and
Yeah.
she can circulate them all in a packet so you can see
Okay,
everybody's.
so if anybody has edits or to that letter, feel free to send them to Jules and Joni to be collected. Do not send them to the committee because we can't do that. And then the next one,
I would just add something
Yep.
regarding that. So I just wanted, I did have a conversation with the interim police chief.
hold on one second.
Yeah.
No, right?
Well,
No.
yeah, this is not even down for
No,
discussion,
we
unfortunately.
can't, sorry, Ken. Well, we can talk about it next week though, and I appreciate whatever you're gonna say, but. And then the next one is correspondence to Thunder Mist. So that organization provided information to the policy subcommittee in the drafting of that document. And so just sending them correspondence to thank them for the work that they did in helping clarify some of the areas there. And so again, if you have thoughts on editing that document, please send them to the clerks. And then we'll have those listed correctly on the agenda in the future. And so we'll move on to other correspondence that normally live here. And so Jen, if you want to do the correspondence report, that would be appreciated.
Yep, February 9th, Renee Reese regarding SRO. February 12th, Jim Sheehan, dear colleagues. February 12th, Keith Wall in support of SROs. February 13th, Karen Martone, budget fiscal year 2025 questions. February 14th, Rob Martone, SRO discussion at 2-6 meeting. February 14th, Brian Erdell, support for SROs in our schools. 2:20, Karen Martone, school committee agenda. 2:20, Ed Renahan, Thunder Mist.
Okay, thank you. And so that brings us back to our budget conversation, but I would like to propose a 5-minute recess just for restroom, et cetera, until the administration to get set up.
Second.
Okay. And so we will be back in 5 minutes. Yeah, it's nice plus with breaks. Kenny, good?
Good.
Good? Okay. Okay, so we will come back from recess, and so we're going to go to the next item on the agenda, which we moved earlier in the evening, so the FY 25 operating budget, and so we'll turn it over to Dr. Duva to present.
All set? All right, so I am going to present to you tonight the operating budget for FY 2025 for you to review. I have these presentation slides, and then we have other spreadsheets that you have that Elle will go over for you for the line items. So I do want to start off with staffing to go over the proposed staffing for FY 25 in comparison to the staffing from the current year. You can see on this slide here we have 3 columns. There was staffing that was presented to you in last year's budget as proposed staffing, and then there was decisions that were made from then to provide the final staffing for this year, and then what the proposed staffing will be for next year. So you can see that for the proposed staffing around teachers, we are proposing 363.85 FTEs. That's the total of FTEs across the district. You'll see that is a slight increase. In previous presentations, I mentioned to you that we were recommending that we absorb 7 positions from ESSER. Those 7 positions are equivalent to 6.5 FTEs. It was 2 social workers, it was 4 interventionists, and a 0.5 MLL, because we already have 0.5 in the budget, so it was just adding another 0.5 to that. When we were doing this budget, we were able to make some changes within the staffing, so you don't see a full addition of 6.5 staff members here. We had 2 positions that we moved over to grants through IDA, so instead of it being paid through operating, it's being paid through the grants. For this year, we're doing the same for next year. We also had positions that were in here that we had with staff that were on leave, and it was also accounted for in the sub pay, so they were duplicated within the budget. So we pulled those positions out, and we're also recommending cutting 2 positions. So that makes that difference there for you. Under teacher, next line, teacher assistants, you can see that we went from 96.5 teacher assistants to 85.5. We are not cutting teacher assistants. I just want to remember this is operating. So of that number, that difference there, we had, just hold on one second, so I want to make sure I'm looking at my notes correctly. So we had 6 teacher assistant positions that were here under operating budget that we moved to purchase services. That's because we're using agencies, and we're projecting that we would be using agencies for them next year. So we still have the positions, they're just being paid differently from salary to purchase services. 4 positions were moved into a grant for IDA this year, and we're going to do the same for next year. And 1 TA position was moved to a CODA position. So if you look down at the bottom of the chart where it says CODA, there were 4.74. There was a change from last year's proposed to the final to have 4.37, and this year we're at 5.37. So when you look at the differences of the TAs, we didn't cut staff, we didn't lose staff, we have the same staffing, they were just reallocated differently, changes that we made this year and continuing into next year. Transportation, we still have 25 staff members between drivers and monitors that we have in the budget. Maintenance staff, there are 9 members in the maintenance department. And then under clerical and business operations, you'll see that there's a difference of 25.5 in FY24 to 30.58 in the FY25 proposed. It's the same people except for 1 position. So what happened the previous year, positions in the clerical were down under administration of the 43. And so they were accounted for there. They're really up in clerical. And we also are proposing an additional clerk in the district that would be 0.58 coming out of operating, and then the other difference coming out of the enterprise account for food services. It's a clerk position that will be shared between transportation, athletics, and food services. So that makes that difference there for you. Technology, we have 3 technicians. There's no change there. Under administrators, you can see here the proposed was 43. The final for FY24 was 38. That's the difference of the 5. They're not administrators. There were 5 clerical positions that were counted in administration GCB. But there is a difference from the 38 to 41. And so those are 3 positions that are in there now. So last year you approved an LEA coordinator. That's administrative, so that's 1 position. We also moved the data manager out of ESP. That was an agreement that was made that when that position, when the person in that position resigned, it would go to GCB as administrative. So that brings you up to 40. And then the other position would be the Title IX equity and wellness coordinator that would fall under GCB. And then the coder I shared earlier, that we had 4.37 codas, and now we are at 5.37. 1 position came out of the teacher assistants for that. This is categorizing number of teachers and TAs we have by location. I do have a note here because if you look at the bottom number, it's different from the previous slide. That's because this is including the grant positions that we have in district. So not just looking at operating, but I wanted to give you the total number of positions. So you can see at the high school how many teachers we have, how many TAs we have. I have another slide here that's going to go into the grants so you know what the difference is. For teachers, we're totaling 373.93 FTEs. There are 9.28 FTEs that come out of our grants. That would be the IDA grant for special education, Title I, and Title II. And then for TAs, you can see there's a total of 98.1 there. And we have 7 positions that are in grants through IDA. We have 6 positions that would be under purchase services. And that's where that increase comes from. This slide is just the breakdown of the positions that we have that are funded from the grants. Again, this is a projection. We know the CRP, the Consolidated Resource Plan, does not come from the state. It opens up to us until the spring. It's around April. So we are projecting the same dollar amount. There could be, once the CRP is released to us, there could be more money that we're receiving, but we are looking at keeping those positions the same. So you can see for teachers at the district level, 0.58 of our tech coach is paid through Title II. We don't have any district TAs. At the high school, we do have a behavioral assistant TA that is paid through IDA. At Davisville Middle School, we have 2 special ed teacher positions that are paid through the IDA grant. We have a teacher assistant position through the IDA grant and 0.6 of a TA behavior assistant that is paid for through the grant. If you look at these 2 positions here, this is a shared position between the 2 middle schools. So at Wickford Middle, you have 0.4 of a TA behavior assistant paid through the grant. At Stony Lane Elementary School, you have 0.2 of a special educator, and it's coming out of the IDA grant, but EIS is early intervening services. There's a certain percentage of funds that we have to allocate through the IDA grant for early intervening services. That's for services for students that are getting intervention prior to special education. And we have to make sure that a certain percentage of our funds, based on our numbers, are allocated to that. We also have a reading specialist at Stony Lane that is now being paid through IDA under EIS services.
And just a quick thing. I
Yes.
know we have some non-Rhode Island humans here, so if you wouldn't mind just if maybe I missed it, just defining what IDEA stands for.
Sure. IDEA is for it's the law for special education. So that's what we're using for Individuals with Disability Education Act. So that is what the grant that covers special ed services. But that's a federal law, so it's the same no matter what state you're from. I'm sure you are very familiar with that. So.
Yep.
At Quinessa Elementary School, we have a 0.5 of an interventionist that is under early intervening services under the IDA grant. We have 2 other interventionists that fall under Title I. Quinessa is a Title I school, so we have Title I funding going to that school. It also funds 0.4 of a social worker. And we have 1.0 of a TA behavior assistant that is funded through the IDA grant. At Fishing Cove Elementary School, We have 0.4 of a speech language pathologist through the IDA grant and 1 full-time teacher assistant. At Forest Park Elementary School, we have 1.3 special ed teachers funded through IDA and 0.2 of a special education teacher is providing early intervening services. Hamilton Elementary School, we have 0.6 of a special education teacher through IDA and 0.1 of a special education teacher for early intervening services, and we have a full-time teacher assistant through the IDA grant. And in the preschool at Fishing Cove, we have 1 full-time teacher assistant that's paid through the IDA grant. So you can see the breakdown, the count I shared earlier: 9.28 FTEs for teachers and 7 FTEs for TAs are covered outside of our operating budget through grants. But I wanted to make sure those numbers are in the presentation for tonight for you. And then that's the cost below what is projected for next year, going into next year once we receive the grants. $1,155,996 for IDA, $348,583 for Title I, and $79,562 for Title II. That's including salaries and benefits for those positions. Just a recap of ESSER 3 from what I had mentioned in previous positions. So we know ESSER 3 is coming to an end come September. We had positions in there that we are absorbing. These are the positions. Actually, that MLL teacher should be, say, 0.5 because it's 0.5 is already in the budget. So that would be the 6.5. So it's 7 positions, but 6.5 FTEs. In addition to that, we also have allocations in the ESSER 3 grant to pay for summer programming. That would be for this summer only. That's what Dr. Clark presented earlier to you. So there's $114,544. That's for summer school programming, which funds partial staffing salaries for the staff. The other partial comes out of our operating. It also covers the full cost of the summer squad program, which is a combination of a rec academic program that's run during the summer. We do have other state grants that fund the Office of Family Living that works throughout the district providing services. Some of it's Title I services, but services to families. And that's not part of the operating budget, but those are part of other state grants that we do have. So recommended additional staffing that's here beyond positions in ESSER. And I just have a breakdown here of the cost. So Title IX Equity Wellness Coordinator full-time. I am making a recommendation that when we put this position out, we change the requirements for that. I think that's also going to help us find someone. I don't think we need to require that person to have a school administration certification. I think we're locking ourselves in by not finding people that personnel that would have the skills and the training for a position like this by saying you have to have an administrative degree in school education. I don't think it has to be someone that has a RIDE certification, but more someone with the background, the training, and the experience to do this. So we are budgeting $90,000 for that position. That would include salary and benefits. And then the addition of a clerk. There is a need, when looking at continuing the late bus, having a clerk that's here later in the day as well to support that. Someone that's going to support food services and also athletics. So that 1.0, we would have $38,661 in operating, and then the other difference of $31,339 would come out of the enterprise account for food services for that portion of the clerk position. So that would be the total that we're adding there. So this is looking at our operating budget history and the total cost for FY25 of our operating budget. Additional notes. So you can see over the past 3 years the percentage of increase. So we went from a 2.5% increase to a 3.54% increase to a 4.1% increase for this year. That's total operating budget for FY 2024. It was $76,342,398, and the projected proposed operating budget for FY 2025 is $79,789,184, difference of $3.1 million, which is a 4.1% increase.
What increase, I'm sorry?
It's 4.1% of the total
Oh,
budget.
Okay, I thought I heard a different number, okay. Thank you.
And Ken, that's the one that changes, so I just crossed off that one on.
Yeah, I'd look at the other.
Yeah.
So these are just costs that I wanted to point out where some of the increases are in the budget for you, so that way you're able to identify that. We do have an increase in our substitute line. I talked earlier about the numbers of staff that go out on long-term leave, so that's an additional cost for substitutes. So we are increasing that budget by $305,384. Curriculum development is up $51,000. We discussed areas of curriculum that we need to invest in. Transportation is up $320,355. That's transportation that is in district with our transportation contracts as well as statewide costs. Health and medical benefits is up $1,087,398. Utilities, this is an increase in gas for next year of $44,977.
Superintendent, I'm sorry.
Yes.
So the health and medical benefits, you might have made this explanation, I wasn't here for it, maybe. What was the cause of that going up?
So we had,
Was that leave?
Well, do you mind, Jim, if we,
Go
just
through
we'll
the
go through the
presentation.
whole thing and then we'll go back to questions,
That's
just so Ken doesn't, get stuck on
Yeah,
something.
that's fine.
Yeah,
Continue.
but we'll just do them and then we'll go back. Thank you.
you're welcome. Custodial services, that's the increase in the custodial contract plus the weekend fees that we talked about earlier. So that's that $75,700. Legal services, that is up as well. So we've increased that budget by $54,000. Technology and related hardware is up by $49,000, and then tuition to other schools is up $412,000. It's a total of $2.4 million, which accounts for some of those increases in the budget. So this chart goes over the proposed funding for the FY25 budget. The first line is the town appropriation. So our proposed town appropriation for the upcoming year is $61,417,126. It's a difference of $1.8 million, which is an increase of 3.2%. If you remember from previous presentations, we were able to bring that number down. We really looked at everything that we were putting in the budget to make sure that we were coming in with a very reasonable ask. State.
That's the second handout. So cross this one off and go down.
Yeah, look at the second handout for
That's-
that.
Yeah. You have that one? Ken, that's the one Jules handed out. Yep. Nope, it shouldn't be in your folder. It should be.
It's right here. I have it.
Here's an extra one.
That's what I'm saying.
Thank you.
Perfect.
Thank you.
This is slide 11.
Yep, on this one.
Mhm.
Yep,
Yes.
perfect.
Our state aid that we are expected to receive is $13,257,645. So that is a very fortunate increase of $1.7 million for this coming year. We do not have a fund balance reappropriation like we have had in past years. Our tuitions are projected to be up $105,000, so we're expected $4,224,412. So that's a 2.6% increase. We are projecting that we'll have a slight increase with Medicaid. That has to do with how we account for services that some of our students with special needs receive in the Medicaid reimbursements, of an increase of $25,000. Other earnings is increased by $5,000, so went from $280,000 to $285,000, and then the last one is the investment earnings. I think that's something that really kind of point out if we look at our investments over this past year. that is an increase which we are definitely able to increase here in our budget line, in our allocations for our budget. So we are projecting $280,000 from our investment earnings to be able to put towards the budget for FY25. So the total budget would be $79,789,184. And this is just, again, reviewing the projected town funding request for the FY24 budget. The town appropriation was $59,526,422. The proposed town appropriation is $61,417,126, which is an increase of 3.2%. So again, I'll come back to the table. I can answer any questions, and then Elle also is going to present on the spreadsheets that we have.
Do you want to stay up?
Do you want me to stay up here? I was going to go up there.
Unless Jess wants to drive, like if we want to move the slides, whatever is more convenient for you, Ken. Just while we do questions about maybe just this part. All right. Okay, so we can either just ping pong it, for lack of a better word, and people can just ask questions, or we could go kind of like slide by slide ish and see if folks have questions. What would you want to do it in the organized way? Okay. Ken, you want to go to the first slide just regarding staffing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'd open it up to questions from the committee regarding this slide.
Just to confirm, that slide includes any positions that are currently vacant?
Yes, this includes the vacancies.
Okay. So I just want to confirm that the TA staffing levels in there are sufficient, assuming that all the positions are filled?
Yes. Yep. Unless there's additional students that move in next year, that's unknown, that we would have to, relook at. But yes.
Going off of that line of thought, for the TAs, how many of those positions are still vacant as of this point? Do we know that?
I would have to go back and look. It's about 13.
Yeah. Because where my thought process for that is going, and we can talk about it later, is do we need to think about the what we're paying folks, or what that compensation looks like to be able to fill those roles? Because I know that is a huge stressor on the teachers, and then causes retention issues, et cetera. And so something maybe we could talk about later.
Can we get a list of vacant positions within the district?
Yes. I know that's one of your questions. I just didn't have a chance to print that out for you. So no, we have that. We just got to pull it out of the sheets that we have.
Any other questions on this one from the committee? I just had one quick clarifying question, Ken. For the clerk that will be supporting transportation, athletics, and food services, is there no FTE supporting those areas in a clerk role right now, or is there one and this is in addition to?
So there's a part of a clerk right now in transportation that is doing it that gets paid overages of doing it. So that person would not be working the overtime of doing that. We'd be replacing it with someone else.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that there's
some money
already. Hold on, sorry. So there's some money already being paid to overtime of a human, and that would be shifting those resources plus the enterprise, et cetera, to that. So it's not a complete net gain, and that's how you got the 0.58.
Right.
All right. Thank you. Okay, any other questions on this one? Okay, let's go to the next one. Questions regarding this one? And these numbers, just to clarify, do not include those ones with the grants. So this is like this.
So this is operating and grants on this slide.
Okay. This is everything. Okay, and then you broke it down.
And then the next slide has the individual grant positions.
Got it. All right, so that's the all number. I wasn't sure if it was
Yeah,
that.
so
number
there's
plus.
9.28, and then the other 7.
Yeah. All right, so this first number, the 373, includes that 9.8
Yes.
number. All right, thank you.
And if you look at the TAs and you go back tonight and you say, how come the 98.1 minus 7 doesn't match up? It's because there's other 6 positions that we moved into purchase services that's not under salary. But those positions are still there. They're just paid differently.
But that's not reflected in any of this.
Yeah, well, it is. I had talked about that with a difference in the numbers.
Got it. Okay. Any other questions regarding this one? Okay, next one. That was the grants.
So I have a question here. So these are just the positions that you're requesting to be kept, correct?
Yes.
Of our current budget, what percent does that represent in terms of dollars?
This right here, we would have to do the math. I don't have that number. I can just throw it at you right now. So.
And I'm also wondering what percent of our current budget is is ESSER paying for in terms of salaries total? Like, so what percent of our current budget are ESSER positions, and then what percent are these? And then I'm wondering, out of all the positions that ESSER is paying for, like, why were these chosen?
So back the very first presentation, we talked about the reasons why. So the reasons why the 2 social workers, those positions were put in to increase our staffing, and we need to continue with that to support mental health. The intervention positions are needed to run our multi-tiered systems of supports programming throughout elementary and middle school, and that additional MLL teacher is required to meet the needs of the students we have.
The MLL and the social worker, do we
Yeah.
have data to support that those interventionist positions have been working since we've had them?
Yes,
We do?
we do.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, we do have that from the principals.
Okay. And the ones that we didn't keep, do we not feel that they were not working, or like what was the reason for just choosing those?
So the other positions, so it was just one position from the high school, and so with other staffing they have, they can still meet needs of the students by not having that position. And then I'm trying to think what other positions we might have had in ESSER that I have to go back and look at that and see if there are other positions. I think other things were like stipends and summer programming. So.
And on a similar note, I think that's a good point. So obviously we haven't overcome the deficits from COVID yet, and we think that a few of these specialists are going to continue to make progress in that direction.
Correct. Right. And I would say we need those positions in order to support the students at the elementary level, ones at the middle school level, in order to provide those supports to the students to help close those gaps.
Is the plan there for 1-year contracts?
We were not going to put them out
That's
as
okay.
1
I
year,
just
so
want the committee to
no.
understand that
No.
this is a long-term commitment that
Mhm.
we're making by adding 3, 5, 6, like 7, right, FTEs?
5 net.
Mhm.
But 5 net, yeah, like, I just want to make sure that we understand that it's not just this fiscal year, but going forward. Even if the learning loss, even if we catch up, like
Mhm.
that would still be in there. Okay. Can I ask a clarifying question?
Mhm.
For the summer squad, is that run? I'm honestly not familiar with that program.
I'm just going to refer to Dr. Clark
Yeah.
to
It's
help.
run out of OFL, and it's part of the recreational programming.
Yeah. But it's in our budget.
Because it also serves academic functions, so they do some academics and some rec program.
And it's at all the rec locations?
No, it is not. It is Davisville Middle School is where it was located
Yeah.
last year. I think we had, at one point we had 2. There was another one at Quidnesset.
I'm recalling Davisville.
Okay.
That's my recollection.
So just to clarify, we pay the OLF people to do services at the rec camps.
Yes.
They hire the teachers to teach at this
Yep.
summer squad program
Yep.
specifically.
And that's available to all students in the district or just students that do that rec camp?
I am not sure how they qualify students for participation in that.
Okay. Do we know the Is it possible in the future to get, like, to get that cost? And then Ken, also, on that same slide, would it be possible to get what the Office of Family Living, like that, those numbers?
Yes. Yeah, from the state grants.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be curious, because I'm saying that's not our operating budget,
It's not operating.
but are
It's,
those employees?
but those employees are paid strictly from the grants
Yeah.
that we have to apply for each
Are
year.
they accounted for in our staffing numbers, though?
So no, they're not in there. Yep.
Okay.
What numbers are you looking for there?
The
The OFL.
This thing down here, I want to know what the number is with that. So it says Office of Family is funded by several state grants, not in our operating budget. I'd be curious which state grants and how much.
I can take that out.
That's great. Okay. Any other questions on this one? Moving on to the next one. Questions on this one? Ken, you mentioned a change in credentials for the Town Line Equity and Wellness Coordinator, which I think is a smart move as far as kind of the availability of people
Sure.
in the district and kind of where this might fall. Is this salary adjusted to reflect that level of experience
Yes,
change?
it is.
Was that the only change to the position? Just that
Yes.
qualification?
Yeah, it would just be the certifications. And we haven't done a new job description for it, but just thinking of the qualifications and
Yeah.
credentials for that position.
Okay, any other questions on this one? Any questions on this one? Okay, good. Questions regarding this one?
Yeah. Madam Chair, I had a question. Superintendent, the health and medical benefits, the big jump there, what was that attributed to? I'd heard something about the parental leave or something. Is there, what's just?
No, the parental leave, that was impacting the substitutes. The health and medical is
Oh, yeah,
the
right.
increase in the benefits.
But then the
And
health
it
and
was-
medical?
Yeah, Elle will go into detail.
Oh,
She'll
you
ex-
do
she'll
that.
explain
Okay,
more.
I didn't do that. Thank you.
That's okay, thank you.
And one last follow-on to that too. So we're self-insured as a district. Is there any distribution that came back to us at the end? Nothing? Or do we reapply for that? Are you gonna do that? If you're gonna do that, I'll defer that.
Yeah, if you want to
That's
note that question, Ellen, then we can talk about it when you do that piece.
Sounds good. Thank you. And then tuition, maybe there's some way, is that just keep going up?
So that's a combination of charters. We did see an
Right.
increase around specific grade level around charter schools. That's out of district tuitions. That's tuitions to other LEAs for like CTE programs, or so it was a combination of different tuitions that we have to pay out.
We hoping that maybe you're, enhancing our CTE program, that we can maybe.
That would
sway some of
definitely,
those
when
numbers.
we add to our CTE program and an increased program there, that will keep more students in district. We also have an increase in charters, which is kind of hard to control if parents make a decision to send their children to charter schools versus our schools, and also any other like out of district costs we might have for students with special needs.
And I imagine we'll see, maybe it's somewhere in this green folder, like what that net difference of what we send out to other charters and CTE programs versus what we have come in. That's somewhere, I'm imagining.
Yeah,
here.
that break. So if you,
What do we got?
well, we have what our tuitions that come in. So if you look at the next page, right, that's the tuitions that we expect to come in through our CTE program. So we're expecting an increase of 105,000 for this upcoming year.
Any other questions on this one? I have a couple, but I want to make sure you all.
I have some on that one.
You want me to go first? I'll see. Okay. So, Ken, for the first line under the fixed increases, the substitutes, I know you mentioned long-term leave, but also I believe there was an increase in the base rate that's accounted for in this as well. Yes?
Yep. So that increase would be there, but I think overall increase is, looking at the number of staffing that's out for the amount of time they're out and having to fill those positions.
And then for curriculum development, that 51619, is there a reason that that cost was not considered in the ESSER funds?
I would say that we looked at what we could. We can go back at that and look at. I'd have to go back and look at
But so that's
each
just
line.
something, if you all could, that's just something that caught my eye as a possible opportunity. And then I had the same question that Mr. Sheehan had about the health and medical benefits. Although we're self-insured, we don't negotiate that, right? Like that's negotiated, I believe, through.
I think that comes through the trust, right?
Yeah, and so that increase, we didn't have control over.
No.
In theory. Okay. And then for the custodial services, that increase, I noted that you mentioned that it was due to the salary increase, which we all know because we outsource those services.
Mhm.
We didn't control that percentage increase, unfortunately.
Yep, that's
And
through
then you also
contracts.
mentioned the weekend custodial services. So that number is slightly, it's right, but then also there's some income that would be coming in to cover that cost from groups that are using it, with the exception of the rec department, et cetera.
Correct.
All right, so that's something we just need to, I think, consider when we're thinking about cost. Fixed increases, we're not eating that entire one.
No.
Correct, okay. And then, same question regarding technology-related hardware. Why not ESSER? It was my understanding that ESSER 3 could also be used to try to close the digital whatever, et cetera. And so just wanted some consideration on that. And then, I think that was that for that question, or that slide for me. Any other questions, Jen?
My questions were kind of more like specific questions around what made up those. So do you want to wait till we go through the line items, or do you want to ask them here?
I would defer to Ellen, Ken on that.
Some line items.
Want to wait? Is that okay?
That's fine.
Can we go back to this?
Mm-hmm.
This I think the number for,
Oh,
on the
yes,
recommended
okay.
additional staffing request, the one slide before, where you had the two, that 170, shouldn't that be 160? How do you get 170? Because it's 70 plus 90,000.
It's not 70 though, because I think he subtracted out the 31 for enterprise, maybe?
Hold on.
Nope, that
If
doesn't
you add them
look good.
together,
Yeah,
that would be 70.
Yeah, that math doesn't math. The math is
It
not
should be
math.
Yeah, no, it should be 160.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saved us 10,000.
So just so you know, that's this slide
I'll
here.
make-
It's
I'm
not
making
in
an
your doc-
asterisk.
It's not in the other. So it's not 10,000 left in
I know.
L's documents.
Listen, I'm giving Rob a win on that one.
Gets a commission on that.
It'd be nice if it worked that way, but no.
I just want to double check.
Yeah,
No,
no,
it's
thank you.
just good to have accurate numbers. That's good. Okay, so going back to the hearing no other questions for the fixed cost one, we'll go to the next slide, which is the supplemental one. Yep. I had a couple questions on this, but I'd open it up to the committee last time. Okay, kind of a couple here, and some are. So for for example, for the state aid, I've been reading, about the state aid and the different things, and I haven't been able to get a clear answer on why our increase is our increase. Do you all have thoughts on where that 14.7 is coming from and why? Because in my understanding, the funding formula did not change from last year to this year. So, I don't expect an answer, but I just have not been able to figure out that piece.
Yeah,
and I think it's
we
an
will
important piece
look
to
into
figure
that as
out.
well
Yeah.
to know. And
Yeah, just something that we should keep an eye on, I think, and try to get some more clarification on, because it's a drastic increase, and if for some reason, as Mr. G knows, the budget doesn't end up.
yeah, and we're holding back on the MLL categorical funding because we're unsure of that, so we didn't want to put that in there yet. But that could be additional money that's going in there.
Sorry, could you clarify that?
The MLL categorical funding, Elle's looking into that. We were unsure of the number that we're receiving to make sure we're actually receiving it. So it was around 50,000 that 56 we didn't put in there yet, but that could be an increase in the state aid, which.
Yep. And I'm not questioning the number. Like, I know your number's right. What I'm questioning is, I've seen the document and I cannot figure out exactly why. So if anyone in this room or whatever can clarify that for me, that would be interesting. For the fund balance reappropriation, just wanted to clarify on why we weren't doing that this year. I know the answer, but I want to make sure that we're all clear on what's happening there, because that was a very unique situation to be pulling from our fund balance to put into operating those past couple of years. So just wanted you to expound on that a little bit.
Yeah, so my understanding is that there was an agreement between the school and the town, and I think it was over 3 years, of transferring $500,000 out of the fund balance into the allocations to fulfill the budget request. We've met that quota for the 3 years. We did not recommend moving anything else in because we know that what we have in the fund balance, a lot of it goes towards capital and other projects in town for our schools. So, if we remove more money out of there, it's less money going into the maintaining our buildings.
And then my next question, regarding the tuitions, there's a projected 2.6% increase. I was just curious on why we were making that calculation. And I know tuitions is wishy because.
I can go into the detail for that.
Okay, perfect. And then the other question I had, two more, sorry, on this one. Other earnings, there was a slight difference. Is there a reason we added $5,000 in? Is it just based on actuals from this year?
Which one did that come from? It was rental income, expecting 5,000 increase around rentals.
Sorry.
For the rentals that we receive for use of buildings.
Okay. And that's with the count of the new policy that we implemented last year?
Yeah, we were expecting an increase of $5,000 in that area.
Taking in less money because we're charging fewer people?
I'm sorry, say that again? I didn't hear.
But I just heard Jen mumble. No, so what she was just thinking and saying out loud is just maybe if we could see the breakdown of that. I know it's a small amount of money in comparison to the larger scope, but when we were looking at it, obviously based on community member feedback of not charging nonprofits for the use of the buildings, we stopped charging a fee that we used to charge, with exception of custodian. We did, I believe, slightly increase our for-profit users of the facility, and so I just want to make sure that what the policy says, what we're charging, and what we're projecting actually is a net gain, because when we were looking at it, we were making a decision that was good for the community based on the fact that taxpayers obviously fund the budget for the schools and also are doing wonderful programs for the community and the students. And so I just am pleasantly surprised / shocked that there would be an increase there with the policy change. So if we could just double check that would be great. Although I hope it's true. That'd be cool.
It could be a timing thing when my projection was done. We can look at how we projected.
Okay, yeah, just having that background data might help us understand that a bit more. And then just lastly, fairly significant increase for what was budgeted for investment earnings from last year, like what's now and that. And so I wanted to hear a little bit more about that money.
Do you want to explain
that
after?
Later.
So
no worries.
I'm going to go into that with the detail lines.
And then, just to clarify, MLL will be a line that will be added to this at the next iteration?
Well, it would just be added into the state aid if we know it. I don't know if we'll have it for Monday, but I'm just saying that could be an increase.
Do we not have a projection from them at this point?
Well, we have a number. You were just going back to clarify and make sure the number was correct and that we're receiving it. We didn't want to.
Also how we have to use it.
And how it's going to be used.
Restrictions to using it, the state aid, and so when I get up there,
Yep. Okay. That's fine. Okay. Next slide. Oh, sure, of course. Oh, sorry.
Just ask a question. On the previous slide where the fixed cost increases, the health and medical benefits, that's again a significant increase. And you said that you're under a self-insured insurance policy. Again, I'm relatively new, so I'm figuring this out. But does the state have a state employee health insurance plan? Because just going back to New Jersey, and I'm just using this as an example, we had been in a self-insured plan, and we transitioned because the contract said as long as the insurance was equitable or better than what was being provided, the school had the right to change the insurance. And when we went to the state plan, it cost significantly less, and the employees got better benefits. Is that something, I don't even know if Rhode Island...
I do not believe we do. I am not aware of a state...
We also have a charter with the town. There's a charter, because it's wrapped in with the town, so I can explain, and I can explain
Okay, so we'll get into that. And it sounds like that's something that we are, that would be a town level decision if we were going to make a change in how we do that. And so, really valid point, but we can learn more about it and then see if there's anything that we can do to prevent unanticipated increases. Okay, so we can go on to the next slide.
I think we did this when we went back, and so then
Yep, that one's fine.
this is the last slide.
Okay, and then just to clarify on this one, so we are anticipating a 4.2%, like what you have presented to us today is 4.2% increase.
Right, that's total budget. That's
Yep.
all of our funding sources added together.
Yep. And then,
And this is the town appropriation, so this is what we would
Yep.
be asking the town
Yep.
for, and that's an increase of 3.2%.
yep. Okay.
Superintendent, I'm sorry, I'm going to reference a number on the previous page, but the 14.7, that's a pretty good number for state aid.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a typical number in the last couple of years?
I would say that is not typical.
No.
I just don't want to, we can rely on it this year, but then next year, I can tell you,
Right.
the assembly was flush with money, left over from COVID.
This is
every
not
program.
typical to receive an increase like this.
So I
So
think next
following-
year may be more on an averaging level,
Right.
unless something bad happens.
Mm-hmm.
Like a recession. All right, thank you.
Okay.
Any other questions, or?
Any other questions on that slide? And then, is that the end of the
That's the end.
presentation?
Yep, that's it.
Okay. Thank you.
I have some general questions before we get to the line level.
Yeah, is it required, Ken
I
sit
think
down?
it's Ken. I
Can
mean,
he sit
you
down?
can sit.
You can
yeah.
sit, Ken. No, I just I feel like it's helpful when
Yeah,
we're going
yeah,
through
yeah.
those, but I don't want to have him standing unnecessarily.
You can use my crutches,
Yep.
Madam Chair.
Also, Elle, we would be honored if you wanted to sit where our student representative sits normally, just because of the microphones. If you're gonna, I don't want you to have to keep getting up and down. So wherever you're more comfortable, but if that's more comfortable for you, awesome. But you're also welcome to come to the table. Your choice. There's also Munchin still, Mr. McCoy. Yeah, everybody, Jody.
Brownies,
Jazz.
peanut
Pass those
butter,
to Jazz.
eggs,
Pass those
and
down.
M&Ms too.
Pass those down. I think Jazz would be a good munchkin based on prior experience. Okay. So Jen, you said you had some general questions. If you want to ask them, but then maybe depending on what Elle's going to talk about
Yeah.
in the other ones, like if it's something that isn't going to be covered, then we can answer them. But if not, we can at least note them and whatever.
Yep, so, when can we expect to see a fund balance update?
We have that, right?
We had, did we bring in,
I don't know.
bring
I
the
think we forgot to-
23?
I think we forgot to copy it for them, but we did
Okay.
have,
Okay, we,
from the audit.
hi, I'm Elle Phoenix, controller here at North Kingstown. Just introducing myself, I might have a seat in just a minute. But we were going to present it after the final audit was presented. Kyle is going to be presenting, and he'll be able to give us the fund balance. But we did have we have it here, so we can make some copies, or we can get it scanned
Can we get
and
an
bring it
email?
up on here.
I'm not copying
He's
it.
going to give it to us right now.
Well, I think, did everybody get the final copy of the audited financial statement? Because it's in there, the revenue and expense, statement of expenses. Okay, so that didn't go out yet. It was, we're embedded in the town. We don't have a separate audit this year, which is a little bit different from prior years. Prior years, the administration had and paid for a totally separate and independent
was like
audit.
that.
Right. That was because that was the prior administration's, that was the final agreement that was made at that point. But this year, for fiscal '23, we did not do a separate one, so ours is embedded in the town financial statement.
Isn't that what we did last year?
Not for '22. No, '22 we had a very. I'm sorry. So we're
Yeah.
saying when we say
Yeah,
last year, yes.
Last year, you doubled down on the last.
Last year,
Got
the
it.
last audited financial
Understood.
statement of '22 was we had an independent one. So for '23, ours is embedded in the towns. So Dr. Duva is going to make copies of that financial statement, and Kenny, Kyle is going to present that. I think in the next Monday.
No.
Is it the
no.
following
so
week?
They're presenting it to the town at that meeting, and then they'll be coming to our meeting the first week of March.
Right.
Yeah.
But we have the fund balance here on this report to share with you.
Okay, how about the enterprise funds, is that in there also?
That's going to be next Monday.
And will that have the balance in the activity over the past year?
That will have the balance of fiscal 23 and the 15 and the different reserves that were taken out of each
Okay.
enterprise fund.
Okay.
Do you want to just wait 1 second for Ken to come back?
I was just saying, I go copy. Let's come up to see.
We were just pausing.
I don't know.
You have one in front of you?
There, I don't.
Hey, Jen, did you have other general questions? And then we can.
I did. I just want to confirm, I think what I heard was that the salary number for this year does not need to include ESSER funded things like summer school, et cetera, because that's actually going to be in next fiscal year. Is that correct? Okay. I had a question about, was it possible to get, I was expecting to see what we normally get, like our actual fund balance with the breakout, like what we usually get?
We can get that one for you for the next 2 weeks. In the next 2 weeks, we can look at that. But this is, we felt like this really should be presented first because this is the gap basis. So we have, what we would be presenting to you is the gap basis, but more, it's a hybrid between budgetary and gap. And of course, the one that we usually present, or the one that I usually prepare and present for you guys, is much more detailed, and it has all the town council and the 4 different columns, the several different columns, where this is the full fund balance all in one package, and it's audited, the audited financial fund balance. So you're looking at the second column on that page,
Yep.
school department, and the fund balance conversation is really down the last 2 lines, well, the last 3 lines. You've got your beginning fund balance of $7.6 million.
Yep.
And your net change is $924,000 deficit, and with leaving you an ending fund balance of $6,726,819.
Yeah, if we could get like the typical fund balance that we get, that would be helpful. Okay, so Ken, I have a question about, this could be resolved, I don't know, about school counselor staffing between Davisville and middle school. The issue had been raised last year about whether the staffing was in place to support at Davisville for the kids coming out of Quinnesset. There was a concern about whether it was staffed appropriately. And I just want to make sure that that situation is resolved in this budget.
Let me look into that. I'll have that answer for you on Monday. I don't want to give an answer without confirming
Yep.
that for
Okay.
you.
I can forward you the letter that we had received if needed. Another ESSER question, not so much the salaries, but the programs that we have been running that are funded from ESSER. Are we keeping any of the programs? Okay.
Can we expand on that a little bit to understand what we're not keeping?
So there is a
Chaz, do you think they can hear, Jody? Between the different mic situations? Sorry, Jody. You can scoot your whole thing, though. Sorry.
There was the ambassador program that was funded, and that supported coordinators at each school to train students to be kind of like the welcoming committee for new students and take student tours, things like of that nature. There was a garden program that, not all of the funds were spent. There were kind of funds left unspent. We also have that very big grant for the outdoor learning environment right now that we're using at 3 of the buildings. So that kind of took over for some of that. And that was pretty much it. I mean, we were very cautious not to fund programs that we were going to have to eventually own after the grant period was up.
The things that I had noted from the presentation were, that weren't like salary money, were instruments, which I'm guessing was like a one-time.
It was.
Okay.
It was.
Quid after-school enrichment.
We picked up additional days, but that is funded over on the OFL. So when we, yep.
Spanish club.
It only took off the first year. There is no Spanish club this year. There wasn't interest.
The gardening and the composting club.
Yep.
Career day, district ambassador, project lead the way, and then the attendance campaign.
The attendance campaign, the state has done a great job of creating a portal, so we didn't really use a lot of those funds because they have a system that is free to us to use to push notifications for truancy and issues as such.
Okay. So there's nothing that we are going to, and then the high school funding for theater, musical.
Those were one-time fees to repair instruments and bring that up to speed after
and
COVID.
Smart Pass and tutoring.
That is now in the budget,
Okay.
in the
Okay.
school budget.
So we're not losing anything.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Thank you.
Clarifying question on that. For the garden program, is that at all schools right now?
It was not at all schools. There was an elementary, a middle, and a high school program with the difference. A lot of that is funded by PTOs. We put it in there. And the other thing was the high school got a large grant that worked off of the food services. So it really wasn't utilized in the way we thought it would. It just didn't take off.
So, but just to clarify, so like when I'm looking at that $15,000 for the current budget, and then only $1,609 has been spent, and then it
Correct.
still says revised budget 15,000. Are we going to spend that 15,000?
I'm going to go back out and push out that the money is sitting there for the rest of this year. But if it doesn't get spent, that's something in June in the amendment period. I would turn over into some of those curriculum purchase requests rather than leave it sitting there.
Got it.
Obviously. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think to be very clear, one, there's a state mandate regarding, like, there's a law about composting
Right.
at schools, and there's opportunities there that I'm not sure we're 100% in compliance with. So there could be some opportunities for becoming in compliance with that. And then also, I do really think it's a wonderful thing to have the students, like gardening and things like that, I think are really good. But also I know it's not easy to do programs like that. So I'm not asking to get the money away from it, but if we're not going to use it, I think that's something we need to know and pay attention to. But,
Next steps. There was a discussion during last year's budget workshop about funding for community outings, which had been part of their program pre-COVID, which had not been restarted. And I'm wondering like what the status is of that. And there was also during a CLAC meeting mentioned that Best Buddies needed access to buses for field trips, et cetera. And I'm wondering whether those needs are supported in this budget.
I don't believe that's something that's in here.
Okay.
So you're saying it was for the Next Steps program at Hamilton,
Yes.
in order for them to go out in the community and have like specific field experiences.
Correct, like going to
the-
Dave's or going
Yeah.
to the library and things like that.
you
I
can
guess
find
it had been
they
part
did a
of-
presentation.
Yeah, I will talk to Dr. Santer about that to see, because sometimes some of that's coming out of the IDA grants for certain things like that, but
Yeah, because I, from what the discussion during last year's budget was that had been discontinued and that there was no money for it. And
yeah, it wasn't,
Okay,
it
that's
didn't
okay.
come up as a request this year
Okay.
when we reached out to all the schools and met with
Okay.
all the principals, but I'll
yeah, if you could
follow
talk
up on
about that,
So-
and on the busing for the Best Buddies also, please. And then, did you?
I was just
And
going to
Best Buddies at,
It came up at a CLAC meeting about
Okay.
a need for late buses for Best Buddies.
or was it just for them for after-school programming? I thought the late bus, was that, I think that was the same meeting I was
It was,
at.
yeah, you were there.
Yeah, that was late buses just if they were in after-school, if they were attending after-school programs. And I know we did look into it this year, we just didn't have a bus to accommodate
Okay.
for that this year.
So is it all set for next year?
So we would have to make sure that we have busing, it all depends on our schedule,
Okay.
and looking, so, I don't wanna say yes, it is,
Yeah.
because it's a scheduling.
To clarify, what we're talking about is students who need specialized busing are not able to stay after school to participate in programs maybe like Best Buddies or whatever because we don't have the bus accommodations to do that. Is that-
So it didn't come up that they couldn't
Fine.
stay, it just the request was there that busing is provided for other students, and it would be good to be able to have busing for those students as well.
Got it.
Was the request that came through.
So I would like to see if we could do that, because that, if they're not able to participate because they can't stay because there's no bus, then it's,
And then see if there's a cost associated with it.
did did you have something else you wanted to say? No, okay. And then my other question was ABM, the contract. You said something about a contract renewal again. There was an issue last year with the contract. Remember this? Did we have another contract increase with them again?
It's an annual increase.
I thought that we had a thing last year where we were going to
When it
not.
expired.
Yes.
Right, it was when it expired.
Yeah. So if we could check on that.
Check
I
on the
feel like-
expiration.
No, but but there's also something.
You know what?
Yeah.
Yeah. I still think what we're seeing is accurate, though, based on what we were looking into. And I don't believe that we're eligible to terminate the contract
I,
at this
I
point.
believe it was another year.
Yeah.
I
'cause
believe
Kenny
it was,
and
but I'm not
because we talked
positive
about
about
that
that.
with Dr.
But we
Duva.
did, because there were a number, when we collected the
I thought it was
amendments.
this year that we were going to be able to get out. We couldn't last year, but I thought we were going to be
Okay.
able
Yeah,
to
so
do
we can
it
check on
effective this year.
I can even check that way you guys go, I think.
That's the privatized custodial for any funds.
And then everything else is line item questions.
Any other general questions? Again, thanks to the finance department and Dr. Duva and everyone that worked to get us to this point with the budget. And so, any quick questions before we turn over to Elle to kind of walk us through what I imagine is in this very school-esque green folder? Go ahead, Elle.
Okay. Guys, do we have this one figured out?
Yeah, if not, we have it here, right, in front of us? Yeah, so we can.
Just so, and
Yeah.
I can get started, and then when that comes up, a little bit is, I think the first thing that we're going to start talking about is revenue anyway. So anybody who's watching who doesn't see this on the screen right now, it's all part of Dr. Duva's slide 11. So we can.
And is this attached to the?
He's going to bring that up. Jules is going to
No,
give
the
this
agenda.
to him.
Like, is this attached to the public for the agenda?
I think it's attached to our website, but they're going to bring it up on screen in just a second.
Okay, cool. We'll wait then, because I want to make sure folks have what we're looking at, if it's not publicly available.
Isn't it fun opening your email?
We're only 17 unread messages. I'm impressed.
I'm trying. I'm getting good at it.
There's 2, right?
Yeah, I think.
So we need the green one, the one on the
Yeah.
left first.
Oh, did I knock it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you
All right, so-
do you want the keyboard? Do you want to draw? If not, I can follow.
No, I can. That's what what I was going to say is I think I'll stay up here just to kind of go through the high points that I was planning on sharing, and this way I can move the screen as I go, and then I can have a seat there for any additional questions. Hopefully, I'll be able to answer most of the questions during this presentation. So I think if we want to start up in the tuition area, as Dr. Duva noted, we do, the town appropriation is on the first line. The next line to bring note to is the reappropriation that Dr. Earl then started talking about. There's the 3-year agreement that was made with the town that we will not have to help support it's not going to be a funding source for us this year, taking money out of fund balance to support the general fund budget, where in the 3 prior years that was part of the agreement that we made with the town. So that's the $500,000 that you don't see in the fiscal 25 proposed budget. And as we move down, just coming right to the tuition from other LEAs, I want to give you a little bit of background how we came up with the $4.2 million. The primary funding source there, the majority of that is Jamestown. We have a contract with Jamestown, and it's been historical. The contracts, gets changed and renegotiated every year based on the expenditures for for a set amount of data sets of projected students, and also of the expenses that are associated with the Jamestown students coming to NK. So I took this year's, Jane is the finance director over at Jamestown. We've met, and the numbers, we haven't done final numbers for fiscal 25, but our numbers are pretty close. We expect them to be pretty close to the ones that we had in fiscal 24. The increase that you're going to see here, the 105, 812, the major increase you see there is that I took the schedule from the state, RIDE schedule for out-of-district tuitions, and I took our current out-of-district tuition students that are coming, which were 120, and I applied fiscal 25's annual tuition rates that we would be receiving for that data set population. Of course, tuitions change. The number of kids coming here and going change somewhat frequently. So that's somewhat of a moving and dynamic number. But right now, we have 120 kids. We expect that next year we would have the same. In talking to Deb Gardner, who handles the tuition, that's her best case estimate and projection right now. So that's what we based our tuition income on.
Just to clarify, Elle, you're on line 41321.
That's correct. 41321.
That number is at the estimate of 120 students.
No, 120 out of district tuition students, but we also have the Jamestown in addition to Jamestown. So there's a split calculation there.
So 120 plus Jamestown.
Correct.
Thank you.
Correct. So, and investment earnings, happy to say that if you look at the yellow column, the 224 year to date, that 253,000 is the interest that we've realized from July through December 31st of 2023. So we expect that our projection for fiscal year 24 over in the blue column is 400, but being conservative, we don't know what this next year is going to bring. It is an election year. We're not sure whether mutual funds are going to go up or whether we're going to continue to see savings in the areas where we have all of our investments, which primarily is coming from just the savings account, a very safe and conservative investment account that's predominantly, we're 4.75% interest. So we have a that's not, it doesn't work in the room. 4.75 is our investment account right now, 4.75% interest. We've had some conversations with the town, and they've made some recommendations that there are other banks. There's another bank that they're working with that we may go look at for places to hold our money and gain a little bit more interest. But again, being very conservative, we're happy to say we can, solidly project 400,000 for the end of fiscal 24, but we don't want to go that far for fiscal 25 just yet. So we're going to keep that steady at 280.
What was the change between 2022 and 2023?
Interest rates. The total interest. You mean why that budget was such a huge difference?
Why the actuals from 2022 to 2023 were so different? Like it was in 2021 to 2022, it was like $20,000, $30,000.
Right. You're talking about your whole economic market. Your financial market has changed. That's what I was explaining. The difference between mutual funds being a higher return or your actual bonds and stocks. Your bonds and being a higher, and investments and savings accounts going higher. They work kind of this inverse relationship. So when the financial markets change, so does the level of interest depending on the investments that you have. That changes.
For the 2023 actuals on that, then, I imagine that we had not budgeted 264, but isn't that the one that you just told us had
20
the icky number, the deficit number?
The whole year had a deficit number.
Yep.
Yeah, the fund balance had a deficit number, yes.
Yep. But we probably had way higher actuals in that investment column.
Yes. Well, that investment column was 264,000. Yeah. You see in 2023, yes, we did realize.
I imagine we budgeted 25 for that. Like, I'll go back and check.
Yeah, a much smaller
I'm
number.
Sure
yeah.
We had, which is makes that even more concerning.
Yeah, we had a much smaller number. Yes, if you're going to look at the fact that we had $250,000 that was unexpected, and we still look at a potential deficit, yes, that's was something to look at. And but there were also very distinct, which is why I think it's important to wait for Kyle to present, because there were also very specific reasons why why that deficit is there. It's not a structural deficit; it's an operating deficit. And there were very specific reasons that attributed to that $924,000 loss. It wasn't a budgetary situation.
That sounds thrilling. Well, that's not today's cover. We'll deal with that tomorrow.
Yeah, I think that's a bigger onion to peel.
But I think that's important though, because when people are hearing us say the word deficit, like that if I was a community member, which I am, that's
And
concerned,
some
so
of it
it's not,
was-
it's more complex than that.
Absolutely,
Well, some of the
absolutely.
decisions that were made knowing that money was coming out of the fund balance, right? So that
Right.
is planning to use money from the fund balance to pay for
To offset
whatever it
operational.
may be that you don't have in your operating budget. So it was
Yeah, okay, so we'll
Yeah,
look
so
more
it
at
was
that,
money-
but it's not
it was-
as, it's not
yes.
as clean as
It was
the
a
school
strategic.
committee did.
Exactly, it was,
Yeah.
yes.
All right, so we'll look at that.
It was money that was specifically used out of the fund balance. It was specifically voted upon and used to fund the budget, and it came out of fund balance.
Al, what's the difference between on the 2024 year-to-date number, their actual and encumbered, they're both together. If we were to remove the encumbered, does that number change a lot, or?
It does change a lot because the encumbered is really departmental. Each department looks and says, what do I expect my expenses to be at the end of the year?
Yeah.
So they're creating POs, and that's what the encumbered
Right.
part is. None of those encumbrances come from the finance department doing accruals on things. So that's important to understand. Those are specifically department driven for those folks who are on the ground and know their expenses and what they're looking at, in detail over the last few months.
Are they all connected to POs though, or are they
Yes.
anticipated?
No, everything in
Okay.
encumbered is connected to a purchase order, a valid approved purchase
Yeah,
order.
so in theory, they're spent, they just haven't maybe gone technically out the door.
Now,
Right.
that's different from
Right.
what you
It
said
might
last
change
year.
though. It might change though because some people might be projecting, like tuitions are very difficult, as I explained. The tuition income is difficult, but the tuition expense is just as difficult to predict. So they'll predict a student, one student can change the budget by $30,000 or $40,000 in tuition. And if that student decides to go to a different school or come back here in December or go, that fluctuates tremendously. So the encumbrances are there, the POs are there, but sometimes at the end of the year, come May or April, we start having conversations with departments and say, take another good look. And then they start liquidating, saying, you know what, Johnny didn't come to this school, or Susie is now coming here and not there, and they'll flux there, so the POs will be liquidated and removed. But that is the best guess that they have right now, is really what we're looking at.
So
That's
last
the
year
hard
when we had this conversation, you said that encumbrances were, what you were told was that encumbrances were not always attached to a PO, that some departments looked at theirs and said, yeah, we're gonna use all of our budget, which was why it was exactly to the number, to the budget.
And that's the PO that they create. So they'll create that purchase order to be exactly that number. So it's the actual money that's gone out the door in addition to the PO. That what's not liquidated on the PO.
So, for example, if I know I'm paying something quarterly and it's $25,000 a quarter, I'll do a PO for $100,000 in October. We'll receive 25 December.
Yeah, that's
so,
normal.
Yeah. Okay.
What Elle's saying is not that though.
well,
No.
but they're not all like exact numbers. So, like fire
Right.
alarm, is a funky number that will get paid out at various increments.
And-
Do we, this isn't the right word, do we do that quarterly? Do we take a look at those POs quarterly or annually?
Most departments are looking at those monthly.
Monthly?
Monthly.
And adjusting them?
And adjusting them, exactly. And Jen, to your point, what was happening last year, you're talking about the specifics, that's what I discovered, that people are just changing their PO exactly by the dollar amount of the invoices that they had. And so we're trying to change that practice. We've been introducing the idea of, if you know what you're having for all year, please put that in there. That helps us with the projection. Because if you're just doing it to the dollar amount of what you think you've ordered in the last month and what you're going to order this month, that's not helping us to look outward. That's too much communication in between saying, can you please check, please check. So people are starting to now do the whole year. So I'm confident that actual and encumbered is the departments looking out to the end of the year and saying, all right, I'm going to earmark my money for A, B, C, and D.
So is it safe to say then, if we're looking at a number here in the yellow column, and the budgeted amount, is projection budgeted?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, the projection is what we expect at the year end for those numbers. So the actual and encumbered is the departments and the actual money that went out. And then our projection, and then the projection is only mildly different than that because then there are those finishing touches that finance puts in, Mike will put in as the head, as overseeing different departments. And I'll notice on, Kenny and I went over the central office expenses.
Yep.
So that's where the projections come in.
Where's the budget, FY24 budgeted line then?
I don't have the original budget here.
Yep.
because, but, I
So
mean,
we don't know if these are over or under what we thought we were gonna do.
I could certainly get you that, we can add that to another
Yeah.
spreadsheet and send it out to you.
Yeah, I feel like that might be helpful just to get a sense of where we are. I know we're not done. We have a quarter left of the fiscal year, but I do think knowing what we had budgeted versus what the what the projection and the actual uncovered is matters in the conversations when we're looking for possible opportunities. That would be super
Absolutely.
helpful for
And I
me.
think-
Thank you.
Let me just see some- I think one of Kenny's,
Is that reasonable? Like, no, it's okay. I just want. No, it's fine. And there's a lot of spreadsheets. I just wanted to make sure that that was a reasonable ask.
no, it's definitely reasonable. It's actually, it's in that spreadsheet. I have to open it up, but I thought, oh. No, I thought we had one of, I thought in those slides, I think maybe we didn't finish it up, but we were down, when we get to the bottom,
Yeah.
you'll see that this is broken out. We've summarized it by the 5,100, 52,000 and kind of moving down, so. And we can definitely put fiscal 24 original in here as well.
Thank you. I appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Is
You're
the
welcome.
original mean actuals or?
No, the original
Like
approved
budgeted.
budget last
Budgeted
year,
amount.
what was presented last year, which was like,
What was approved? I want the
what was
approved
approved,
budget
what was
for we
approved last year.
Last year.
Right, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, keep going. Sorry.
So, yep, so I think the next thing, which we touched upon a little bit, is the state aid.
That's why we like it.
And that's why I've got that in some nice green bold, Mr. Sheehan, is
Yep.
that is a very uncommon 14.7% state aid increase. And we should take a look at the funding formula, but it's, got quadratic equations and all kinds of fun things, so they'll probably do some presentation, but that's not to be expected next year, but this year we do have it, and at this point, that $13,257,000 is $56,000 shy of what the total government enacted state aid was given to us in our schedule, and that $56,000 is the MLL. So what happened, Jody and I discovered, one of the things that has happened along with this big influx of money is an extremely large increase in the MLL funds.
Yeah.
And so in prior years, I mean, you never even questioned it because you had such little pennies. You knew that that restricted money was spent using MLL costs. But now, a lot of districts are receiving the MLL money and figuring out, okay, so what did we actually have budgeted? Because that $56,000, if you don't spend the whole thing on MLL, then you shouldn't be receiving it. This is the clarification that Dr. Duva was telling you about. I have a call into Kristen Cole up at RIDE, and she was out for the day, and then I was out. So we're gonna reconnect, and I just want to get more clarification on the restricted use of those funds to make sure that we've already built it into our budget, because it was quite a surprise. We weren't expecting to have that money there. So anyway, that will be expanded on, as Dr. Duva said, next time, as soon as I talk to
I just
Kristen.
think they probably have an overall greater amount of funds, generally speaking, that they're gonna just push through like Play-Doh through the formula, and then we end up with a higher number.
Yeah.
But I don't see that lasting.
I would imagine it would balance out to its normal. Normally, if we, not to spend too much time on it, but if you look at the prior years, we were lucky to get $1,000 increase because the majority of our funding comes from.
I was talking overall what we got this year in state aid.
Well, that's what I mean. Yes, in state
Okay.
aid. If you look at prior years, if we got $1,000 jump from one year to the next, that was big.
Right.
We do not get large increases like this. Historically, it's not been
Hopefully
the
you
case.
don't alert them to a mistake.
No, I'm sure someone else has asked the question. All right, so we're predicting a projected budget for fiscal 25. Again, coming back to the total funding sources, $79,789,184 to support the same zero balance budget. As we go down to the expenses, you'll see that our total expenses match that same amount. So I guess the first thing to talk about in the expenses is the conversation about health insurance and medical benefits. So you'll see a 6.9 increase over last year's. And for the committee members who were here last year, they'll remember that I introduced a pretty aggressive journal entry and reduction to the total benefits because we had an unprecedented number of vacancies. And we really did not know, that was one aspect of it. We were not entirely sure what we could count on with the packages that people were going to choose once we hired these people for these vacant positions. So that's one thing that was a big variance. Last year I did a 3-year look back of historical analysis and noticed that the conservative approach that the prior administration had taken to benefits was that every vacancy had a full family package budgeted. So I took an average over the 3 years prior and reduced the fiscal 24 budget by about $800,000. So now what you're seeing is when you compare the fiscal 24 number to the fiscal 25 projected, that's going to be a huge difference because the 24 number is reflecting this $800,000 reduction that I did. Right. So to then jump to the next part of the conversation about benefits is being self-insured.
Wait, one quick question on that.
Yeah.
For the projection, do we pay that out at the beginning of the fiscal year, or do we pay
Benefits?
that?
No, we pay it as we go every month. It's at this point it's $500,000 a month ish for health, and then of course dental, and then life, and all the others.
So is the projection? How is the actual and encumbered the same as the projection? Do you encumber it for the whole year, but then haven't paid it out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, the benefits are, so the fiscal 25 proposed health insurance or health, medical, and whole package of benefits, including workers' comp and all these other benefits that come with, are much more specific because we have filled many of the vacant positions, so we know what packages people are getting. So we can certainly project, and we've been given a number from the town. So the way the structure of our health insurance works is that we have we hold a plan with the town. So whatever rate they get, we get. So, and I'm not entirely sure, I don't want to speak out of turn saying it's in their charter, our charter, that we always have health insurance with them, but I think that that's something that we absolutely have to look at before we, explore some others. Yeah. But the rate that we're using here is 5%. That's the rate that we were given. So we're using a 5% rate of insurance increase for health, dental, and the more specific self-insured portion that I think you were referring to, Mr. Sheehan, is the workers' comp, any type of refund that we would get after an audit for workers' comp. It's very small because we're pretty consistent with it, and when we do get that refund, we apply it directly to the expense. It's a net result. But workers' comp is done, the calculation there is done doing like a 3-year look back. Okay, and property and liability insurance, we all work on as well. That's transportation works on that, and that's done in another way, looking at a couple of things. How many claims have we had? How much do we expect this to go up? Just looking at the fiscal environment that's going on in insurances, and so all the different components of insurance are analyzed separately.
Do those include substitute wages for people who might be out on workers' comp claims? Does that cover that piece of it?
In the benefits line?
Well, in what you were just talking about with the money coming back to the district and how it's like a net, it goes out.
Oh, the money that comes back is usually a very nominal amount, and that comes from a workers' comp audit. So what happens is we'll pay our premiums every year, and it's based on salaries. If you're relating it to, yes, it's workers' comp audits are always based on salaries because the premium's also based on salaries. Yep. And because we're somewhat consistent, we can kind of gauge, say, okay, well, if our salary goes up this percent, our workers' comp's going to go up this percent. So that one's pretty easy to judge. Things that are a little bit more complicated are property and liability and auto vehicle insurance when you have claims and things of that nature. But those are not in the benefits. So the property and liability and the vehicle insurances are further down on the lines.
Okay, so Mr. Hennessy will check kind of just the charter language so that the school committee can have an understanding of where we are in our agreement with the town regarding health insurance, et cetera, just so we understand that piece of it. And then,
so I'll just do a couple more highlights of the bigger ones, and then I'll sit down. You guys can have questions. And I've highlighted them all in green. So if you go to the percent of increase, and I've got a couple notes here. The other couple things to bring to your attention: orientation and mobility. I know that looks really huge at a 320%, but realistically, it's only 80,000. And This expense and several of the ones, a couple ones to follow and a few before are, coming from speech therapy all the way down. Many of those are driven by IEPs. There's not any real wiggle room there, so those are funds that, they may even go over that if they get a certain student. Last year, we had a situation where we had one student who required, we put some money in the budget for a translator. That was just for one student. So you can have a swing in either direction with those PPS expenses. Popping down, I think the next large line to consider and take a look at is the substitute line. And Dr. Duva introduced that a little bit at the $305,000 increase. Sorry, I just saw something coming out of the side of my head. Sorry. The screen was moving.
What line? Where are you, Elle? Sorry, you lost me line.
I'm on 53223.
Thank you.
All the way to the left. So instructional teachers and substitutes. We're projecting $2,668,000. Now, mind you, this includes an increase that we expect that we're hoping. We don't know the full impact of some of the additional benefits that were offered that would require us to have an increase in substitutes. But we looked at that a little bit. We took a year-to-date dollar amount that we've been charged for substitutes, and we projected forward to 2025 with those numbers in mind. In addition to that, Dr. Duva introduced the fact that PPS we have 13 vacancies, right? At the time that this data was downloaded, we had 13 vacancies in TAs. And to continue to, we would love to fill all those vacancies with employees, but to avoid some of the problems that we did have at the beginning of this year where we were holding out trying to fill positions and had no one to take care of the kids, there's a proactive, we took 6 TAs. Right, it was six TAs out of the salaries, and the dollar amounts that would have been budgeted for those TAs are now put into this substitutes line because they're going to be covered by agencies like Momentum and whatever other TA agencies Rachel deems fit for whatever the children's needs are.
Just to clarify, sorry, wait, hold on. That was
a lot of information, a lot of onion to peel there. Yeah,
I was following you, but I just want to clarify what I heard. That substitute line includes, this year it included money to pay for substitutes for TAs that we did not have.
Fiscal 24 we're talking about? We just transferred money over, yes.
Okay, so we took money from the vacancy dollars from TAs and put it in the substitute line.
Yes.
But Rachel's plan for the budget that we're looking at right now is to hire external companies to staff those TA positions and not do that?
No, she is going to, and the whole district, they're going to try to hire the 13 vacancies, but in the event that we cannot, there are children that need services immediately. So we'll continue to keep at least 6 of the people who are currently being funded by the third party, Momentum, the other agencies that we're using for TAs. Those people will stay on until the positions can be filled in order to fill that gap. Make sense? Is that?
Yeah, I'm doing the math of what that must cost us.
230. Well, we've moved $230,000 over. That would normally have covered 6 TAs. That was budgeted. That would have normally have been budgeted in the salary line for 6 TAs. We've moved that into this line to come up with $2,068,000.
The other issue too is that, from what I understand, there's a shortage of substitute teachers, and post-pandemic, I know in Jersey, what we paid $50 an hour, we're now paying $200 an hour because,
The rates, absolutely. We had that negotiations a couple years back.
It's kind of hard to look at that with the when they were making a lot less, and now they're making, in some instances, triple.
Could we get a breakdown? Is it difficult to get a breakdown of how many substitute hours or people, like how many we use this year in comparison to last year? Is that hard?
We do have to do some exporting out of ESS, and that is an analysis that we're actually starting as soon as Leslie comes in. That's on the to-do list. Yeah, it'll take a little bit of time.
I was just thinking about, we're talking about, you know, obviously, like, kind of what Debbie just said, like, with staffing and different things, and like, kind of that concept of, you know, people being out and whatnot, like, I just would be curious on, like, what that looks like. So it does, I know, maybe when some additional staff joins, that would be something I would be interested in.
I think one thing, as you're analyzing that, if you want to go all the way to the right and look at 2021, you can see that that is a concerning topic. 2021, we looked at $838,000 of substitute costs, and now we're looking at over $2 million. So certainly something to dive into a lot deeper on the to-do list to dive into and analyze as soon as we have full staff.
I'm fairly certain that, and correct me if I'm wrong on this, Ken, that we use an outside agency, so this money isn't going to the people, all this money isn't going directly to the people that are substitutes.
It's going to the third party.
It's going to
Right.
fees for running the program through ESS.
Yeah.
And there was also a daily increase.
Yeah, but I remember the daily increase, but I just wanted to.
This is something that Ellen and I have been talking about that we really need to sit down and analyze, because it is a large increase in the subline of what we pay to ESS for some services. And so we've questioned, is there other ways that we can do this in the future?
I'm still stuck here. So you said that we move TAs out of our staffing and into third-party, like, contractors. This subline, I thought, was for, like, subs for our personnel, like, not for actual contracted services.
So that 53, right, you can explain that in UCOA coding.
Yeah, that is per UCOA code. That covers substitutes for teachers and these specific TAs that we're talking about.
Okay.
So that is
because
that is
sub is going to that. So that substitute line, right? We're paying an agency,
right.
So it is an agency that we're paying. We're not paying subs directly.
Right. It's a purchase service through.
So under the UCOA coding,
I get that, but like conceptually, I'm trying to like wrap my head around this.
So we can't fill the TA positions, but we need the body to take care of those kids. So we're paying the third party to be the TAs.
No, I understand that, but like we have decided we no longer have a position for that. Like we have made that a third party position, correct?
Because that is what we are doing now.
Right.
Yes.
So it's not really that is a third party position now. It's not really a substitute.
Yeah. So I guess
well, no, because if we could fill the position, if we could fill it.
If we can fill it, it goes back to position.
Right, and then we just tell the substitutes that we don't need them anymore because they're third party. We don't owe them a 2-week notice. We don't.
But
There's
we
no.
took it out of our budget.
No, we just transitioned it. We can put it back.
Moved it. Right.
Yeah.
We moved the money, so we can move the money back.
Right. If we hire a TA, we can take what the budgeted amount was and just put it back.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying earlier. Like we still have the positions. We're not getting rid of the positions. It's just being paid under the other line because it's going to an agency. If we can tomorrow or next week hire someone, then it would go back.
I feel like
Exactly.
it's overstating like the actual need for a substitute by putting it in the substitute line.
Yeah, so let's look at it, and then, again, as far as like what's budgeted, and then also like, I understand what they did this year, right, to follow, like to move vacancy funds to a line to be able to fill, like that part completely makes sense to me, but I do want to make sure that we're not overstating the need for next year if we're moving to a more permanent model for those roles. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. So we're gonna not solve that one tonight, so let's move on.
Right.
Like the munchkins are like getting we also have Reese's, brownies. Yeah.
I think there are just a few others that are of note. You know, we've got some increases in technical services that we can speak to. The IT department. I mean, these are in prior years. Some of the things that were happening with the budget and the actual numbers is that software packages were purchased for multiple years at a time. And as those multiple year packages have expired, now we're looking at what the increase is for those. So part of other technical services includes those. Am I correct, Mike? That's some of that portion of the increase there.
What line are you on?
Which one?
We're 53502. You know, we did reclassification to more appropriate accounts where they belong, which is why the 57311 number has not gone up. So in reclassifying things for example, if you used to buy a piece of hardware on a CD on a disc, and that was a software, but now it's a web-based. You know, so as technology changes, we have to move where we are coding things. But that was one of the items that I had pointed out, only because it was a bit of the large amounts.
Could I ask a question on the
Sure.
line above that, the contracted nursing services?
Yes.
The schools have nurses in them, correct? Are these like for per student who needs a nurse for them, or?
Actually, that's folks at PPS. I know that we have we do have nurses on, but I do believe that those are IEP. I could get more details for you, but I believe that would be, we can ask Rachel. Kenny, do you know about hers?
I
Because
don't
that
know
came
off the
from the
top of my head
PPS
specific
department.
Students, it also could be
Yeah.
when we have a nurse that's out, we have to use an agency, because
Right.
ESS doesn't provide the nurses, we use an outside agency
They're
for
what?
nursing.
Now, do you have like one nurse who covers multiple schools? Or do you have like a nurse in each school?
We have, every school I
School
think
has
has
a
their
nurse, right?
own
I
nurse.
think they do, yeah.
That's what I thought. Okay.
Rubbish disposal, I mean, we know that this had happened this year. The MTF, Mike, is the name of that company. At any rate, their rates went up, rocket rates over here. So we are looking again at the same, there have been quotes taken. There was an RFP out there, wasn't there? Wasn't there definitely a couple different quotes?
Oh, yeah, no, there was an RFP.
There was an RFP,
Yeah.
there was MTG, so this is a, not societal, it's not so societal, but this is a trend in rubbish disposal. They've all increased their rates. So I just wanted to point that out to realize that we did budget to bring it back up to standard, the rubbish disposal rates for the contracts that we're going to be seeing next year.
Can I just ask too, the town recently contracted with a private contractor to do the recycling.
Mhm.
They also do rubbish collection. Could we not piggyback onto a contract that, for the schools?
They were invited to bid, they chose not to bid.
Oh.
We reached out directly to
Because it would be nice to
Waste
get the
Management.
recycling program up and running at the same time and
Yep.
have them.
So MTG handles both rubbish removal and recycle.
Right.
So, and the next one's just the custodial services to bring point. I think we've already talked about that, so that's been, pretty well discussed.
And
How far down am I, Jazz? We got me?
Just to clarify on the snow journey,
Mm-hmm.
how are those all the same? That doesn't make sense. to
Which
me.
one?
The snow removal?
Yeah, 54202.
Right.
So we encumbered $50,000,
Yeah.
and I believe the year-to-date was done in December. We hadn't had any snow removal costs at that point.
Right, we haven't had, there are no invoices posted here, so we're still in
We had-
budget mode with
we
that.
had
We're still
since-
at the budget.
So, can I get a clarifying date of when the 24 year-to-date actual unencumbered, what date that reflects? Because that matters.
Probably about 4 weeks ago. Might have been 4 weeks ago when
Did we have a snow?
But the invoices don't come in
Yeah, the
immediately.
invoices don't.
It takes a while for vendors to get it together and to get it to us. Then they get approved and they go through the
So
whole
that's
process.
where that's where you lose me on the encumbered piece, because that's
Mhm.
not what encumbered to me means. Like, as far as you have your amount of money in your budget, right, and you know that you have whatever on that line,
Mhm.
and then in my world, encumbered means like POs that you know exist, so quotes that you've gotten for things that you're purchasing, but maybe they haven't arrived yet,
Mhm.
or like monthly contracts, etc. It's not usually like we might use 50 grand on snow.
So
That's not
We-
really how that
we
works.
in August,
Yeah.
July, August, we'll do a PO to Lawn Beauticians for $50,000, so that when that invoice comes in, we're not then creating a PO. We're simply receiving that invoice against the PO, and then the business office can quickly, we're not waiting for,
Is it a blanket amount, no matter
It's-
how much snow we get?
no. So if you look in years past, you'll see, I think last year was light and the year before was 47,000.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you
Right,
budget a certain
depending on the
amount,
snow.
and
Exactly.
then you deduct as you use it, and then
So-
you have
Right.
surplus.
So what'll happen is at the end
That's
of
why having the actual and the encumbered is not.
At the end of
health
March.
line.
at the end of March, so to Elle's point,
Yeah.
at the end of March, once we don't anticipate any more snow, we will then release that. So if we've used 35,000, we will or 65,000, we will show that we either have to transfer money in or transfer money out.
But that's why having actuals and encumbered in two separate columns, because today, actually, we've spent nothing, let's say, because technically we've spent nothing. And you have encumbered 50, but really you haven't committed to spend 50.
Or we might not end up
Or we might
Well,
not spend 50.
For analysis,
Right,
we can
might
separate
spend
those
25,
columns
we
for
might
you.
spend 75, right?
And
That's
Snow-
not
important
a problem.
to know.
Okay, Al said that she can
Yeah,
separate
that's not a
them.
problem. We
Yeah,
can
actually,
separate those columns. Actually, the reason that they're together is for a little bit of ease so we can actually put a whole bunch of stuff on one page in 3 years prior. Because for the majority of things, the encumbered is quite accurate. Because what you're asking a department to do is say, tell me how much money you plan to spend so that I can do an accurate projection to my year end. So things like the snow, they will stand out. Yeah, that's the snow and that's here. And we can discuss each of these different points. But overall, efficiency, getting a PO, and having it go through the process, especially when you have one person in the department doing everything, having a PO in hand is really great for departments who need to buy things and who need to receive against invoices. Because if they're waiting for me to approve requisitions, vendors are going to be calling left, right, and center and not be happy. So there's no, but there's an efficiency to it. There's like a couple different things, but I understand to your point. So I can just create 2 different columns
that'd
for
be
the next
helpful.
presentation,
Yeah, that'd
and
be
it'll
super
go.
helpful.
It'll we'll just have a couple different pages.
And
we'll
not
have
that
more
like, and I
pages.
think that they will get to the same place, but like for
Right.
example, like if you look at just the snow line, for example, and I know that we most certainly cannot control the weather, right? But like 2021 40, 2022 47, last year 10, right? Like right now I have no idea if we're at 5 or if we're at 30.
Well, we think about-
I don't know how
I-
much it costs to do that. So.
Yeah, totally understood.
Yeah.
But
Okay,
we
that's
didn't
super
either. Like in January, we had no idea either. Just to that point, like we didn't know if we were going to get snow, we weren't going to get snow. So that one's kind of like a crapshoot.
Yeah, no, I get
but the
that.
others are a little bit more predictable.
Yeah.
The snow is kind of out there.
I mean, one storm was $20,000 from a previous year.
Right.
So I mean that can just wreak havoc.
Sorry, I'm going to digest my soul for a second. Okay, we
Yeah,
can keep
it's
going.
painful.
Anything else that you want to point out?
Some of these painful things. No, I just think on the next page, one of the things, I mean, we see a reduction in rental of equipment and vehicles because we were able to purchase a couple of things, 2 things last year that made our costs, facilities department used some smart thinking of buying trailers and a couple of other things that reduced our costs to places like Sunbelt and some of these other equipment rental places. And we're also in conversation, Kenny and Mike are talking to the town so that there could be even more camaraderie and more sharing of equipment, and maybe that'll help us on that line as well. We're looking at 54602. Was that where you guys,
Sorry, no, I'm sorry.
54602?
I'm joking about Rodent and Pet Services and what happened in 2021. I'm pondering what that $3,000 was for. That's all. I was just being silly because it's 9:30 at night.
And I don't know, Mike, do you want to, Mr. Waterman, what
Wait,
do
so
you
that,
want to?
sorry, just to go back to what you were talking about when I was talking about rodents. 54311. That's the one you were talking about for.
No, I was talking about 54602. You're seeing some decreases in what we project for rental of equipment and vehicles.
Yep. So for the
Because-
one, so I guess sorry, going back to that bottom line on the
The
page,
prior
the one
page?
that has the minus 100%.
Where are
Even
we?
though it's a small amount, could you explain that piece?
Oh, fixtures and equipment,
54311.
contracts and agreement?
Yeah.
Mike, we're not,
Top of my head, I don't have that one.
54310.
Let me look and see.
Just like I always look for like, and we just got this right now. Usually we try to look at it in advance, and no worries. But like I always kind of look for outliers and things just to
Right.
be able to understand.
Sometimes the
more.
percentage looks a lot more than the dollar amount.
Yeah,
Yeah,
and I know
but
it's
yeah.
such a small end, but I'm just curious. Like,
Yep.
do we not have those? Do we change something in our practices to make us more efficient, et cetera?
Or is it just a reclass?
Right.
Yeah, so
We're
I
With
still
the
doing a lot of
contracts,
reclassing.
because it looks like contracts and agreements, so it might very well be up in the contracts area. I mean, or we're further down rather. Further down at 54312, which is right on the next page, the top line on the next page, where you have service contracts and agreements, that couple $1,000s might have been rolled into that line.
Yeah, just think for me and also like the community, like having in that notes column, like notes of things that are getting reclassed and things can help because that way it makes people understand kind of where things got moved, et cetera. So if that is the case, that 5,500 got yeah, that 5,500 got moved somewhere, then we need to know where.
We'll take a look at that for sure. So on Yep, on the next page, Mr. Waterman, Anna, Mike, do you want to speak to the new initiative for tech?
So in an effort to, you're talking about the lease?
Yeah.
So in an effort to keep the costs of purchasing computers, so we,
What line, Mike, sorry?
54603.
Thank you.
So in the budget, rather than purchasing computers, if you look at 57309, I believe it is. So yeah, so if you look at 57309, which is on the last page, you'll see in 21 actual was just under 800,000, 22 actual was 843,000, 23 actual was 755,000. For FY25, we're budgeting 50,000 because as opposed to putting a purchase of computers and technology in there, we're looking at doing a lease. So this 93,000 would be an annual expense. Next year, we would actually, add another 93,000. So rather than our strategic plan has kids getting new Chromebooks in grades 1, 6, and 9, and they carry them for their elementary years, get a new one at middle school, and then a new one at high school. So rather than making the purchase each year of grades 1, 6, and 9, this is leasing 1, 6, and 9. So next year, to use simple math, this number would double. The year after, it would triple.
You were going to talk about that?
Hmm?
Yeah.
Right? Like, we're going to talk about that. Because that's a massive increase to our operating budget.
I would much prefer the
Yeah.
purchase. If you, again, look at 57309. I don't know if you heard the numbers. It was
I did.
800,000, and now we're at 50,000. So if you want to put the money back in, a purchase will be much easier.
No, I just think we should strategically think about it because I
Sure.
also understand the benefits of not carrying a fleet of old like laptops, etc. But then I'm thinking about, like for example, this 1 year, the opportunity with the ESSER funds to purchase computers, and so this might be a good strategy, but maybe not this year, and maybe purchasing the first grade computers this year, utilize, you know what I mean? Like I just want to, I think it's worth the committee having a conversation regarding that cost because it is large and will have long-term implications. So what would be helpful to me is a strategic outline of if we purchase computers how we are now, it would cost X, and if we do the rental, it would cost Y over the next 3 to 5 years. That would be helpful.
Yeah, it's roughly $300,000 a year for Chromebooks is what it has been.
But you also have to look at the benefit of the rental, because when you're doing the rental, I sat on the IT committee, so they continually upgrade those computers with their newer ones, and they give you the option of do you want them all new or do you want to recycle. So what we did was the freshmen got an older model, the seniors got the new one, and in between were the other students who had them. It actually, although it looks like a lot of money, you're better off because of the service, the warranties, the upgrades, even the technology involved. And we happen to use Dell, which was just one of the companies out there. And they were very service oriented. The students were extremely pleased. Parents were even happier because they didn't have to buy a computer. And it just so happened it actually worked out real well when the pandemic hit because everybody had a computer at that point to use. So although the initial shock of we're paying this much, over time it's actually more cost effective to do that.
Yeah, I would assume that, but I want to see. I would like to see that.
When you say it costs 300,000, is that every single year 300,000, or is that going to be?
No, because every year we're buying. So every year we buy for grade 1, 6, and 9, and then the first grade is so our current first grade, that device is assigned to them. They take it with them the second grade, third grade, fourth grade, fifth grade. At the end of fifth grade,
So every year.
But every new year, we're $300,000
Yes.
for each new set of kids.
Yep.
that come in.
And what we're
Each
saying
incoming
now.
class.
So we're
rental.
purchasing 900 a year versus every 5 years purchasing 4,000.
But do we just throw the ones in the trash?
We strip them for parts.
A 5-year-old computer is not worth giving to a first grader.
So these are Chromebooks. These are not. These are Chromebooks.
We
Not
used to call them
If you
Chromebooks.
look
I
at
mean,
what
they
look
do
at
have a life
the 5
cycle.
years and the use that
I have to tag humans. We know that.
They have a life
But
cycle.
also they don't bring them home anymore. So
They do.
like
grades 4 to
Yeah.
12 take them home.
Yeah, 1, 2, 3 don't though.
1, 2, 3 has the option to. The schools.
Yeah. So, okay, we're not gonna solve that one today either, but I would love to see what Debbie was talking about of like what that will actually look like to be able to make an educated decision. And I also think we should think about when, right? Is it worth one more year of a $93,000 cost savings because we could potentially reallocate some of the ESSER funds for this incoming class and then start that process perhaps later. So I'd like the administration to consider that and we can work through it. Because that's a big commitment. All right, anything else, Elle, on this one?
Yep. Well, no, not on that one, but just on that page, yes. 55111, transportation contractors. This is, familiar to you from last year. We're in contract with the North Kingstown bus contractor, so per the contract, the increase has gone up. In addition to that, statewide quote is not available yet. So that's also a projection, but they're.
And I just want to be clear, the majority of this increase is not to our bus contractors.
Right,
the majority
statewide.
of this difference is statewide.
Yeah, I was just clarifying the question here.
Yeah, no worries. Do you want to?
No, I was just saying, is it true, I'm sorry to disturb.
Oh, it's okay.
Is it the case then, just back to the computers again, it was $93,000 per year fiscal impact versus $300,000 a year per fiscal impact? Is that the comparison?
So if we were to order the computers right now, purchase them outright, I think it was
Yeah.
$292,000.
Yeah, we'll call it 300 just for argument's sake.
300.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Make it
So it'd be so we would buy 300,000 this year, 300,000 next year. Whereas the lease would be this year would be 93,000.
Yeah.
Next year we would carry this year's lease and then add another 93,000.
Yeah.
Because now we'd have 2
And
cycles.
then the
Yes.
30, you need 3.
Yep.
So 93,000 times 3.
3, 9. So is that 300,000?
You would eventually you would eventually build up. So this was in the past.
So the first 2 years, it's cheaper than what we're doing now.
Correct.
The third year, comparable, at least for the rental.
Correct.
But then we have the benefit of getting new equipment.
So what I would do, based off of our experience with the Chromebooks, is do a $1 buyout at the end, so that we can continue to use them for parts. Screen being the most usable
Yes.
parts, we use some top covers, some keyboards, but really it's the screens. That's what breaks the most. And
Right.
so I don't think we've charged a child for a screen unless it's been malicious damage,
Yeah.
and that comes from the school.
Yeah.
I don't think we've charged a kid for a screen in years now. Again, unless it's malicious damage.
Sure.
Outside
That-
of behavior, it's been quite a while, because thankfully they've used the same screen for years.
Which also has a benefit to our repairs on the Chromebooks cost less because we have, I think the only thing we buy really is batteries, right? Because
That just
those you
dies.
just can't recycle.
I will say for screens, at least, we've not made a screen purchase, thankfully, because of old devices.
Oh, yeah.
Probably since the pandemic, or probably since lockdown. We've been very fortunate there. Yeah.
Oh, it
We-
is-
we do scrap every
No,
bit
well,
of those
certainly not.
devices we can. Yeah,
Chaz, can they hear you?
yeah I'm watching my.
You can see
I'm
your
watching
thing.
that level,
You do.
yeah.
Okay.
But it might make sense just to see for the chairwoman and others, maybe it should be apples to apples on that one.
Yeah, I believe it. I just
Yeah.
want to have the
Sure.
data,
Yeah.
just so that if folks are questioning it.
Yeah, I was just asking Debbie how it worked where she was before
Yep.
in the school board.
Yeah, there's other programs too where there's opportunities for students to buy the device at the end, for different things, because if students are going on to future things or need a computer for jobs, etc. Like when they finish school and they don't have a computer anymore, there's a huge equity gap for a lot of folks that don't have the resources to buy a computer at that point.
But it
And so a
sounds like
lot of
either-
districts have that too.
Either course, either path,
Yeah.
there's probably a buyout option. Is that true, Mike?
So when we own them outright, so we don't currently offer
don't
a
do
buy.
anything,
We don't
yeah.
currently offer a buyout. One of the other challenges is
Okay.
Google has implemented and they just recently changed it, we call it end of life, where they basically stop doing updates on it. So it'll freeze in place. Windows 10 next year,
Yep.
you will no longer get security updates. So we don't want any Windows 10 computers in our fleet. So we also have to balance that of, is this device still safe?
Okay.
So I mean, I've heard of other schools, again, Chromebooks after 3 years in a middle school's hand. Middle school students are by far the worst.
Yeah.
Not on a per student.
Like
I
the
think we
gorilla
have
that throws it
New
around.
headline on the papers: Mr. Waterman
Yeah.
says.
Quote me on that, please. And we can pull the tickets. We have again, not on a
It's not
per,
their fault, it's just nature. It's just
yeah,
taking
and
its
it's
course.
not on a per student. We get more repairs out of one of our middle schools than we do some of our high schools, or our high school.
Well, we can, student development that later. Okay, you wanna move on?
Yeah. So I had introduced the conversation about transportation.
On
And-
transportation,
Yep,
when you're
so
finished.
transportation contractors right up here, so we're just, looking at these green guys. So as Mike said, the majority of that projection is based on statewide. Statewide has done some astronomical jumps over the prior years, and we have yet to have a quote from them. It's supposed to come February 15th, but they've had some delays. So we don't have a quote from them. There may be a quote received between now and the time we finalize. Hopefully, we'll have some type of a quote so that we can really, hone in on that number. But, I mean, 320 is a lot of money, but again, out of our control. These are statewide costs that we can't dictate and change or do anything about unless we go ahead and buy more buses. The more buses we buy, the less we have to give them. So that's, I know this is conversations that we've been having and moving towards.
So the number that we have right here for what we are proposing for 2025, we should just ignore for now. Because
Well, not ignore it because it's probably close to what we're looking at, but we're going to wait for a formal quote from them to say, because we know what we're paying North Kingstown bus contractors. We have a contract with them. What we don't know that, the wild card is statewide. So
And I want to say this number doubled after the budget was approved last year.
Yeah.
well, so that's what I'm not seeing. I'm not seeing that like the paper trail of that piece of it, Mike. Like if you look at like what was the actual in 2023 and then what we have proposed budget now versus what we have encumbered, like I'm not seeing that increase. Like I see it, but I don't from the actuals. But maybe it'll be more helpful when we see what we budgeted versus whatever.
Well, one of the things that the way we look at it is if you look at 2021, you've got 1,500, then your actual jumped almost 300,000. You've got 300,000 jumps for each year.
I would imagine too, 2021 we were still not fully busing students.
2022?
No.
2022 we were.
I see what you're saying, though, 2023 actual 2 million,
Yeah.
2024 2 million. I mean, in theory, that should be
That
higher.
should be higher.
Yes.
Yeah. So
That which should be higher? The
2024.
the yellow column should be higher.
Well, there's an example where the encumbrance probably hasn't been adjusted yet at the time that we did this.
Yeah, so that's okay. So we'll when we
So,
see the
yeah,
the extra
two columns, sure.
The two extra columns. We
Right,
might be
because
able
those
to-
definitely are not actual cost at this point. 1.9 million, no, that's
Certainly.
that's the PO, that transportation. So they just have not done, Deb Hancock, the ladies in transportation just haven't increased their PO yet. They were projecting that, and they'll do a PO change order in a few months, or hopefully by the end of the month or so we'll have more. But I'll give you the two columns and you can see.
So we had talked last time, Mike, about getting a summary on cost savings that we have realized from the minibuses and any potential additional cost savings that we would hope to potentially realize. Is that something that we could have for next week?
So what I can tell you is, I can give it to you now. Part of it is we get hamstrung because we're waiting for the next bill, right? So adding one driver, our monthly bill went from $51,000 a month down to $40,000 and $38,000. Now the next bill is going to reflect another driver, but we also then had to place a student. So while we added a driver, we had to do another outbound placement.
So what would be helpful for me is a spreadsheet that explains that, like kind of because again we invested a lot of money into those additional fleet as we call it.
So
right?
but we haven't received that vehicle yet. This is just, so we have not, that van.
Yeah, but don't we have, I guess Jen's saying like we need projected cost savings for that, for next year. Right, the van comes in, right? It's gonna get delivered before the fiscal year.
No, it's been delayed.
It won't be
As
in
such is our life.
June,
No, it will not be in
but
till,
it'll be in for next
September.
not guaranteed.
Okay, we'll talk about that later.
This is the, so when I talked about wanting to order a bus, I'm ordering if you said right now order a bus, I'm ordering a bus for 2026.
Yeah, but I thought very clearly that there was like an actual physical
No,
vehicle.
it's
that we
the
could
chairs
purchase.
now.
Was
Now
that
it's
the
the
food
seats.
service?
No.
Mike, was that,
No.
were you, no, but maybe they're thinking of the food service van that was
No,
purchased.
so we bought the chassis. What we bought was the chassis. These seats are delayed.
No, there was like a picture of the thing. It was.
You're talking food services.
Yeah,
We
I
bought
think
a
you're
food
thinking of the
services
van that
van.
was purchased for
We
food
bought a-
services.
We'll circle back on that.
What do you want to say? I'm
I-
trying to answer the question.
Yeah, so I guess the question is, are we going to have any cost savings in FY '25 from the investments that we made in transportation vehicles?
The cost savings are reflected in the budgetary number.
Yeah, but so I guess what Jen is asking is, what is that number? Because there's a lot of moving pieces in that number, like with the increases from statewide and maybe like, you know, like there's a lot of pieces of that. And so I think like seeing what that savings is would be helpful to understand like what the return on investment is, and then understand like for every X, then it decreases by potentially Y.
So, and again, this is where the wild card. We had a child that got placed out, so the savings for that month won't actually be a savings because what we're doing is we're not paying. So like you won't see a savings from a cost perspective. You just don't see the increase. So we didn't realize an increase because
But we can show the savings by putting additional buses on the road to not have to pay statewide. But then if we get another student that comes in, that's going to be.
Yeah, and a budget is
an
just a good
increase,
guess,
which
but
is going to go up and down. It's going to fluctuate throughout the year.
so we don't have any new buses or anything in the budget.
Right.
Okay, well,
we don't
we-
have new buses in this budget coming up.
Correct. So
So-
there's
But
no
if we look at the
expansion.
cost, but if they're, but what
we
they're
can do this
asking
one. We
for
can
is-
do this one offline. We can
We'll
email
show
like
cost
we can
savings.
we'll figure it out.
Okay.
With Ken, we can talk about it offline. 'Cause I want to look back at what we did.
Okay.
Before the next one. Other things?
I mean, I think the next page, there's not a whole lot. We've already talked about tuition. I mean, again, you know, the increase in tuitions, it's somewhat hard to project, and these are the best guesses that the PPS department has. Again, when we talk about tuition, we talk about the idea that one child could sway tuition, you know, $30,000, $40,000 either way. So, and they're just projected to continue rising. You know, we that's just the trend, and we can see it if we look at prior years. I think, I mean, natural gas, utilities, same type of thing. I think one of the things to note, which is good news, is that in the prior budget, we were really unsure about what gasoline costs were going to be. This is the time where we were looking, I mean, a year ago now, you don't remember it, but we were looking at hike prices that were close to $5 and $7 down in New York, New Jersey. Like, there was an unbelievable amount of gas, and we could not predict it. So we did a really conservative approach to our gas budget for 24, so you're not going to see that huge jump from 24 to 25. I think things have stabled out a little bit. Next year being an election year again, they're really not going to want to have to start hiking up gas prices, so we start thinking about how the politicians are looking at things. I think we're okay for the next year for gas. Anyway, so that's really good news.
Are you talking about the natural gas or the?
I'm talking about all of the gas together, because they all come from the same fossil fuel, right? The same base place or the same relative costs. When one goes up, the rest of them go up. You know, your gasoline goes up, so does your propane. Everything kind of goes up at the same time. So overall, but more specifically was the, you know, gasoline and diesel fuel was our big jump last year, because diesel fuel is what fuels our buses.
So for example, 56201. Why would we be budgeting? Why do we only have 83,977 actual
That's year to date. That's that's the bills that have come in and been processed. Again, the year to date. So that's one that isn't encumbered because that bill is done in the central office. That's a central office bill, so we don't know. I have to do the encumbrance for that. So that's my bad. I haven't done that yet. I'll pull that out and I'll update that PO to reflect. But more specifically, the 56203, where the diesel fuel you see it actually, you know, not a huge jump. It's 192 relative to 197 year-end projection. We have a feeling that it's going to level out and go down because the beginning of the year was still a little high, but we're seeing things going down. So the good news overall is that utilities is not the fear that it was last year, is really the take-home from this. Last year it was unpredictable and we weren't sure. And that's really, I think, the only thing of note on that page.
Can we go to 55809? Employee travel is going from.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
3,000 to
Small
16.
dollars, but huge jumps. Yes.
Yeah.
If you look at all the way to the right, you start to see the actuals, how they've increased over the last several years. Employee expense claims have absolutely increased over the last several years. I mean, that's an area that we should certainly look in when we're fully staffed and start looking at what's going on, but really it's somewhat out of the control of everyone here. If an employee is going from place to place, federal law, we're reimbursing them by the mile.
So this
So
is
it's,
mileage?
that's mileage, yeah.
Point of clarification on
Employee
that.
travel.
What?
Employee travel, itinerants going from, the more you have itinerants, the
Oh,
more
no,
you have people
as
going.
as a professional traveler, I understand
Yeah.
that part, but like how did that happen?
How did the increases go up? I was not here in prior years, but we can, like I said, something
Yeah.
certainly to analyze when
Yeah.
we're fully staffed and all of us have some time to start divvying and going into those other things. I've noticed the jump. Deb brought it up, but small dollar amount. I know it's kind of late, so I figured I'd stay on the highlight of the large ones, but that's definitely on my radar.
I'd like to see like the background of that as well. Like, is it?
Well, it's
Um,
mileage, it's employee expense claims. So they go through ESS, they upload their expense claims with maps and mileage, and all of the supervisors have to approve. So if someone, if someone goes through, and we can look at how things have been allocated over the years, yes, most of this is mileage. We can look and see if some of these things over the years have been shifted from conferences, like airline tickets and things of that, to also be included here in this employee travel, which is also the case, more people getting reimbursed for going out. But remember, they are being approved by supervisors. So at the top level, they can certainly be denied, but we aren't there yet in workflow. That's a different conversation about now being fully staffed.
Well, what I'm also concerned about though is like, and again, I want to know when, but like a $2,177 actual
Where are you?
on 55809.
Mm-hmm. That's, yeah. The boys Jazz will tell you, people in IT will tell you that I am behind in approving employee expense claims.
Yeah.
There are some out there that need to be approved and need to be processed.
Yeah.
So
Okay,
at
so
that
that's
time,
one
that
would
was
be-
the beginning of the budget. That was the beginning of a lot of things. So if you look at that number in another month or so, it's going to change quite a bit. So
But
and
shouldn't
basically,
there be like a number like in the queue at least? So is it, one, does that mean people aren't getting their reimbursements? And two, like shouldn't there be a number in the queue?
it's if I haven't allocated it
Yeah.
yet, if I haven't gone through it, it's not in the queue. It's still sitting in an unallocated state.
Okay.
So it's sitting in like a pre-approval limbo, and it's not included until I push it through, and then it goes through the whole process and out to a check being cut. It's still sitting in this, in a
Okay.
limbo. So, but what I was looking at, and when we're looking at that projection, we are looking at the jump from 21 to 22, 23 closed at 11,105. So if we're just looking at a reasonable jump from 22 to 23, you're looking at $4,000 jump, add 4,000 to the 11,000, and that gets us close to the 16. I did an average, I can show you the work paper that I used, but that number will change. So that's why projections at this time of the year are also a little bit difficult. As we get to the end of March, you've got the majority of the year in, and you've got more things processed, so you have more realistic numbers. The first half of the year is always tough to be able to do a full year projection when you're only dealing with 6 months. And some things flow and flux. You don't know who's going PD. You don't know what that airline's going to cost. I know a couple of people have come in, and we've paid out and reimbursed airline and hotel. That's over $1,000. So that can change with one employee going to, or a couple of administrative.
It's not just reimbursement on mileage, it's also if we have
Travel.
staff
It's just
person
teachers.
that's going out for
just teachers.
yeah.
Yeah, it just
Oh, yeah,
specifically
conference.
says.
Right.
Yeah.
So I know, I read
Yeah,
that. I'm
yeah.
just saying,
Yeah.
like, this is not just mileage for teachers.
Right,
also if
it's
they're going to a
conference.
conference,
Yep.
if they're going
Right.
somewhere,
Yep.
or
So-
would it also be if there was a competition they had to go to, and then
Te-
reimbursing?
Teachers would they'd be reimbursed for going to the hotel, like staying in a hotel, and airfare for supporting students
So I
in
think-
competitions and
what-
things. Yep, all
yeah, now
types
that
of
I'm
travel.
working through what
And
you
if we
just
think
said,
there was COVID, so a
no,
lot of this
it's
stuff
the
didn't
fact that I
happen,
don't have the
it's-
budgeted column. So I would assume, so it's a 415% increase off of what is actually encumbered right now, but I guarantee we probably had a much more accurate number budgeted for last year. So that's where
Yeah.
that column will help me immensely.
And
in
I can add that.
particular one.
Yeah, so we,
We only budgeted 3,000. Oh, super fun. Never mind. Okay, we'll talk about that later.
for, on the original, you're looking at original for just the teachers, or is there?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, and that,
Okay, we'll look at it.
yeah, we'll take a look at it. In my head, I already kind of know why that probably is, but same time of year I was doing a budget, and that's what was actually in there for actual. So maybe that's what I was looking at. But anyway, so on this page, yeah, I don't think there's any much more to note. I mean, I did want to note that there is again, we're talking about smaller dollars, not huge dollars, but library books. There's definitely an investment needed on that. So down where are we at the bottom of the page?
I would add to the conversation too, when thinking about the earlier presentation regarding ESSER, like that might be an opportunity to utilize some of those funds because those go to literacy and different things, and those are one-time costs. So I would highly encourage us to look at that and see what we could get purchased with ESSER to try to decrease that number to almost 0 would be my recommendation, if possible.
Is there like a rotation for library book replacement? Like, how does that work?
There is.
Let me tell you.
It's secret.
I found my name in some of them.
It's a secret process. Okay, and we're getting close to the bottom here. I think we kind of went through. Yeah, I think we went through the major items here. The only thing to take note is, we gave you the UCOA buckets, the 51,000 series, which is primarily your salaries, 52,000 benefits, your 53,000, which are purchase services, and so when you get a chance, you can analyze the different areas and the dollar amounts attributed to each one.
57309 is a.
That's the one that we talked about a little earlier with Mike, the
but it's
tech-related
not
hardware.
It's not a.
I have the projection actually needs to be updated. That 980 is not good. Clearly, the encumbered is already 39,700. So I missed that one. We've got to get next projection will be much more accurate. We'll have more numbers and have to be able to spend a little more time on that. But Mike, did you want to?
That's our break glass that's needed.
That's the break glass.
That's the break glass.
Break glass is needed. Okay.
So that is one where we have POs. So like I have a $10,000 PO with Apple right now. So if something happens in one of our communications labs, photography lab, or a student with an assistive device needs one, I could go to the Apple store. Particularly if it's an assistive device, I go to the Apple store and just pick up the device because I already have the purchase order. So we have that set up with a number of our vendors. This was one that did not get budgeted last year, so I promised Elle I would only use this one if absolutely needed. So you can see it's been minimally used. So specifically the tech hardware 57309 for this year, you can see that's minimal. It shows a huge increase because it's coming from 0. But if you look at FY 21, 22, 23 actuals, you can see that's a line that's typically, so this is going back to the Chromebook conversation. This is a line that was classroom technology refreshes, Chromebooks, that's typically was coming out of that line. Now we've got 93,000 of it in the rental line, and for this year, it's break glass.
Right. That doesn't make sense to me.
No, just because some of it's been reclassified.
Yeah, but some of it's been reclassified, but the number that I was hearing, what was it, the 300,000 or whatever, right?
So 300.
800,000.
So
755.
Just the Chromebooks alone are 300,000. Then you've got teacher laptops. So that's not Chromebooks. Chromebooks are student based. Teacher laptops.
Got it.
We did across the district. We did about 240 of these boards.
The interactive.
These interactive boards
Pretty close.
in classroom.
Yeah, just about 240.
And so that's all coming out of that tech hardware line. If you look next year, there's not that large of an ask.
That line could be another one that could potentially be 0, depending on if we know, like with ESSER and different things. That's and not that I know there's a limit to that money, but I'm just thinking, no, like I know what we are able to use it for, and I'm trying to identify some opportunities for things that we can get in on time. Because, like I was hearing today, like there was, whatever, and then also, so that's something I think we should look at if those are one-time purchases. As
So
well.
for next year, I also put in there that's, I don't know what's gonna break, so if I get that money on July 1st, of that $50,000, 10,000 of it is going to replace the high school auditorium projector. The other 40,000 goes to Apple, Dell, a couple of our other vendors, so that if something breaks, so like, I don't know if that's esserable, because.
The $10,000 projector could be.
Could be.
Just saying, and again, just looking for opportunities to try to find $850,000. Right, yeah.
Where do you get the 850 from? I'm just not following that.
No,
one.
no,
Stage
no.
850 would be the stage 2.
Oh, the
We
architect,
need
okay.
to- yeah, like that, like what we have today does not include like plans
The architect,
to what we
gotcha.
need to do. So I'm just trying to find any opportunities that could possibly exist in this budget.
Gotcha.
Well, just to also, as an understanding of how the fund balance works, although things are assigned in fund balance, you as a school committee, as a population, can reassign items in fund balance that you don't feel require the attention or the money at this moment. Things that potentially would be budgeted for several years down the road, if monies want to be used now, you reassign those funds to be used for the current expenses.
Yep.
Just, that power is yours as well. So, did you want me to sit? Does anybody have any more questions? Do you want me to sit to answer questions, stand to answer?
I think it'd be great to let her sit.
Yeah.
Could
Yeah.
sit for a minute.
Fine, for the record.
You did a very good job, Ellen. Thank you.
Does anybody want a quick recess? Are you fine? Okay, we'll just keep going for a little bit.
Yep. So,
People are
I've got some other questions.
Oh, I can imagine.
Is this one first? Are you lunch? I do have to go to lunch though. I haven't lunch.
Hey, pizza, you want some pizza?
Okay, that's
Lunch is underrated nowadays around here.
I really eat and answer questions at the same time everybody wants to go home. I'll hold out a little bit longer, but thank you very much.
So I had some line item questions. Psychologist 53205. I just was wondering, with the loss of ESSER funds, I was surprised to see this decreasing. Any reason why?
Well, this is Rachel Santa's budget again. She can speak to more specifically, but we have a psychologist in the salary line. So this line here is purchase services.
Yep.
So we do have the vacancy in the salaries line for the other psychologists.
But we were contracting, right? Outside psychologists counseling services?
So,
Yes, I have a puppet show for this. It's really fun.
so this line here, this psychologist here, that's not employees, right?
Right, correct.
So
That's
this is-
purchase
this is
This is
services.
purchase services,
Yes.
which we are contracting currently.
We currently have, yes, we currently are contracting purchase services right now, but we also have some of it coming out of IDA.
Okay,
So some of it's coming out of the grant and some of it's coming out of operating.
okay.
But isn't some right now coming out of ESSER?
It is.
And some's coming out of, yes, and some's coming out of ESSER.
And we're losing
So
the ESSER
doesn't that have to
funding.
go in here?
ESSER, but I think what we were talking about was it going into the, we had mentioned, when we had the conversation with Rachel, that was going into IDA for next year.
So it's a
She can
one
move
for
that
one directly into IDA is picking up what ESSER has been covering?
Well, I can't, I'd have to find out if it's actually.
Yeah, let's follow up.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's follow-up. I just
But
was very
it is-
surprised to see this number going down.
This is another psych position that we saw
Yeah.
filled
Yeah.
in the budget.
In the salaries part of it.
So we
in the
want a person,
51,000.
not services.
Right.
Right, so
Yeah,
some
if we
of the
could
money
just-
But so there should be a 29.3%, there should be an increase
Well, there's an increase in
somewhere.
salaries. There was,
Yeah.
because we have a vacancy sitting up in the
But
51,000.
But that's been there.
Right, but you're saying a decrease from,
I guess my point is we are losing the contracted ESSER support that we've had. And so I was surprised to see the contracted services for psychologists going down when we are losing the ESSER
Who's that?
funds.
what was our actual though? Because we based this on the actual and then the.
191,000 is what's projected to spend, but Right.
ESS contract was 450, if you remember.
But
That
we
one.
lost the
Wait,
ESS, and now we've been doing.
We
the
added
other
the
thing.
social workers and all that, that's
Yeah.
fine.
So
Good
if
job.
we could just
Right.
confirm
The
that this number
actuals,
is,
right.
is.
I think the biggest thing is confirming that the circles are in the budget.
Okay.
Like the presentation that we had from Dr. Santo. Because there were,
Two questions then, because I'm not
Yeah.
thinking of the circles, I'm thinking of the support that we've been providing with the ESSER funds.
just like the coverage, yeah.
That's what I
Yeah, my interpretation was that was not disappearing, these were in addition to.
Correct,
Yeah.
and so what
Yeah.
I'm saying is, are we covering that?
Yeah. Yeah, okay, so we'll find out.
Okay, so that was that.
Elle, do you have that question? Are you good?
Right? Yes, I do have it. That's sort of, yeah.
Could you talk about the substitutes? Legal services, we talked about, other services. Other services has, which is 53406, is much lower than this year. What is not happening next year that happened this year?
What line, Jen?
53406.
Yeah. Let me look into it. I think that was one of the that was a reclass. Let me look at the details on that one.
Okay.
Put a note on there.
53409, negotiations and arbitrations, there's no budget, but the budget presentation said that we are gonna have fees for contracts. Is that rolled into legal?
Yeah, that's in legal, but if you even also look, that line only had $1,000.
Yeah.
It's
But the
small
budget for 2024 was
there.
$50,000.
Right.
Which
but
is why I'm wondering why, like, what was that budget for this year?
That budget was based on, the 50,000 was based on the prior year because I didn't know what was in there, what was expected. And if you look at the prior year actuals all the way to the right, like on the sheet that we're looking at today, we found no reason to have anything in that $50,000. So honestly, it's one of those things where we looked at the line and said, this isn't really making sense to us. I did it last year because I was afraid to not have 50,000 in there that I would be surprised with later on. But there's no, we talked about what are the costs for negotiations for the contracts that we have. So minimal, and we look at the actual, so we.
Well, there's legal, it's legal.
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
it was
but the
called out
legal
in the
is-
budget, so
but
that's
legal's
why
up to
I'm,
legal.
Right,
in
but
your
we
presentation.
had, right, but we had, I think that was rolled into the
Yeah.
legal.
Okay,
fees,
so it's
not
part of the
as
legal.
negotiations.
Right, so that 50 was kind
Because
of.
that's also arbitration, if we had to go to arbitration,
Okay,
so.
other technical services we talked about.
But how would that ever get differentiated on that negotiation arbitration line from the bills that we receive from the district attorneys? Like, that would be very difficult to cull out, so I'm surprised we put any money in that
I'm not
line.
sure
Which is
why
why
that
it
was
wasn't being
there.
pulled
Yeah, I mean,
out.
I get
It's all
it's
coming
from,
out of all of the same
Yeah.
legal.
yeah, but at some point it was, right? So,
Everyone
many,
pulls it
many
out,
years
every
ago,
budget I've
though,
seen
I
pulls
think
it out, and
that
I don't have a
make
good
it
answer for you, to be honest.
I mean, so you
It's
code
probably more
code,
of an-
obviously,
it's probably more
but-
of an
Yeah.
estimate
But
of
it
what
might have
you're
been
going
something that
to-
was put in there when there was a potential need for it years ago, and it just kept rolling and rolling and rolling forward, is what my guess is.
I've seen districts, if you know you're up for like a contract negotiation, put extra
Mm-hmm.
money into that line. Now, that's not to say it doesn't all come from the same line,
yeah.
but yeah,
Would
it's
they
gotta be a new
reduce
color
it from
thing, 'cause
legal? Would they reduce it from their legal line though?
Well, probably not, because if you factor like your standard legal, and then negotiations 1 year would be an added expense, because you only do it every 3 years presumably. So I've seen clients say, okay, we're going into negotiation with our teachers this year, let's put $10,000 into negotiations, or, we have a particularly poor relationship with our unions this year, and we've got 3 arbitrations pending, as Dr. Duba said, but that's, it all comes from the same place ultimately anyway, and I don't know, I mean, maybe the arbitrator's bill or something, what you'd be able to cull out, but generally speaking, it's all.
Okay.
Accreditation, are we doing the high school accreditation this year? Is $5,000
Not
enough
this-
to cover it? I mean, like in 2025?
So there was definitely, I remember the school committee
We're doing
approved.
self-study this year. For NEASC.
Yeah,
Because I thought we pushed it out last year because I thought we pushed it out of the budget last year because we rolled the accreditation date. So I feel like,
Yeah, the accreditation date's gonna be 2026, but they have to prepare the year before.
And is $5,000 enough?
I believe
that's
that's what they
based-
asked for, yeah.
Yeah, but that's based on the actuals right now, so like if you look in the encumbered line, there's like 4,880. And so I can't remember off the top of my head, like, but I remember that there were stipends for.
Right,
Yeah,
that's what I was just gonna mention, the
Yeah.
stipends are not in that line.
What?
The stipends are not in that
That-
line
that's
down
coming out
below,
of
and
the
the
stipends
53,
line.
that's gonna be up in the 51,000.
So what did we spend $4,880 on this year?
I will have to look at the PO
Great.
and let you know.
I'm just curious, like that's weird, and then to predict that same amount for next year feels odd to me as well, because if next year's the year for the things, like next year's the visit and stuff, correct?
Yeah,
Like in this fiscal year?
yep.
Like wouldn't like some of that be built in?
Well,
like shouldn't
I
there
gotta
be?
find-
Yeah.
No, I gotta go back and check if it's a fall or a spring visit, because if it's a,
Either way, it's this fiscal year.
if it's 2026 is the visit.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, just check.
Yeah,
It's
just
okay.
making sure
It's just
that
that's
we're
why we do this. Like it's
Yeah.
not like we just want to make sure there's money in that line because it's an unusual one because it only happens every couple of years and it wouldn't show up as like something that Elle would know to predict. But if we need to have some resources in there for things that we're contracted with, like the people coming in and travel, you know, things that would be beyond the stipends, etc. Meals for the people that you know.
Yeah,
there's
that's-
weird costs that could
Those
be
are all things that
associated
are
there.
factored in, yeah.
Yeah.
56? Custodial services, I definitely want to circle back to, but I'll dig out the things on that. Groundskeeping service was just weird because it was 50%
Yeah.
decrease in budget.
That's because we're making a purchase. So in the budget is a purchase of a piece of equipment that will allow us to not have to bring in like an arborist or a. So we're trying to. So part of the equipment is to purchase a lift so that we can not have to bring in an arborist. We have an arborist on site, but we
Okay.
have to bring in an arborist with a lift.
Okay.
So it's a reduction there because
Okay.
so.
Gotcha. Okay.
I have a note somewhere that if this doesn't get approved, then we have to add $5,000 back to that line.
Gotcha.
So services to me is not equipment, right?
So groundskeeping services.
Yeah.
So
So
Right, but we're buying the equipment so our people can do, so our staff can do it, so we're not going out and bringing in.
no, I understand that. But we spent $17,725 in 2023. So I'm
That was a bunch of trees. There
Yeah.
were several trees that needed, there was a whole group of trees that were dying on fences that came out, so that was like
Oh,
one of
there you
those
go.
one-time shots of, I remember that because I kept looking at tree bills coming through.
I'm
and I
writing
kept
down.
thinking,
I'm
what's
writing
going
down on my
on?
notes. Bunch
Yeah.
of trees.
Lots of trees and on different properties.
Got it.
Yeah.
but I was just sharing that one purchase is going to have effects in multiple areas.
Yeah.
Our electrician, we won't have to bring in an outside electrician to change a light on a pole because
Is
our
there the
on-staff
lift is
light-
going to move around town?
Yep, it hooks up to a tow truck.
Can you get branded?
So maintenance and repairs, 54
Thanks, Jess.
310. The budget for 2024 was 360. For 2025, it's 320. Any idea why it's lower? Like, what are we not budgeting?
Give me 1 second. 54,310.
Yep.
They haven't encumbered money. Would be my guess.
No, that's a facilities budgeted item. They would know what they've got coming on.
So Mike, you'll check on 5.
Checking it right now.
I actually was happy to see that increase, because one of the complaints that we were hearing from parents was the lack of maintenance on the buildings, and that's the reason that everything is wearing down, because there is no maintenance, so.
No, it
putting-
actually went down. Like, 2024 budget was 360, and it's 319 this year.
Well, I was looking at the income.
It's
Versus-
misleading.
Yeah.
54,310.
Yeah.
But it's still gone up 9.8%.
No, because the percentage of increase is misleading because it's
Right.
based
Yeah, the
off of the
percentage of
encumbered,
increase is-
not off of the
Right.
budgeted,
Right.
Yeah,
and
it's
not off
different
of where we'll
year.
end. So
And
that's
year
where like it
projection.
gets really. That's where the spreadsheet's unintentionally misleading.
And then 54312, which is service contracts and agreements, the 2024 year-to-date actual is like 248.
Right, those, I mean, I know Mike will come back to that, but he's looking at 310.
Hold on.
That's, no, but 312 are these contracts that we've had for repairs that were brought to you for approval, the large ones, Train, Gym, Encore. That's what 2024's year-to-date actual is. So
Why
those
is it
are,
so much higher than what we budgeted though?
because we.
So
wanna go
this
with
was
that.
like the Stony Lane rooftop unit we brought, and I made the request to take it out of the 2%, and you approved it, but told us to find it in the budget. There's
There's recommendation to take it out of fund balance, the 2% emergency reserve of fund balance, and you guys said, no, I'm not comfortable taking it out of there, leave it in the operating budget.
So what was it again? Just remind me.
So it was a
248
Stony
that
Lane.
you're looking at?
It was a Stony Lane roof. You mean the actual item or the budget line?
No, the actual item.
So it was a Stony Lane rooftop unit.
Okay.
There was a
Gem, Encore.
Yep, there
Yep.
was there was
Okay.
fire alarm. There was the Fishing Cove rooftop unit. There was a heat circulator pump at Hamilton, and a expansion tank at the high school.
Gotcha. I had a question on that Stony Lane. That was the HVAC, right, for Stony Lane?
It was a rooftop unit over the gymnasium.
Okay, is that HVAC?
Yes.
Yes.
Part
How
of
come
the
we
HVAC.
couldn't use ESSER for that?
What was that reason? I think because at the time there wasn't money set aside in ESSER, right? Everything was allocated or assigned to a project at that point.
I heard that in September we allocated money to ventilation.
When did it happen?
After September.
Why don't we get the detail, like, that's a interesting
don't
thing
know.
that we could be curious about, but I don't wanna
Yeah,
just
I would
off
say,
the
but also
cuff.
it didn't come up at that point to look at ESSER, so I think it wasn't
I'm just
a
wondering if we could
conversation that came up. You're
reallocate
asking
it.
now, yeah, and so it wasn't
Right.
something that was brought up when we were looking at using money,
You're asking
money
if we
from
can
the
post-submit it?
fund balance for that.
No, that doesn't work like that.
It's worth asking.
Yeah, it's a cute
We can
ask.
get, we can get in trouble for putting,
No, that was
Going
another
back
one.
on
The
something
Stony
else.
one was
Have to
tricky
ask.
too because it wasn't on the old.
I mean, you can
do I
tell me
do it
no,
to-
but I have to
I
ask.
do it before
yeah.
10:30, right? Because
So
executives
10:30,
after.
there's no executive session, right?
But there is
Mr. Reed?
executive
There is
session.
executive, so we have to do it by 10:30. Do you want me to do it now? I'll make a motion to extend the meeting past 10:30.
Adjourn no later than 10 if the meeting is, adjourn no later than 10 if the meeting is succeeded by an executive session. But we do have executive session after the meeting, right?
Yeah. So isn't it 10:30?
10:30 if there's no executive session.
Jen, to answer your
So
50.
do we make a motion now? What do I do?
So
we
make a
get to go
motion, just to
home?
make a motion to go beyond the 10 o'clock deadline, I think.
Do we have to make a motion to suspend the rules and then make a motion
No, I
to
think,
do
I
it?
think the way your bylaws read, just make a motion to go beyond 10.
All right, Jen.
Make
Jen had a
to go by
motion.
10.
I second it.
Can you write it down because we excuse the clerk? Just so I can remember to tell her. Because you're going to do the executive one anyways, right? Yes, thank you.
And I have your answer to 50.
Hold on one second, Mike. I just have to vote.
I'm sorry.
No worries. All those in favor of accepting? Okay, thank you. And just no for Jen. Thanks. Okay.
So 54,310. I'll let Jen finish. 54,310. The reduction. It's partially a reallocate, like moving it from there, but there's actually an increase. So there's a net. How do I say this? So there's a net increase because this line includes $59,000 in roof maintenance and repair, $10,000, $10,000 for a garage door, and $7,500 for an emergency gate at the high school stadium. But we had money that we moved from other areas, or moved to other areas. So here we're actually more calling it out what we're doing with it.
Okay.
What are you doing? Are you going to the podium? Oh.
She's taking her tray and going home. Thank you, Jody.
Thank you, Jody.
Okay, thanks, Mike. 54602, we talked about that. 54604, Ken, you had mentioned that graduation costs were listed as an increase in your budget presentation, but I don't see that reflected here.
I did. It was 15.
yeah, it's 15,000.
And it
But-
was
From
12.
12 to 15.
So
It's up by
$3,000, so that's the increase? Okay.
To clarify, not owned by the University of Maryland. No, I paid the increase as a user of that facility is not affiliated with us. I just wanted to be really clear about that.
On the line of transportation, I know it's not transportation contractors, I also was hoping to see
55,110.
the late bus costs for last year and the usage, so that we could see the realization on that and the.
Which line, Jen?
I came upon transportation again, and I don't know whether it fits in that, but we had talked the last time about the actual usage on the late bus and the costs for that, to see whether you know.
Yeah, the data.
The data on that.
Mhm. I have the.
We said that we would accept, the last time we talked about it, we said we would accept, like, sign-up-age as data. Like, we don't need to, like, count the humans, but if we have the data from the different schools of how many students signed up for each time, like, that's good enough for us. We don't need, like, the, did that human show up energy.
Yeah. I'm guessing the vehicle maintenance has gone up because we have more vehicles.
Give me a line, please.
56207.
56207.
I believe a large increase in that was in the transportation line because of the aging of our fleet and the skyrocketing costs of replacement parts.
Okay.
Yeah, one of the big things that, you know, I had mentioned about gasoline earlier, the diesel fuel, that we were pleasantly surprised that it went down, but we didn't find any savings in there because the budget was transferred to parts.
But why
That
are
was Deb
we?
Hancock in transportation. She had to move a lot of that money over to parts.
Yeah, but why are we budgeting? We're anticipating between now and the end of the school year another $20,000
Depending on
maintenance.
whether they're getting tires or anything, I would have to check with them, but they've got,
And we just had a transmission go.
okay.
So 42710 is not real.
Where are you?
I'm on 56.
Oh, the dollar amount. I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about 5-digit
No,
numbers.
sorry.
I was like, what are you doing in revenue? Okay.
I was looking at like how much we
Yeah.
spent over the past year. So I
Yep.
ignore 2021. 2021 is still very COVID-y,
Yep.
especially for
Yeah.
things transportation. So
Yeah.
I really
Yeah.
have to. I
35,
know it like in
36.
in my brain is 2020, but it's FY. It's that is an anomaly year. So I've been looking at 22 and 23 actuals on like a 35 number, a 36 number, and then I'm seeing this year is 42. And then I'm seeing we're budgeting 60. So that's
Right.
like where I'm seeing the creep, and I don't see like the.
And this includes facilities as well in here, correct?
No,
The
vehicle
facility
maintenance.
vehicles.
Supplies
Vehicle
and
maintenance
parts.
supplies, it would be facilities vehicles.
Facility
Yeah, would be in there,
vehicles,
right, not
right.
just transportation, so facilities vehicles.
Yep.
Yeah, they would be considered in there too.
So that's also, so we have not
What did we
added,
have budgeted last year?
Last year,
56207.
2023, I don't have the budget for 2023.
No, for 24?
No, 24.
Oh, 2024, 40,000.
And that's why she jumped it. She took the money out of the savings that we had in gasoline or diesel and pulled it down because there was only 40,000 in the parts. So I know that Deb moved money because she kept telling me I don't have money. I said, well, let's take a look at gasoline and move that out. So she's definitely projecting more through the end of this year for parts.
Yep.
And
So there's 60,000 there though.
for next year. Yep.
But then in gasoline it's 92. Like I'm not seeing that $20,000 savings anywhere. Like that
Well,
move anywhere.
Gasoline. What was the original on gasoline? Do you have?
I don't know.
88.
So 88,000.
And you're putting it at 92 now. 92.
That's-
It's up.
That's next year.
Yeah.
She's got encumbered, she's only got 75,000 encumbered for gasoline. So at 88, she moved whatever those $13,000 out of gasoline and moved it down to parts.
No, I understand what that this year,
Yeah.
but I'm saying for the
Oh.
proposed budget, I'm not seeing.
That's, Mike, she's asking about
I'm not
gasoline.
seeing like any shift. Like I'm just seeing increases in every
for
area.
gasoline.
Well, so
Well, there are increases,
So-
but not as much as there were from 23 to 24. There's like a nominal increase in gasoline from 88 to 92 or
We're
93.
we're also factoring in, so we've added drivers. We've hired 3 drivers this year, so we're gonna have more vehicles on the road.
doesn't that? Okay. It's too late for that one. We'll do it. We can talk about it later. That goes back to the extra buses and the like. It's like
So they're not actually, we're filling vacancies. We filled 3 vacancies in transportation.
Okay.
And that's for the
Minibuses.
minibuses.
Yeah.
So if we're adding those minibuses on, right, that means those are students that are not going out on the state.
Correct.
Circles
So
back to that
should
other
be a
combo.
Savings.
Yeah.
Savings
Right,
on
that's what we
savings
talked
on
about.
statewide,
Right,
increase in
saving-
gas costs.
Right, but still.
Still
I-
a net
I think,
savings.
I think
very
what we're
much.
saying, right, I think again, is like, we'd have a savings on statewide. We're putting our buses on the road, okay, we're paying for fuel, but somewhere, we probably can show a difference in what that cost is,
There
right?
has to be, or else that was silly of us. You know what I mean? That's where I was saying in that earlier conversation. But it's too late for. Well, we can.
I think it's
one
what
of
we
us can
talk
connect
about,
with
like,
it,
look, trying to show the savings.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, the benefit,
Having
the
our
ROI
Or
of
two
buying
drivers
budget
those.
lines, you create 2 budget lines, one's like, what if we didn't have a bus, and what if we did have a bus? We just have to create like,
Well, we do have a bus. Like we already
Right.
did that motion. Like so, it's just like, where are we going to see increases? For example, gas. You have to put gas in a bus. Like obviously, we didn't have that before. We had less buses, but then we should see a hopefully comparable decrease in.
You're saying the van, right? The van purchase.
Yeah, whatever we bought
We bought a
to
van.
try to get away from statewide transportation. That
Yep.
piece.
The
Yeah.
van.
All right, Jen, is there
Okay,
other?
56211 other supplies, what is that? Because it's going from 18 to 30.
prior years. Well, 18 was most likely where it was at the time that I was doing the budget last year. But if we're looking at the 23 actuals and 22 actuals, I think the 30 is more in line with that.
I think what would be
But I can look at the
helpful-
detail and tell you
Yeah.
what's in
Yeah,
that supply line.
Yep, that would be great.
But, you know, budget-wise, we're looking at a movement over the last 2 years, kind of just following in line with that. That 18 was probably a understated budget for fiscal '24.
Okay, yeah, if you could just let me know what's in that.
Sure.
And then 56215 electricity, the 25 budget is the exact same thing as the 24 budget?
That's one of the places of savings, right, Meg? We were talking about electricity, and that was another area where we did a 3-year analysis of electricity, and last year, not knowing what the cost was gonna be. So I think we did another one, and it seems it's pretty level. We're not gonna have a big increase.
But it's the exact same.
Yeah, that can't be. That
can't
cannot be
possible.
right. Yeah.
Well, it's budgeted, so it's kind of a budget, like, okay, well,
It's
we're
an
gonna do
estimate,
what we
yeah.
did last year.
Yeah, but
We're gonna do
actual
what
and
we did
encumbered.
last year.
So that's one that's going to be really helpful for us, I think, to see what the actual is versus the encumbered, because there's no way that number is right. Like 863 can't be. That's not possible to be all the same for a thing that fluctuates, especially knowing what's happening to like my electric bill. Like like that. There should be. It should be costing the district more for electricity this year than it did last year, based on prices. I would imagine.
So, and we enter into multi-year agreements
Okay.
with these. So, going back to natural gas, I know you didn't ask about natural gas, but one of the reasons is a higher increase in natural gas is because we're coming out of a 3-year agreement.
Yeah, no, I knew, yeah.
Okay.
But
So you're saying we have fixed rates, whereas like
We
my
do
house
have,
does not have fixed rates.
so correct. We have an established rate for electrical.
But we're not gonna use the exact same
Yeah.
amount. of
We're not gonna-
electricity.
no,
Right,
it-
so it's not gonna be the exact same
Yeah, yeah.
dollar amount.
It's right. It's an estimate.
Right.
When you get into the lines, the fuel lines, the electricity lines, the utility lines, they're
Could we
estimates.
check on when that multi-year agreement expires as well, because that will matter if it. We need to know that for whatever fiscal year, because
I
I
think
imagine
this
we're
one's a
not
few
going to get the
years
same
out.
rate. Yeah, but I think it'd just be good to keep an eye on it, and by that I mean general remember and
I have a
Remind us.
spreadsheet.
yeah. Okay, yeah, I'm just curious, my thanks, especially because there's been such an influx.
The textbooks we talked about, we're gonna try and support those with the ESSER funds.
I actually didn't bring that one up in my
I thought it
list.
was
I brought up the library books.
Oh, well,
those
we
are
talked about
library
it
books.
during the, I thought during the ESSER presentation, we talked about, maybe we didn't.
No, we didn't.
There were
Right.
something.
Yeah, I
So
thought
there's
so.
possible that is that line.
We talked about the safety fund, we talked about, the professional organization fees are going up. I'm guessing that's just because people are joining more things, 58101. I'm guessing.
Yeah, and yes, and the fully staffed type thing there, you know, where before we had all these interims, there were several principal positions
Right.
that were kind of
And
vacant.
these are
We
those
had several
professional dues,
directors,
yep, okay.
yeah, so these are all the professional position fees.
Is it I think that one will be an interesting one to see as far as like the actuals versus the encumbered though. Like, because most of those principals are here now, right? Like,
Yeah, principals,
like they would have been here. They would be in those
could be
associations
some
at
of the
this
other
point.
positions here that we've filled,
Could
right?
be, yeah.
District-wide
Like, can I see the?
positions,
Can we get
so-
the background data on that one?
So you want the prior years, you want the 23, the 33,000 or 34,000 from 23? You want to look at those, or you want this year's numbers?
Both.
Okay.
Like, I want to know if it's actually real that it's less than it was last year, or if we just haven't paid. What, like, those should be encumbered. Like, if I know that I have to pay my professional organization for NACAC in May, when I get my budget, I encumber that because it's going to happen. Like, so that's where I'm curious about how the huge differential for that encumbered number makes me nervous.
And then claims and settlements.
I actually had you skipped one. And I thought you were going to hit Jen.
So-
Other dues and fees.
Other
53
That's,
actual in 2023, 23 budgeted, and only
Yeah, the
5,000
majority
encumbered.
of those are field trips, and some of those I think were covered by other, so what happens with the other dues and fees, there's field trips in there, and some of what happens with that is as the curriculum office, as they're all approved, they get shifted, the budgets get shifted from the curriculum development office down to the line items for the actuals. So we can give you an analysis on that, but those other dues and fees are primarily field trips.
So are we saying that in 2023 we did $53,000 worth of field trips, and now we're doing only $23,000 worth of field trips?
No, but what I'm saying is that $23,000 is in there for a portion of the final cost, because as the year goes on, money gets shifted from a different bucket, which is in the 53,000s. Right now, that bucket is in the curriculum, the assistant superintendent curriculum development office. There's a discretionary, I don't want to say discretionary budget because it's not discretionary, it's earmarked, but it's a budget line item that says, okay, this is the assistant superintendent's office and curriculum office, and people have to make requests to that office to be able to use those funds to do field trips, to go to professional development, to go,
for example, like
then
Cartwright
Joni will
do,
shift
then
that
just
budget down.
moves over.
Right, so that budget will be increased as the year, throughout the year, because the money's being held somewhere else.
But isn't all students allotted, doesn't every grade do a kind of like, for
Same
like better word,
day,
predictable
they'll do,
field trip that could be easily identified on a line for a budget?
There were, and I think there was money that had to get moved this year.
Yeah. So what I want to try to prevent, like, I just want to make sure that we're accurately, one, like providing the schools what they need for those activities in an equitable way, but also like that it's not like in the random curriculum line. Like that's not exactly that.
No,
Like,
but
if-
one of the things, I could explain to you how, the reason why it is done in this fashion is because departments and schools are responsible for doing their own budget transfers. When they have access to certain accounts, not in their fault and not intentionally, they will take the money out of that line and use it for their supplies or for something else, because they haven't been fully trained on how to function the budget. Because remember, prior administration was not as open to allowing people to have power over their own budgets. So now, that specific line item has been a problem over years and years. So the decision that was made was that there is money that is put for those trips and for those items in
being
the
held
assistant super, so they can
for them to
be
use.
caretakers of
And
that
they
money,
make a
so it
request
doesn't
for
get tapped and taken out. So it is available for the kids. So when the request is done, the assistant superintendent's office, curriculum office, they then move that budget out of their line item and put it where it is so that the kids can take the trips and the money is still there available for them. Otherwise, it will be tapped and taken in a budget transfer and used for supplies.
Yeah, I mean that's not
That's
normal
Stupid
by any
question,
means.
why don't we just put it in a field trip line and not in
That
like, the
is
slush
both.
fund line?
Because if they have access to those, the way the munis works, you can't isolate just one organ object. They have access to all of the
Their building
expenses that go to their building.
Okay.
So if a field trip line is allocated to their building for field trip line, it doesn't matter what the line's called, they still have access to that line, so they can pull that money out. So that's how it's been done historically. Of course, I'm sure Leslie will be open to changes, Assistant Superintendent's Office, open to changes, but until we can figure out how to manipulate the system, this is the only way to really safeguard that money. And it's not anybody's fault. Nobody's trying to take money from someone else. It's just that they look at their list that they print out and they go, oh, this money is in my school. I don't need it for this, I'm moving it. So that's why it's been done that way. It's not the best process, but it's the only one
Why
that's
is
in
it,
case
so I
right now.
I would like to see a breakdown of what the 53,303 was last year.
Okay.
Like the 2023
50
actual.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking
The
at the
53
other
okay,
dues and
that-
fees,
the actual.
53,303 actual. I want to know
Actual,
what was
yep.
paid out of that. What that is.
Yeah.
Because again, I'm seeing 23,031 like there, right? And so I'm assuming if what you're saying is accurate, that that's what's left minus the field trips. But then I
Yes.
should see $30,000 increase in the curriculum line.
Not an increase, you would see the same 30 that was there last year, that was budgeted. So it's budgeted every year in that
What
line.
line?
This is something that's been going on way before I got here, Mike got here, and anybody
What
else.
line?
This was a Steve and Joni thing.
Joni's got that 70 grand or whatever every year, but last year
That's-
when we talked about this, nobody said anything about field trip money stuff.
No, that's part of her 70 grand. That's part, she
Yeah.
has a textbooks line and she has that 70 grand. That's the line.
Yeah.
When the request
line?
comes in, the money comes out of that line and goes into the specific, into the
It's
schools.
curriculum development or something like that.
Right, it's in the assistant superintendent's office budget.
The one that we spent $49 from this year.
It's 53302, yeah, that's, I remember we talked
So
about
we
this.
not like field tripped. All right, so we're not going to solve this one today, but I am very curious about what is going on with that part. So we'll get more information on that.
Claims and settlements, what is that for?
Is that the ABM?
Yes. That
Could you
is-
clarify that more?
Yes, there was an agreement made
Oh, that's a custodial.
custodial people that I don't like to use the word sold to ABM, but they absorbed our employees. And there's an agreement made that gives them payments twice a year.
Did
And
someone
that's the
retire?
agreement. Until they retire from the job.
Or quit?
Correct.
Why, is that why it's different?
I'm sorry, what's different?
The actual this year is 57 and the proposed budget is only 51.
Yeah, that's, let me go back and look at the number.
I thought we had talked that someone left.
Did someone
but-
left
One less
the-
person.
yeah,
So why did we
let
pay
me
more
look at-
money this year than we have in 4 other years?
Why didn't
Well, we would have
budget-
paid them back in December, and if they left since December,
No,
somebody.
it's actually the opposite of what so if you
Oh,
look
51,
at,
51, so 57, let me look at what's in 57, let me look at what's encumbered in there.
yeah, because if you look at the actuals, the 2021 actual, the 22 actual, the 23 actual, and then the 2024 actual and encumbered is $6,000 more than what we have budgeted for next year.
And we didn't
Yeah,
budget
let me-
anything this year.
Let me see what's in there,
You did
because
what?
it's a possibility. There's a possibility that something other than the 51,000 is in there, is rather than the ABM, because there was the bus claim. There was a claim that was made on one of the NK buses. Per contract, we have to turn that money around and give it to the driver.
Yes.
That
You're,
might be-
when you say claim, you're saying an
I'm sorry, a
insurance.
bus trip, insurance claim.
Yeah.
But why don't we check?
So, yeah, let me look at that, because that may be that it was posted into that as
Yeah.
well. So
And
we
also
can see what
concerning
the
that we
difference is.
budgeted 0 in that line, so,
Last year?
yeah.
Yeah, that was because I was here 2 months.
Yeah,
And
but
I-
it's
honestly,
that's
it was-
surprising to me that.
I didn't know that existed. When I pulled the data to do this, there was no money paid out, and I had no idea what that claims was last year. So I know there was nothing budgeted in that line item. I was not aware of that $51,000 payout.
Yep.
So it was a neglect of budgeting.
When do we pay that each year?
There's one in December and one in June. It might have been late last year, I could look at the date, but I wasn't aware of it. When I pulled the data.
Yeah, no, I'm looking at, I'm thinking about our encumbered, like in actuals. I'm also thinking about, the decision from the prior school committee to privatize this purchase in the name of making it, less expensive for us, thinking about a $51,000 payout every year, plus not having control over that contract, which increases, like, in a way that I would never have negotiated it. Like, they are getting more increase this year than the teachers are. Like, that is, I don't think it worked out in the way that the prior school committee had as far as cost savings. That is challenging in my brain. All right, Jen, it is. Any other things today that we need to address?
Last question.
Okay, and you can ask, we can do as many as you want, we can, but I also want to be cognizant of time and also, like, at some point, staring at budget lines does not become productive.
No, but I would like to request that the things that we asked be provided to us before the meeting on Monday.
Oh, yeah, because in theory, timeline-wise, we have to approve it on Monday?
That's, we were going to try to schedule another meeting, we haven't scheduled another meeting yet, so Monday is our last meeting.
Because it's due to the town.
Monday's the last day, then it's due to the town.
He needs the number by the 3rd or the 4th. What did he give us a deadline?
He was asking for a draft number by this Friday.
Oh, that's this Friday.
I think the 5th is when the town is having the budget meeting, and
Yeah.
then the 11th and the 12th.
So we're not going to be able to provide the town a number by the 23rd.
That's this Friday. He's
Yeah.
asking for a draft number.
That's not possible.
I mean,
Right.
we have a number here. I mean, unless something changes, if we add or take something away, but we have a draft of a number right now.
I want to state for the record that I'm not comfortable providing a number to the town at all. Any draft, anything. We did it last year and we had a problem, and it was done against our wishes, and I don't want it done this year.
Yeah, I would be concerned just based on the number of questions that we have, so I would, as I said before, I don't think that is the right choice. Do we need to officially file something, or is that just a, like, courtesy request from the town manager?
Well, he was saying he needs it to be able to print his budget for town council. And their meeting is on the 5th, but they have to print prior to that. Or is the 4th? It's either the 5th or it's the 4th.
I think the 4th is a Monday.
Yeah.
I think we traditionally have meetings on Mondays. I think.
Our meeting is the 26th, correct?
Yeah. I think he's presenting something at the town council meeting that evening, would be my guess. Andrew, could you check the charter? I know we looked into it, but, like, I'm just curious about, like, what is, like what is nice and what is required. There might be a difference. I just want to make sure that we're in compliance with what we're supposed to be providing, and also, if we are not, like, we will need to send some sort of correspondence regarding that. Because having 2 meetings get canceled is a problem. To none of our own fault, like weather is weather, and the rules in the state about how we can't meet is what it is. All right, other things tonight regarding this piece, because we still need to.
So, yeah, we said we have the capital, so in the folder is the capital improvement plan, along with the letter of which we would submit to the town for a request, so that's.
Where is it?
That's not on the agenda, is it?
Well, it's part
No,
of.
yeah, it's not part of the budget though. Right, Andrew?
I'm sorry, what's that? I'm looking up the budget right now. With the CIP?
Jen's clarification is if it is under the umbrella
part
of
of
the
the budget.
agenda item of the operating budget,
I wouldn't think so.
so we can't.
Hang on, let me see.
But we have capital improvement plan on the agenda. As part of the capital improvement plan existing bond, future bond.
Yeah, but we didn't do it then. That's just the header though. I defer to Mr. Hennessy on,
We can make it,
yeah,
It's not much for us to go over on it.
yeah.
It's there for you.
Cleaner.
So,
I mean,
So
you
you
do
do
have, you do
wait.
have CIP as B, I think we've already cleared that issue, but
Yeah.
if you have the time, it's probably easier.
We don't, but also, that's a header, it's not a, it doesn't say, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like,
no, it doesn't break it down, it's not part of
yeah.
the middle school plans, I'm assuming, correct? I'm just looking at.
No.
Yeah,
No, this is not middle
yeah,
school.
no.
Yep, okay. So that will wait. Anything else regarding the agenda item that we're on for FY '25 operating budget? For right now that we need to, do we want to review just the,
Oh, I see, he has it here.
it's attached, but it's not,
Yeah.
no, like that's not.
I think it would be helpful to take a few minutes to go over the questions. I mean, I wrote down
Mhm.
questions.
Yeah,
Bill
that's
wrote
what I was
down
gonna
questions,
ask,
So I think
yeah.
it'd be good to go back over what are the questions you have, so that
Yep.
way we can get that to you.
Yep. Do you have like a list, or do you want me to generate?
Oh, I
Like,
can
did
go
anybody
through.
write down what you were asking for? Because the other option, due to interest of time, is the clerks could watch the recording and document them. Plus, I believe we had some sent in.
Here we go. So I have, one was the fund balance, so the original fund balance sheet.
Debbie,
You have a copy of
do you
that.
need something? Hold on a second.
No,
Clarifying something.
Yeah, I just wanna, like, I don't like sign, if you have a question, you're welcome to ask it, Debbie.
no, I was just asking, when she was describing, the money, we would have what was called a budget pool. And then as soon as you paid for something, it would get put into the right category, and at the same time, it would get the purchase order done and approved. So that's basically what was happening here with the field trips, is that it was in a blank account
Yeah.
where they could say, I have $5,000, I'm spending $2,000 on this field trip. You approve that, and then that money comes from there, and then it goes into that line item.
Yep,
Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I was,
got you, asking clarification on, all right, thank you.
I apologize.
No, it's fine, I just wanna, just because of that cameras, like, if we're looking at, it's okay to ask
Right.
clarifying questions, but I don't, it gets weird with the microphones and the camera and whatnot, it's totally fine. And sometimes helpful for all of us, because it's, good to clarify, so, no worries. Would it be, I just have, my notes are all, I wrote on many different documents, the different questions, and so you can read them out loud, or would it be more productive to just email us, and if there's anything missing, we could add it?
I'd rather if I can go through this, just because I know if I don't get them,
Yeah.
I'm gonna get emails, and I just,
Yep.
to be
Yeah, go ahead.
efficient with the limited time we have, I think this would be helpful. So, an update on the fund balance sheet. Counseling services at Davisville Middle School, making sure that, I guess, there was a question last year around this budget time about the number of counselors there, so we'll check on that. I know the social worker was increased from part-time to full-time, but I will check, confirm the counseling FTEs at the building. Next Steps program, if there's funds in the budget, or maybe if it's an IDA for field trips for those students. Funds for the after-school busing at the high school for students with disabilities.
I don't think that's just the high school, I think it's in general.
Who's the Best Buddies?
Best Buddies.
Is that only at the high school, or?
I thought it was just at high school. Best Buddies at the middle school too.
I think the greater question is making sure that we have accessible access to all students. for
100%.
after-school
I
activities.
know
Yeah.
that the question
Yeah.
Jen
Yeah.
referenced though, from the CLAC meeting was
Yes,
the Best Buddies.
that's what it is.
Yeah, but it might be good to just
Yeah.
cast a wide net on that one.
Yeah.
Contractual nursing services, is that specifically for students with IEPs, or is that also, I know it's also including the subline for nursing. I just have a note here to make sure we have the budget FY24 line on that, column in there. Breakdown of the actuals and encumbered, adding an additional column, so those are separated.
Just to interject there, in sheet form, not in paper form, please.
So, yeah, we can do that. I just, like I explained to you earlier, we need a little bit of time because we have a massive document, and it's not just sending you that massive document. We need to make a copy of that and then be able to send it. And it's not just making a copy, because last time I tried it, you got it and it didn't have, so it just takes a
Yeah,
little
I
bit.
did get it the first time, it just.
Right, it was missing information because we had to go back. So we
Yeah.
What
can't,
did we
it
do
just
last
takes a
year?
little time to
We got sheets.
get that. Excel sheets.
Like
So
an
they-
Excel
so
sheet.
sending
Right.
the budget line in
Right.
Excel sheets.
Yes.
So,
Yeah.
I just had a question regarding the MTG with the rubbish and the recycling and how the
Mhm.
recycling works. We talked about what is the plan regarding leasing our Chromebooks versus buying them and what that cost would be over 3 to 6 years. I'm using 3-6 because it's grades 1, 2, 3. And cost of the late bus and data on the use of the late bus. Those as questions, and then I have items on the spreadsheet that I circled. Question on psychologists, so line 53205. Someone asked for the breakdown of other services for line 53406. Check on the 53703 for accreditation to make sure that amount was correct. Line 54202, snow plowing, what if we encumbered so far as like a cost, especially after the last storm we had?
I checked, we've received 0 invoices. I checked Munis while we were
So
going.
we don't have an invoice yet, but will we be getting one?
Oh
for
yeah,
the storm?
we will be getting them, but I checked Munis, there's nothing in there, so we haven't paid one yet.
Okay.
So we don't, depending on the size of the storm, we don't always call in the contractor. So we have plows.
Yeah, we
but-
don't need to get into it. It was, sorry.
Yep.
So the next line,
That was an inside thought that came out.
55809, employee travel for teachers, why is there an increase there? Electricity, we know that it's an estimate, but can we look at more of an actual number?
And some of those will get solved when we add the additional columns.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like some of those individual questions, once you add the actuals versus the encumbered, that will flesh out some of those.
Line 56401 and 402, textbooks and library books, can we use ESSER funding for that? And then the last items I have is 58101, professional organizational fees, and getting a breakdown on that. Is there anything that I'm missing?
Need a list of the vacant positions within the district. The org chart with the salaries are requested.
Yep, so I have that. It's actually, it is linked in that sheet I shared with you earlier.
The one you sent last night?
Yeah, I added.
Did you add it
Yeah,
today?
I added it today,
Does
and I
the work
printed
committee
it,
have that or
and
no?
I printed to give it to you, so I gotta get it.
Okay.
Does the committee have that?
I think I only shared it with you.
All right, yeah,
Jen,
anything,
because of the questions
yeah,
you
anything
asked.
that, you wanna make sure everybody has that.
So, I have that waiting in the printer for you.
Multi-year agreement for electricity. The
Yeah,
expiration.
finding out when they're, to make sure we don't have an anticipated increase next year.
Vacant positions. The other thing that's on that chart, Jen, for you is the breakdown of the coaches. You wanna know how many coaches for each team.
Okay, thank
That's
you.
on that sheet as well. I was doing that while we were meeting.
And 56211, breakdown of that.
Which one is it?
56211, other supplies.
And did you
The
say that,
$30,000, there was like, the
The natural
trending
gas.
prior years were 35 and such, so just looking to see what the detail was in there. Because it was, different than the approved budget, it's kind of off by 12,000 or so. Is that what you're saying?
did you say the
Please.
transportation, the minibus thing?
No, what was that question?
The thing that we talked about for design hours, about
So
whether
just-
there was a cost savings of
Late bus
Yeah.
usage.
where that shift was.
Why are you laughing at me?
Because you just poured like a huge pile of like desperation M&Ms on a page of paper like it was nothing. Did anyone else like a desperation?
I have lemon cookies if anybody wants them.
I have my lunch still sitting in my office. That's probably.
You and me both will be sitting in the midnight hour eating stuff. Oh, 58206.
You have the, did you say 53205?
Um,
The psychologist line?
Yes, got
Okay.
that one.
Um,
And
the substitute teacher one, do you have that?
What was that one? What was that?
53223,
Yeah,
we
but
wanted
what
a
is
breakdown of how many substitute teachers, like kind of where.
Oh, but that,
Yeah, we
I'm
won't,
sorry, we
that
won't be able to do that
there's no way
for
we can get that
Monday.
to you for Monday night.
That's like
So-
a next, like, yeah.
That requires.
We
a
don't get
memorandum.
invoices from ESS.
We get invoices, but they're in paper form, and
Right.
so you wanna just see it's about $48,000 a week.
Yeah, we need to wait. We can't. do that
That's
to you
an
for Monday.
analysis, yeah, we
I have to
can't, we
kinda
can't pull that
set
together.
line there. There's no way she can get.
So
to
I
that.
at least want to know why we're allocating more money than we've ever spent. I want the
There's
difference. I want the
200
difference breakdown.
There's $230,000 coming from salaries that was there. The actual budget for that line item, less the 230,000, was like 1.8 and change, and that's based on year-to-date numbers. 15 weeks of fiscal #24 was 700 and something odd $1,000, and I divided that by 15 weeks, multiplied it by 38 weeks, and got $1.8 million in change. So that's the initial budget.
But it's
For fiscal, wait, hold up. That's the initial budget, the 1.8 million, then you add the 230,000 of the 6 TAs that we are now paying through a third party instead of salaries. You get the 2,068,000.
Yep.
That's what I was explaining earlier about the two components of
Yep, but I wanna
that
see-
substitute.
But I would like to see like that where the I can't see the shift there. Like we talked about it a lot, so I'm still not clear on that piece and not comfortable like allocating that money without backup data on that. We can talk about it offline, but like that doesn't like I understand what you're saying, but I'm not seeing it reflected like properly in the budget. So
Just the line below that too, 53224, personal care attendants. It's a small amount, it's $150,000, but if a student requires a personal care attendant, isn't that covered through Medicaid, Medicare?
We may get a Medicare and Medicaid reimbursement for it, and that revenue would show up top, but we still recognize the cost in the cost line.
Okay, and you're not going to get the full. You're not going to get
Right,
the full
right, right,
reimbursement.
right.
Oh, and the OFL information too.
yeah.
Okay, in all honesty, all of this I can't get all of this to you on by Monday. That, I have ACA reporting to do, I have some other reporting that has to get done for federal laws. We have ACA reporting for payroll. It's part of the Insurance Affordable Care Act stuff. That has a deadline for this week, and that's my focus all day tomorrow and the following day. So
Andrew, what's the
this,
law
we
about
can't
when
get
we
all
need to
of
get
this
a
stuff
number?
done.
I'm right, it's worded a little oddly here, but I'm coming up with February 27th. Town council has 50 days back from the first day in May, which is May 1st, or the first Wednesday in May, which falls on May 1st, so that brings you to March 12th, and then the charter requires you to give the estimate to the town council, to the town manager 2 weeks prior to that. I come up with the 27th. I'll double check that again tomorrow, but that's the day I come up with.
I'm gonna not read the rest of my list since it's not possible. So, okay, we need to move on to the next item, which is going into executive, right?
Yep.
Okay, can I get a motion to go into executive?
So moved.
Okay. Do you want to go in your office? Or what do? Bryce? You good? Okay, so we'll come back from executive session. Can I please get a motion to seal the executive minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And I'll disclose that there were no votes taken in today's executive session. And then we'll go back up to the agenda item that we postponed because it needed to come in the right order. And so that is item 6C. So I will make a motion to approve, or motion, to accept the certified employee non-renewals as presented in executive session.
Second.
Any discussion? No, call the question. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, and then I need a motion to adjourn, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Okay, thank you.